pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
Hastchev, Gustin, Zadra, Sferaza, Dorch, Ayazi, Cashel.
Here. This time we'll go to the public comment section. Karen Barcel.
For the record, I'm Karen Barcel. I'm the CEO of United Way of Northern Nevada and the Sierra. I understand today there's an item up that you may be hearing about, and I wanted to make a comment about Quest counseling from the United Way doorway. I appreciate that there's a lot of diversity in opinions about where agencies should be placed throughout the region. But from the United Way doorway, Quest Counseling is one of our agencies that have been through our standards of excellence and accreditation process. They are extremely good community citizen as well as a nonprofit citizen, having gone through our standards process, which is somewhat rigorous. I was asked by a volunteer to come and talk about that for a second, as well as make the comment that the United Way Board, because of this rigorous process they've gone through in meeting community standards, has been funded recently by the United Way in significant ways in order to accomplish their programmatic delivery of services that are so important to the community. So I wanted to make that comment to blend in with the rest of the comments you'll hear today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Sam Gettle.
I wanted to be brief to thank Dan and Jessica for bringing the Midtown TOD to fruition where it can actually be done correctly. And I also want to thank Jody and Claudia Hansen. They're very easy to work with. This is such a difference than it was in 2005, 6, and 7. It was when it was miserable. The staff that was working on it at that time are no longer here, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caselli.
I'm a friend of Hunter Lake in opposition of 1453 Pass Drive. Going up, I want to identify that Robert Kilby is our legal representation. I also wanted to bring up the Quest is using the Fair Housing Act as a cover. How are they doing that? They currently don't meet ADA standards for handicapped people, but they're saying they're representing handicapped people inside of their house. I'd like to identify that we're still growing in petition numbers and support throughout the community as a whole. There's a tremendous outcry for these school kids and the neighborhood in general. I also want to identify that Denise Everett's application on file with Social Services identifies that she has no experience operating a group home. I would also like to identify that in a 5-day period, Denise Everett came out saying there'd be no gang kids going to the proposed Quest group home. In Thursday's Reno News and Review article, she identifies there'll be no one strongly affiliated with gangs. I don't know if there's a difference between affiliated and kind of affiliated. I appreciate the City Council's attention in this matter, and we'll be taking it to the social services in the county. Next.
Thank you. Joe Picniero.
Panicaro.
Panicaro, excuse me, sir.
Yes, I actually did a public records request of the Miss Denise Everett's application to social services. That public records request was made on May 11th. And in that application, as Ashton stated, it shows that Miss Everett has no experience running a foster home. She has no experience ever obtaining a license for either child or adult care. And also more interesting, in that application, she is supposed to attach, per Nevada Administrative Code 424.690, she is to attach the written plan of operation upon their initial application with social services. That was not submitted to social services in violation of NAC. It shows that they're poorly, without experience, and don't know what they're doing, frankly. Now, the other thing I'd like to point out, too, is that we came across a 73-year-old woman, a victim of group home violence. And I gave City Council the pictures of the woman and the brutal beating that she received back in December of 2009. And she was awakened this particular morning at 3 a.m. to find two group home teens, a 16 and a 17-year-old, standing over her in her own bedroom, brandishing shotguns. They held her at gunpoint. When she tried to escape out the back door, they dragged her back into her own house. And she was repeatedly beat about the face with the butt of their shotgun. And you have the pictures of that brutal beating before you. Now, eventually, they stole her car, which they totaled out the next day in a police pursuit. The two teenagers were later found to be residing at a group home on Nancy Circle and in Reno. And it was also discovered that these two teens would sneak out nightly over a several-month time period and go about the neighborhood, breaking in and robbing various residences. And in fact, the two shotguns were stolen from a neighbor's home. They were stealing TVs and other items on this incredible crime spree for a 3-month time period. Now, where were the group home parents there? And these kids were kids that were in trouble before with the law, much like the ones they want to put at the Quest home. However, that particular group home, the Shaw group home, did not house teenagers with drug and alcohol addictions or mental illness issues, which is another risk factor we have with the Quest home. Now, since that episode, there was a civil complaint filed in the 2nd Judicial District Court. And I also presented that to City Council. And the Shaw foster homes are being sued in that civil suit, along with Christy Shaw and Richard Shaw, the owners of the Shaw foster homes, and Washoe County Social Services. So this is the risk that you're faced with, allowing Quest to locate where they want.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey Church.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jeffrey Church. I'm a retired Reno police sergeant. Currently run a company called DRS Law Enforcement Consulting, and I am a Reno resident of Miss Sadra's district. I have supplied documentation to you. Essentially, I'm here to request a city attorney opinion and accounting verification of the fiscal impact of labor contracts. Essentially, making it short, it would appear that the city is intentionally underreporting the cost of labor contracts as required by NRS 288-153, possibly to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. Just for example, the Reno fire contract reports a cost, a labor contract, as was reported to you and to us, the taxpayer, of $32 million. However, when the budget was submitted to the State of Nevada Taxation Board, they reported $37 million, a difference of $5 million. Looking at the 236 IAFF 731 employees, if you divide that by the $29 million for their alleged contract, that comes out to $118,000 per employee. As you know, salary, overtime, callback, PERS payments, health care. That $118,000 figure does not pass the smell test. The city further admits that it is not reporting contractual retiree health care. Retiree health care, per the contract, is clearly a contractual item. It's clearly a financial impact, and yet the city admits that they are not reporting that, and I have that documentation. Retiree expenses are expensive. The lifetime health care that some city employees get from police and fire, actuarials show that to be about $250,000 to $500,000 per employee. And so if 10 employees retire during 1 year, we're talking upwards of $5 million per year per contract. And again, I'm just talking about one contract as an example. Further, the city charter limits contracts to a 50-year period. So you can't guarantee that, for example, I retired at age 46 from the Reno Police Department. I intend to live to be 100. That's beyond, and I'm partway there now, but that's beyond the 50-year limitation within the city charter. So I just want to resolve this. You know, let's fix it. Let's make it work. Let's do it in a way that's fair for the taxpayer, without litigation, without it getting blown out of proportion. But I would ask you to ask the Honorable City Attorney to look into it, see if I'm right, see if I'm just not an accountant, see if my figures are right. And if they are, then let's see what we have to do to correct this inequity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Al Hessen.
Good afternoon. Greetings and salutations, Al Hessen, a tourist visiting your fair city and spending some cash to support your economy for the past week, with 2 more to follow. On Monday at 7:21 p.m. at the RTC Centennial Plaza in Sparks, I came upon a rude, crude, and obnoxious bus driver named Ray. When I questioned him as to why his number 11 bus to downtown Reno was not properly parked and waiting to board customers at bay number 1 for Route 11, he informed me, and I quote, he could park the damn bus where he pleased. I informed him that this was not acceptable to me, a paying customer. He then told me to get off the bus. I refused his order. He then called for a security officer, who asked me to step off the bus to discuss this matter. Security accepted my version of events and, to his credit, offered me an apology. I then had to wait 35 minutes for the next number 11 bus. I bring this up because this driver would not know if I was a resident or an out-of-town visitor. He is a poor reflection of what the RTC stands for, namely, superior customer service. It is my belief that this misfit driver, totally bereft of common sense and customer service skills, be called on the carpet and reprimanded, and a copy of these remarks should be replaced or should be placed in his personnel file. A suspension would also be appropriate. A copy of these remarks is being forwarded to Mr. Lee Gibson, Executive Director of the RTC. Copies are also provided today to Mayor Cashel and RTC Commission members David Aizi and Dan Guston. Thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you very much. James Casera.
Well, my name's James Casera. I'm a Reno resident. I was at the county commission meeting yesterday and got a little salty with them because of them canceling the senior special meeting that they had. And they said that they had 3 members that could not attend, and I told them that they have the phone they could be there by phone, and that they just don't want to hold a meeting. They also said that when they found out that they could not hold a meeting, that they contacted you, Sparks, and the school district, and none of you have returned their reply to have another meeting. So I'm asking you to get a hold of Sparks and the city and the school district and make dates and try and get another meeting set as soon as possible, because if you leave it up to them, you won't have another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark McCallum? I want to call him what I want to call him. I don't care if it upsets him. Let him be upset. It is Markel, isn't it? Excuse me, Mr. Markel.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Mr. Markel.
Okay. My name is Mark Markel, a concerned Reno resident. And I want to begin by saying that I'm reading from this because I suffer from a traumatic brain injury, and I get stuck. I get off track, and sometimes cursing involuntarily. I'm here to warn you people about drinking, getting in the car with a drunk driver, and drinking and driving. I took my first beer when I was 8. I got a couple of beers out of my dad's refrigerator in the garage and drank with a friend. 89, my brother and I drank 4 gallons of wine and went on our way to get more when we had a car crash, and the police report said we were going over 100 miles an hour. When we came to a bridge over a freeway, there was a car exiting. We swerved to miss it. We wouldn't have hit it, but we were drunk. And we thought we were. This is, okay, we hit a curb and rolled 150 feet, and I was ejected, and the car landed on my head. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt because they weren't mandatory back then. I didn't even know the car had them. The Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, and the ambulance crew all did their part, and I got to the hospital. The doctor brought me back to life. I was in a coma for a month, and in the hospital for 5.5 months more. When I was released from the hospital, I was wheelchair bound, but the Holy Spirit helped me. God willed me alive to show you what could happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver or drink and drive. Now I can. Dude, I'll yeah, to be continued.
Thank you very much, Mark.
And I'm sorry I'm just slow. And I want to comment on, if I may.
No, your time's up, Mark.
What?
Your time is up.
Well.
Thank you very much.
I can.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry.
City Attorney, I heard 2 public comments on Quest, and I should have declared when y'all made your comment that my son's on the board of directors of that, and I will recuse myself whenever the discussions come up. And I just picked up the piece of paper, and he wants to speak, so I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Hazy, and I'm going to walk out of the room while he speaks, okay? But I apologize not doing that a while ago. We're not taking any action today.
And Mr. Mayor, for the record, John Cadlick, City Attorney, and that's true. This is just simply public comment. No action can be taken during public comment. So, but you're right to recuse yourself and disclose.
Mr. Cashel. Hi, my name is Pat Cashel, City Council. Thanks for having me, allowing me to speak. Oh man, I'm a board member of Quest Counseling, and just for the record, it's not a paid position. Even though it's not a paid position, it's probably one of the more rewarding things I've done. It's giving back and helping these kids and helping Quest Counsel. So besides being a board member, I'm also a former drug addict. And a lot of people come to me and ask me, how'd you do it? How'd you get clean? How'd you get sober? And you got to bear with me. I'm not a public speaker like Dad. So, so a lot of people come to me and ask me, how do you do it? How'd you get clean? How'd you get sober? And there's a lot of reasons I got clean and sober, and the biggest one was I wanted it. I wanted it more than anything in the world, and runs in the family too. We get emotional too. And I have an incredible family. But I wanted to share with you one thing that helped me get clean. And that was an incredible community that stood behind me. I was the people that you're scared of. I was the person that went around at night and looked for garage doors that were open to rob from you. I was the person that was beating people up for my drugs. I was the people that Steve Pitts was chasing around town. And I'll tell you what changed my life is this community opened up their arms to me and let me back in. They embraced me and they helped me. Tammy Lopes, I don't know if she's here. She's allowed me to come into her gym and train with her. She's not afraid of me. I'm not damaged goods. And I think if we as a community embrace these kids, and if some of the people, I'm just asking you, some of the people in the neighborhood, if you come and volunteer some of your time and get to know some of these kids, and maybe if you're a lady in the neighborhood that's afraid of these kids, come over and meet them. Come over and introduce yourself and maybe help them with their dress, or maybe help them teach them how to cook. Maybe come over and volunteer on Wednesdays. Instead of making this a negative thing, it can be a positive thing for these kids, because these kids are our future. And we need to help them. We don't know where these kids have come from. We don't know the families they've come from. They may not have a mother or a father. They may have a father that's abusive. And if we treat them that way, if we stand out in front of Quest Counseling and picket and put up yellow crime tape and treat them like criminals, they're going to act like criminals. And so instead of doing that, I'm asking everyone in the neighborhood, because it's going to happen, and where Quest is coming to the neighborhood, come and volunteer. Come and get to know the kids. Come over and share some of the experiences you guys have, some of the knowledge that you guys have about living clean and sober. And maybe share that with these kids. Maybe the boys. It's going to be boys. Go and help them. Go teach. There's plenty of room for a garden in the back. Teach them how to grow a garden. Teach them how to be productive members of society. Don't teach them that they're criminals and that's the way they should be treated, because they're not. They're human beings.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dene?
I'd prefer to wait for the mayor to come back. He doesn't have to recuse himself
Well, you can
anymore.
start your 3 minutes. You can do what you choose.
Mr. Mayor, would you please come back? Hello, Mr. Mayor. Sam Dene. I'm the encyclopedia of Reno government. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation against horrible things like vote stealing. I'm the epidemiologist of vote stealing oversight. I have proven that the votes have been stolen for year after year after year, and the ignorant media over there, not just that media, the rest of the media, the ignorant media just ignores it as if it doesn't even matter. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing worse in America than vote stealing. And I've caught them stealing votes over and over. And I just caught them stealing votes again yesterday. Yesterday they stole the votes again. I'm wearing my white hat. I normally wear my red one. I'm wearing my white hat. Tomorrow is Flag Day. I meant to, if I could have found one, I would have brought a white flag down here and waved it around and said, America, America is surrendering. Sam's not surrendering. America is surrendering to the vote stealers. And all of you people sit here like bumps on logs and assume that these people were legally elected to their positions when maybe some were and maybe some weren't. I look at people like Ed Hawkins. Ed Hawkins, I've seen here. A mountain of a man, powerful, strong, articulate, well-meaning, well-mannered, and he gets 4% of the vote. A Marine veteran with a war hero, and he gets 4% of the vote, and somebody I've never seen or heard in my life, nothing against these other people, might be good housewives or husbands for all I know, gets 25 or 30% of the vote. It's ludicrous. Anybody with an ounce of sense knows that the vote stealing is taking place over and over and over again. By the way, I support these people here. I believe in neighborhood self-determination. Mr. Cushell Jr. over there, fantastic speech, and you did a great job. Had my heart thumping, I have to admit. But I just don't agree that these folks should have to go over there and teach some people there. We've got 7 floors empty in this building right here. Why didn't you put them in this building right here? There's all kinds of places, and I didn't want to dwell on that long. Last but not least, not last, but I'd like to go on and on and on, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for coming back and listening to my tirade. I hope you could hear me upstairs. It is a... Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
I heard you.
Very good. I'm glad you were able to hear me. Does anybody think that I seem emotional right now? There's the Army guys. Does this guy seem like he's emotional? You guys go off to war. You have people who are probably not even elected to office sending you off to war, jeopardizing your lives and your and careers and bodies. And the vote stealing is just rampant. It's gone. One of the reporters told me he wouldn't have given that one person a plug nickel. And guess what? Somehow that person ended up with the most votes. Sam, they were trying to embarrass, last time they embarrassed Sam, giving him 10% of the vote in 16 far-flung counties. This time they pumped it all the way up to 25%, and everybody knows that Sam is the person that people want, but you don't know it. You said he was voted down. He wasn't voted down. His votes were stolen.
Thank you very much. I have no other public comment cards at this time. You have any other cards? Okay. I'll close the public comment section at this time. When we go to approval of the agenda, pulled items, the applicants request this item be pulled. We need to open item F1. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent? No, we need to approve the agenda. Excuse me, I guess we do need to approve the agenda before I can pull that can. Well, I was just trying to speed things up a little bit. We have proclamations, items C1, C2, and C3. Presentations today, item D1, Regional Transportation Commission on Sutro. Consent agenda. Item E7, approval of Amendment 6 to the cooperative agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members, on item E7, staff is just requesting that this item be approved with the changes that were outlined in the memo that was sent to council members.
Okay. Public comment, 12 noon. Public hearings, item F1, item F2, time certain. We have one on discussion, potential direction to staff on group homes and halfway houses. There's a time certain of 1:30 on senior services. Item, got a time certain, J12, on interlocal agreement at 2 o'clock. And we have item J11, agreement with RSCVA and United States Bowling Congress. That would be held after 3 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could we hear L5 after L9 at 1:30? There's some
L5.
spillover there, please.
Okay.
And we should hear G4 before we take F2.
That's right, yes. Okay.
And, Mr. Mayor, yeah, there was a time certain at 12:30, which is slightly past, but it was for J7, the past drive, the discussion you just talked about. And I have talked to a couple of people. There's been an attorney hired by some of the people that representing the residents on Pass Drive. So I have asked, and we need to open it at the time that we have when it comes up, that it be continued until the 27th of this month, till June 27th, and be brought back at that time.
Okay.
It gives the attorneys, our attorney, Mr. Boney, and the attorney that is now representing the people in that area time to get together and talk about all the circumstances that are involved.
Okay. And that item was
J7.
J7. All right. With those changes, any other changes? Have a motion, have second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carried unanimously. Approval of the minutes for May 23.
Move to approve.
Motion, second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Cash disbursement, May 13 and June 2nd.
None for me, Mr. Mayor.
All right. None. Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. This time, we're going to go to item C2, United States Army Week. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the United States Army was established by the First Continental Congress on the 14th day of June, 1775, and whereas the United States Army exists to defend the freedom of our citizens and our nation's security interests, and whereas many citizens of Reno have served their nation and given the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedoms as members of the United States Army. And whereas it is proper to recognize the United States Army annually on its birthday and to thank those who have served and those who are presently serving our country. Therefore, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel, Sr., Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, I do by proclaim June 14th, 2012 as the 237th birthday of the United States Army, and proclaim June 11th through 16th, 2012 as United States Army Week in and for the City of Reno, Nevada, and exhort all citizens to join me and all of us on this dais in this salute to express our gratitude to those who have served and to those who are now serving to protect our nation and its freedoms. Gentlemen, thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody that contributed to this. Usually this is something we usually do like on the basis. We like cut a cake. Youngest person usually slices the cake, but have it celebrated in the city, that's kind of a big thing. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And would y'all please come by here first so we can say thank you?
You heard, Mr. Mayor, they normally celebrate with cake.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure you heard that.
No, sir. And we did that one year here, but you ate too much of it, so we had not enough to go around. All right, item C1. Mr. Fraza. Thank you all very much.
Deborah? Would you come up and accept?
Oh, sure.
Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, a document which stated that all slaves held in states or parts of states engaged in war against the federal government shall be then, henceforward, and forever free. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the end of slavery in the United States, dating back to June 19, 1865, the day on which Union soldiers landed in Galveston, Texas, with news the war had ended and that all slaves were now free. 2.5 years after President Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas Juneteenth was recognized as America's second Independence Day by the Congress of the United States in 1997, and is a celebration of freedom and justice for all Americans with special emphasis on education, achievement, and tolerance. And whereas Founders Day is celebrated annually to recognize the shoulders on which we stand and the role and responsibility we have to prepare our young people for the future. And whereas the Northern Nevada Black Cultural Awareness Society's Juneteenth celebration was already held on June 10, 2012 in Wingfield Park, in celebration of this historic occasion and an opportunity to showcase cultural diversity in Northern Nevada through music, dance, and history. Now, therefore, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel Sr., Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, June 19, 2012, as Juneteenth, Independence Day. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mayor Cashel and his office for the proclamation. We did read it at the Juneteenth event. I want to thank the city for helping us to put it on the Reno Rec. Peggy Aguilera does an awesome job in organizing. The Reno Police Department supported us in our 3-on-3 basketball, and Officer Jerry Bowden headed that up. And I want to thank Governor Bryan. He signed a bill making June 19th a official observation. It's not a holiday. That was in the paper, so I just want to say that here. But I just want to thank this community. I agree with some of the other words that were spoken. This is a wonderful community, and I'm very privileged to be a part of it, and thank you for your support. The Northern Nevada Black Culture Awareness Society looks forward to your support next year, and we look forward to a wonderful event. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Zedra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very happy to be able to present this proclamation because, as Council knows, you agreed with a recommendation that I made last fall that we begin this year in our kickoff event will be November 3rd, that we begin a major buy local promotion, where we have at least 100 local businesses to encourage all of our residents to come down and enjoy a day of festivities buying from local vendors. And this ties right into the efforts that Nancy, and we should welcome her to her new position as Vice President at EDON for expansion and workforce development. So I'm very pleased to support your mission here as well. Whereas to Think Local program is a community initiative to build awareness of the economic benefits of doing business locally, and whereas the effort enhances the livability of our community, the stability and diversity of the local economy, and the retention and expansion of local businesses, and while increasing awareness of the personal, community, and economic benefits of choosing to think local first. And whereas, whenever possible, Think local to purchase goods and services from local vendors and suppliers, and when needed, from online companies with a presence within the state of Nevada. Purchase from companies that hire local employees. Think local to contract with companies that have a local presence. Think local to hire our region's talent base. It's robust and diverse. Think locally and eat produced food when available. Support growers, local distributors, and locally owned food establishments. This also helps cut down on travel and carbon emissions. And support our local nonprofits. They support us. Serve or otherwise engage and invest in our local community as a citizen and a volunteer. Whereas thinking local is really just a mindset that helps retain wealth in our region. It benefits our economy, creates jobs, increases the tax base, and it helps all of us, especially in these tough economic times. Now, therefore, I, Robert A. Cashel, or for Robert A. Cashel Sr., the mayor of the city of Reno, do hereby proclaim Reno as a Think Local community.
Thank you very much. EDON would like to thank the Reno City Council for putting forward this proclamation because we do believe that a renewed commitment to think local will drive long-term economic benefits to the entire region. We strongly encourage both government, privately owned business, and the private sector to thoughtfully consider purchases of goods and services and to proactively seek out Nevada vendors whenever possible through RFP processes, normal business procurement activities, or personal buying decisions. We're honored to be a part of this community initiative. Thank you very much.
All right, at this time we'll go to item D1, presentation on Sutro.
Good morning, Mayor Cashel, members of the City Council. My name's Howard Riedel. I'm with RTC. I'm here to give you a presentation on our Sutro Complete Street project. Okay. I'll just do that. Thanks to your support and the support of your staff, the RTC was able to acquire a $1.3 million federal grant to make much-needed mobility and safety improvements on Sutro Street. The project limits are shown here. In the yellow, this is where we're going to be concentrating on pedestrian and transit and bicycle facilities. This is where most of the non-auto users are in the corridor. The entire project from 4th Street to North McCarran will receive a slurry seal for preventive maintenance, and Complete Streets roadway conversion will be considered as part of the project. Important programs that that made, excuse me, important programs that allowed us to acquire this grant is the state strategic highway safety plan, safe routes to school, and RTC's Complete Street program. All of these programs have the objective to reduce crashes, increase safety, provide a place for all users of roadways. We've identified a lot of needs in this corridor. We've taken 12-hour pedestrian bicycle counts, and you see the results up there. There's a lot of non-auto users in the corridor, and there's also a lot of non-compliant American with Disabilities Act barriers that need to be addressed on this project. There's also a lot of transit users on this route. We have 4 routes within the area, 15 bus stops. This is actually the RTC's second most productive corridor in its transit system. Looking at the crash data, the corridor and the Audi-Sutro intersection have been identified as a high crash rate corridor and intersection. We've also done a safety audit with NDOT, so we've gone up and down the corridor with NDOT, your staff, and looked at some of the safety things that we can address during this project. As I mentioned before, this area road is scheduled for RTC's preventive maintenance program to receive a slurry seal treatment, and it gives us an opportunity to look at doing roadway conversion techniques. I want to let you know how we're going to go about the project. We are forming 3 focus groups with the schools. Another focus group will be special events, the county complex, traffic management. We'll also be having a focus group with transit, mobility impaired, and county health services. Our first public meeting with the purpose of listening to the community and getting their ideas and priorities is going to be held June 26th at Glen Duncan Elementary, and you're all invited. We'll be following up from what we hear from the community with a second public meeting to bring back concepts and let them tell us what they would like to see, what concept they prefer, and then we'll come back to you, give you a briefing, and get direction from you. We expect final design to finish up late in the year, and when the weather gets better, we'll do construction early spring. I know you have a very busy agenda, so I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Anybody got any questions, Mr. Fraser?
Yeah, Howard, a couple questions, because with the senior center so close, I believe myself and Councilman Hashtag years ago initiated the speed limit change. Are we looking at pedestrian safety over in that area, specifically that crosswalk? I know we had done some improvements, and I believe the speed limit's 25 over there now. In the new design, are you looking at taking that into consideration?
We have no desire to change the speed limit, but that intersection at 9th and Sutro is really where the highest pedestrian use is, and we're looking to improve that. We're also looking to improve, there's a lot of people who wait for the signal to cross, and there's not enough room for people to stand around, and oftentimes they're in the dirt and things like that. And so definitely we are looking at that intersection, as well as all the mid-block crossings between 9th Street up to Sutro.
Good. I just think that needs to be looked at as part of the design. Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, Howard. Appreciate it. Going to the consent agenda, we have somebody that'd like to speak. Mr. Dene.
Sam Dene. I am the encyclopedia of Reno government. I have attended virtually every city council meeting since 1994, so I know what's going on. I am speaking in the first person to see if I can get away with it. It's very difficult to do, but I'm trying, so give me a chance. Also, I'm here to speak on the consent agenda, which, for the folks out in TV land, is a situation where they're going to vote on about, well, in this case, 35 items all in one vote unless somebody pulls one of the items off. I am not speaking for or against anything on the consent agenda. I am just making the observation that I've noticed through the years that you very rarely talk to anybody about these liquor licenses and various cabaret licenses that you give out. I used to attend the Carson City Council meetings for about 3 years in a row, and down in Carson City, when a person wants to get a liquor license, they have to be available in the audience so that the city council can ask them questions if they want. Oddly enough, it seemed like the mayor of Carson City at the time had knew quite a bit about every establishment that came before him. And I know our mayor wouldn't know that, though. At any rate, I am here not to criticize or to speak for or against it, but I think that when an operation gets a liquor license, that maybe they should at least be available in case somebody had a question. You had all of these people from this drug rehab home here today, and we're apparently going to talk with them, but you postponed it, or going to postpone it. And I think that it should be a case of these folks at least being available, if not here personally, then I think that they should be available by phone. Otherwise, it looks like this whole thing is a slam dunk without anybody asking questions.
Thank you very much. Having no other public comments, I'll close it, bring it back to the table. We're on the consent agenda. I'm going to pull off item E7 until we get a definition and get some description. Any other items you want to pull off for discussion, Ms. Safraza?
Mr. Mayor, E15, please.
E15. Okay, Mr. Isaac.
E8, please, Mr. Mayor.
E8. Any others? And we'll pull E7. Have motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimous. Ms. Safraza, E8.
Okay, E15, is this a new Dottie's opening?
For the record, Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager. Yes, this is a new Dottie's.
So it's not a change of ownership?
No, it's brand new.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have.
Can I ask a question?
You have a question, Mr. Isaac?
How many slot machines does this Dottie's have?
It's not constructed yet, but it will have. We'll have 15 slot machines.
Because it says they're going to take over 2 suites, so it's not going to be 15 in each one, is it? It'll be 15 total?
No, there's a square footage requirement from the Gaming Control Board.
Okay.
Just one more question.
All right.
Mike, did Gaming Control Board at the state, and maybe a better question for Maryland, they were looking into this issue. Did they make a ruling on this?
Yes, they did change the rules. For gaming, this application is for the bar, but they did make some changes to the rules, and those are in effect today. And the Gaming Control Board, Dottie's, is scheduled for September 7th to go before the board. So they have to meet those new requirements before they'll be issued a license.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion.
I'm not making it.
Move to approve?
Have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion
No.
carries. Oops, so it's 6-1. All right. E15.
E7, Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me.
Do we want to
7 or
approve?
8?
Do we want to approve E7 with the changes made?
Well, I
Is
wanted
that-
to have Jody come up and explain
okay.
a little bit, and then we can do that. I'm sorry.
For the record, Jody Royal, Goodwin Housing and Neighborhood Development Administrator. So the change was that on last Thursday, I was notified that the amount in the staff report for Washoe County's contribution under the formula was incorrect per their calculation, and it was reduced to $1,138,267,000. So under the formula with the tax equivalent contributions, the total amount contributed under the cooperative agreement is $1,685,113
So they reduced theirs
by just about $40,000.
$40,000.
Move to, you want a motion to approve, Mr.
Yes, please.
Move to approve with those changes.
With the motion made and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, Mr. Azzi.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a disclosure on E8 that I am on the board of the Black Rock Arts Foundation. It's a non-paid position. We meet every 2 months. It's nothing I spend a whole lot of time on. And I wanted to, the city attorney said I should make that disclosure. I've made it previously. Wanted to make it today, and I think we have a contract today with a few changes that Mr. Scow would like to tell us about.
Council members, Mr. Manager, this is Craig Scaw from the Reno City Attorney's Office. This is a matter that's been on kind of a fast track, and drafts were put into the agenda management system before approval, and we have had a number of changes that I handed out to you in a redlined version. Those went out just recently, and we heard back as recently as 12:08 this morning on some of the provisions. And so I do need to go over it and, for the record, point out those changes. that are being made and bring a matter to your attention that is still in somewhat of a dispute. If I can have the overhead, please. Can that be focused anymore? There we go. Most of the changes are technical changes that the parties have agreed to, and they have agreed to all the provisions except two I'll be talking about. But the biggest points that we have in here, and for the record I want to go through all of these pages, is that the artist himself was originally going to be part of the agreement, but that got changed by mutual agreement, and so the artist has been removed from the agreement. The major changes I've highlighted in yellow, and the first one talks about that BRAF, that's the Black Rock Arts Foundation, has acquired the rights to the property and is making such representations for the city's protection. The second yellow section makes sure that the city, since it's going to be out here on the plaza in front of us, is preserving all of its proprietary rights to the plaza. Then, let's see, the third highlight, again, is protection from potential copyright changes. All the other changes are merely form over substance and are agreed to. The second page, city reserves rights to require BRAF to make reasonable changes for the protection of the public. This is a large piece of art, and we wanted to clarify that our relationship, that they will have the duties to come in and make any necessary changes. They were concerned that if those changes cost too much, that they needed to have some mechanism to pull out, so the agreement will provide for that to occur also. And if they don't make the changes, then we have the right to terminate the agreement and require them to remove the art piece. Then on this page at the bottom, termination and removal again goes to those provisions, and has a provision that if they have to spend more than $2,000 on any particular change, then they will have the ability to opt out of the agreement. And then if the city doesn't want the art piece there, we have the ability to terminate the agreement on 90 days' notice for any reason. Now, at the bottom of this page, the indemnification provision, section 1.1, is where we start to have something that I need to bring to council's attention. And that's where we're still having a little bit of a disagreement here. Normally, in a contract, you have two provisions that tie together. One is an indemnification provision, and one is an insurance provision, so that if there is any injury caused related to this piece of art, we would have protection of indemnification, hold harmless, defense, as well as the backing of an insurance company. We sent the draft that I'm showing you now to the Black Rock Arts Foundation, and then received back this morning a provision requesting a change that is the removal of the part in brackets here. And that was a part that we had put in relating to the potential for people climbing on this particular piece of art, and we were hoping to get both indemnification and insurance coverage in case someone fell off of it. The Black Rock Arts Foundation has come back from their legal counsel and removed that provision, and so that may have the effect of leaving the city responsible in case that does occur. And so I wanted to bring that to council's attention. So that is in both the insurance, that was in the previous section. This is the language that has been removed by them in the insurance, and again, it refers to climbing on the item. So, council has, of course, discretion to accept it with those changes, but I do want to bring those to council's attention so that that can be considered for the table. Any comments or questions at this point?
Any comments, any questions, anybody? Mr. Guston?
I'd just say, as in terms of other art pieces in town or other contracts, how are they handled any differently, or do they all have the indemnification clause that you're talking about?
Well, I think that they have indemnification clauses, and perhaps Christine can address this, but I think they have indemnification clauses for when the artist is manufacturing it and installing it and his actions. But once it's there,
The city accepts it.
the city has accepted it and is then the
So-
city's
and that's
piece.
what-
Is that, have I got that correct?
And that's just tantamount to what BlackRock is asking right now, right?
In essence, yes. And so we just want to make sure that council is aware of that provision if these changes are accepted by council.
Distinction might be. The difference being here, Dan, is that this is a temporary piece. We're not purchasing it. I think that's the difference between most of the other ones, and this is sort of going to be a boilerplate for future installations.
Gotcha.
They've done this before, but it's been on the private property over behind the riverside. Now it's moving to
Right.
city property, so that's the difference. I think
Yeah.
that's why this would be different than other contracts.
And the potential is, it's just in the design of it, is this one to some extent invites climbing potentially?
Well, I don't think
It's not designed for climbing, pardon me, but it has
Let me
been.
ask you, Craig, doesn't the total indemnification indemnify us also if someone climbs on it and falls off? I mean,
I don't believe it does, and that was why they took that out. The indemnification indemnifies them for their actions. They are simply installing it, but once it's there, they haven't taken any more action as far as the design of it. Any other questions?
Mr. Hatchup?
So are they concerned, I guess their concern is that they'll go ahead and indemnify the city and defend the city and provide insurance company, provided the damage, personal injury, property, whatever the case may be, is caused by them?
Yes. Yes, and they've represented they would have difficulty getting, or maybe impossible to get insurance for something that is done by the public after they've installed it and are no longer there. So that could be a potential concern, needs to be.
What was the other change they made to the insurance coverage on section 10?
Let me pull that up again. The insurance part that they pulled out is in the highlights there, bracketed.
in 10.2?
In 10.2. And it's the part that specifically references public use, including climbing.
I guess I'm not following, because if they have insurance coverage and someone is injured on the grounds, that insurance coverage is going to cover against third-party claims. So if a third party uses it, that's why you have insurance. So they would have coverage. I guess I'm not following. They're making a distinction in the indemnity provision, but if we're named as an additional insured and a third party is injured on that device, then that third party would sue presumably them and us, but we would have coverage.
And I would certainly hope that that's the case. I asked, pardon me, I was asking them about their insurance specifically on that point. They didn't, the executive director did not think that it would provide coverage for that, but he had to confess he hadn't had a chance to talk with his insurance agent either. So it is an area where I don't know all of the legal ramifications or the specific coverages. I'm simply concerned that the language we put in there to protect ourselves in the agreement, they are asking to put out, take out. That may be the fact that, as you state, that the insurance would cover it, but that is not something that has been, that either side has had a chance to confirm yet.
So what's the timeline on this, Dave? Do we have to have an answer today?
They're going to be installing by the 28th of June, so hopefully.
Okay.
And that's going over where they're tearing out the concrete now?
Correct.
And then what's this sawing on this end?
That's for the electrical that's going to go in.
So they got to run it all the way
The
around?
pipes go all the way through, and then that's just the end piece that
Oh,
hasn't
okay,
gone in.
okay.
So that's all that has to be done is
Okay.
what's being done there.
So I guess the way to get the yes to this is, as long as their insurance coverage for third-party claims, they shouldn't care. So,
If you authorize that this can be approved, provided that there is insurance coverage for that, then that would be one form of approval. If that's not the case, you need to consider what you want to do.
I just don't see it not, that's why you have insurance. So I guess the way we could resolve 11.1 is they would go ahead and indemnify us for somebody climbing on it, whatever the case may be, whatever that third-party claim would be, to the extent that they have insurance. So if they have coverage, they shouldn't care. So how do you want to approach this, Dave? Do you want to just authorize staff to make that change?
The change is by omitting these pieces?
Well, I guess it's too bad they don't have, is anybody here from Black Rock?
They're based in San Francisco, and no, there is not.
I guess a little more background. They've also put up pieces in San Francisco in public places. I mean, so they do it. So I don't know what requirements San Francisco's had to do, but that's done there quite often. And this is the first piece that we've really done here. So I guess we're just trying to take a chance and hopefully get more of that art here.
Right. And then we Chapter 41 is our immunity chapter, right?
We still have Chapter 41 immunity.
So that
correct.
gives us up to $100,000 per claim?
It's now $100,000.
Yeah.
I think we ought to move ahead with it.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah.
I just, maybe we could direct staff that as long as there's insurance coverage for third-party claims, then they could insert that into the agreement. I don't see why that would be an issue.
And hopefully it isn't, but I don't know that yet, so I need to know if it is not the case. Does council want us to
Yeah, let's
get the
move
best
forward. Yeah,
deal
correct.
we can, if you will, but go forward anyway?
I think you're right. I think, and
That's
rather
coverage.
than ask Dave, and we appreciate your information, Dave, but I think you're put in a bad position if we ask you, what do you want to do? And, you know, I don't want to do that to you. And I know you're just trying to get to the bottom of it, but I think we'll ask them to, for the third-party insurance you're talking about, indemnify and move forward on that basis unless we find out something differently.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to, you know, if you want, Craig, we get on a phone call with them and find out, you know, what may be the issue.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that information now.
Okay. So I would go ahead and make the motion that we direct staff with these changes in section 2.2 and 11.1, that they provide protection, indemnity to the city to the extent that we're an additional insured, obviously, and there's coverage.
To the extent that they can secure coverage.
Correct. And if not, then we would accept their changes. Does that work?
As far as I'm,
I'd second that, yeah.
okay, I have a motion second. Any further discussion?
But you're going to say something, Craig, but you still have to ask that question, right? You have to ask the question of BlackRock.
I still have to probably communicate with their insurance representative and find out what coverage they can get, and then we'll get the best coverage that the insurance can provide, and and then have that incorporated into the agreement.
So the motion is predicated on the insurance will be there?
Yes, because I think what their concern is that they don't want to agree to the provision because they don't think they have coverage, and they don't want to get stuck coming out of pocket for a third-party claim.
That is their concern, but we
Correct.
don't know what their insurance coverage is.
Correct. And I think their insurance carrier is going to tell them there is coverage, and at that point, that takes the issue off the table.
Especially if they're doing this in multiple places. I can't imagine they don't have that.
Right. That's why I have insurance for third-party claims. So.
All right, I have a motion second. Any further discussion? Mr. President.
One question kind of off the subject. What's this piece look like? Do we have a picture?
Do we, does staff have a picture of it?
I didn't see it.
There it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Here we go.
If you'd like, I can put that up on the screen.
That's great. Yeah, that's pretty.
And I assume that's sans people, right? That's without the people. Pardon me? Are those people in there, or is that?
That's people on it.
Those are people.
Yeah, but they're not there, they're not permanently there.
No.
No, they're not part of the art, that's what I meant, yeah.
But yes, the people don't come with the artwork.
Darn it.
Thank you.
Shouldn't be loud.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Yeah. No, we're going to open it up and pull it. All right, item F1, Madam Secretary, have all the notice has been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given, and we did receive a letter requesting that the item be withdrawn from
Okay.
John Krumpadic.
Chair will entertain a motion to withdraw item F1. Ms. Surprise. Just say yes. Yes, Coral Academy. We're pulling, right. Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No, they just said withdraw. It's not a continuance.
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. I believe it is their intent to withdraw the application completely. I think Mr. Tournier has spoken with them.
They sent a letter,
I did believe they
yeah.
sent a letter.
Yeah,
That was the request.
okay.
I mean, I think we made it clear last month, we would continue it as long as we needed to. If they want to withdraw it, they can withdraw.
Well, that's what they've requested.
So what's the motion need to be then? Just motion to withdraw the
Yeah.
application?
To accept the withdrawal?
It would be, Fred Trenier, Community Development Director, it would be a motion to withdraw the item. And we do have a letter received by the clerk's office, June 11th, that specifically calls out that they wish to withdraw the zoning map amendment application. And that's part of the record, I believe, the council
Okay,
has
I'll
received.
go ahead and make that motion.
Okay, motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a qualifier that the minutes do reflect that it's at the request of the applicant, that the withdrawal
Yes, we
is
can
at
do
the
that.
request?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we don't want to do F2 until we do G4.
Hmm?
We shouldn't do F2 until we do G4.
Yes. We want to do G4 after item F2. All right, so at this time, we'll go to item F2.
No, G4.
G4 first, okay. Item G4. Really testing me, aren't you guys?
Move to adopt? I'm hurrying you up.
Because the mayor jumped on me, I wasn't prepared for his jump. This is ordinance number 6232, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code Title 18 Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.16, signs, section 18.16804, entitled Alteration, Enlargement, or Relocation, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
I have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, motion carries unanimously. Now, we will go to item F2. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
All right.
And this is no longer necessary because of the action that we just took, so move to...
Abandon?
Abandon.
All right. I have a motion to abandon. Okay. Do I have a second? Do I have, all in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, item G1.
This,
Ordinance.
G1 is the fiscal impact, the business impact statement. You have to dispose of that first, and then G11 will be the bill 6795 into ordinance number 6233.
Oh, you don't have, that's right, you don't have an ordinance there, okay.
I
All
thought
right.
we approved this already.
Hmm?
I thought we approved this in the budget. No?
Yes.
Is this just second reading?
Yep.
Okay.
Chair will
Susan
entertain a
Ballgrove,
mo-
Deputy City Attorney. I'm sorry, yes, this is just the second reading, and your first action before you adopt is you have to accept the business impact statement and make the finding.
All right, item G1. Chair will entertain a motion.
All right, I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor, to accept the business impact statement, make the finding that it's in compliance with NRS 237.080. The business impact statement was prepared in accordance with that statute. The City Council, I'm making the finding that the ordinance does not impose a direct significant economic burden upon business, nor does it directly restrict the formation or expansion of a business.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Bob,
Aye.
Those
Mr.
that-
Mayor, can I just ask staff one question on this?
Sure.
What is the fee in Sparks in the county, just for the record? The
Theirs is
percentage?
max.
I just want it.
We're the only one that's not at max.
For the record, John Flansford, Director of Public Works. The fee in Sparks is 5%, and the county does not collect a fee.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion second. Mr. Azzi.
I just want to, the county doesn't collect the fee because they have like 5,000 people. I mean, they have a very few number of people in Tumwa. They run their, I think they might have their own fee on their own water company, but not through Tumwa.
Right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item G2.
No, we're,
Oop,
item G1,
G11.
which is ordinance number 6233, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 5, Chapter 5.18, entitled Right-of-Way Toll, by amending Section 5.18.010 by increasing the toll from 3% to 5%, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. So it's 6-1, 5-1. 5-1, no, 4-1.
5-1.
5-1, 5-1. Well, I'm missing a thumb. Now they got 6-1. Did you vote? No, you didn't. Okay. Item G2.
This is ordinance number 6234, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, a 1.85 acre parcel located on the west side of Edison Way, 675 Edison Way, 440 feet north of its intersection with South Rock Boulevard from IC, Industrial Commercial, to I, Industrial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item G3.
This is ordinance number 6235, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.08, Zoning, Section 18.08.202, entitled Additional Regulations for Principal Uses to Allow mobile classrooms at school sites under certain conditions, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion, second? Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item G4.
Which we just did,
That's right, we did 4. Item G5.
which is ordinance number 6236, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 8, entitled Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, Chapter 8.30, entitled Solicitation, Article 1 in general, Section 8.30.040, time, place, and manner, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Resolutions, item H1.
This is a resolution 7715, a resolution accepting streets, a portion of Somerset Ridge Parkway in Sierra Canyon Village 11 and 12, LDC 06-00330.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion, second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H2.
H2 is, this is resolution number 7716, a resolution donating fencing, sheds, bleachers, and netting from the Moana Park renovation to the Sky Tavern Junior Ski Program.
Have a motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H3.
This is resolution number 7717, a resolution donating portable stage platforms and accessories from the Moana Park renovation to Art Town.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H4.
H4 is resolution number 7718, resolution donating certain equipment designated as 2 Type 3 wildland fire engines to North Lyon County Fire Protection District.
Move to second.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H5.
H5 is resolution number 7719, a resolution adopting amendment number 3 to the amended interlocal agreement for fire services and consolidation to extend the expiration date from June 30th, 2012 at midnight to July 1st, 2012 at 8 a.m. to facilitate an orderly transition of fire services to the Truckee Meadow Fire Protection District by the City of Reno in accordance with NRS 277045.
Move to
Mr. Mayor,
adopt.
just for clarification, for public's notification, that this is just so that the changeover does not occur in the middle of a 24-hour shift.
All right, have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H6.
H6, resolution number 7720, a resolution adopting and approving a cooperative agreement for mutual aid between Story County and the City of Reno.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H7.
Resolution number 7721, resolution adopting and approving a cooperative agreement for mutual aid between Carson City and the City of Reno.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H8.
This is our resolution number 7722, resolution placing advisory ballot question pertaining to the matter in which the city council members representing wards are elected on the 2012 general election ballot.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just one concern, and just want to thank the Charter Review Committee and the council for all the work they did. But based on yesterday's turnout for primaries, I know that certain parts of the state, when they go to ward-only elections, if that person gets 51%, then they're automatically elected. I just want to clarify with staff, what would be the case, and is that spelled out in the language cadence before it goes to voters, to make sure that that the top 2 then go into the general within their ward?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Sferraza. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. Our charter actually has a provision that is separate that addresses that particular issue, and that's section 5.020 of our charter, subsection 3, subsection A, which states, in the primary election, the names of the 2 candidates for municipal judge, city attorney, or a particular city council seat, as the case may be, who received the highest number of votes must be placed on the ballot for the general election. So unless the council were to give us direction, were the vote on this particular ballot question be affirmative, and we receive direction from you to submit a bill draft request to amend the language, which is actually in subsection 4 of that same provision of the charter, then there would be no provision made to that
current language in the charter that says the two candidates who receive the highest votes go on the ballot.
Yeah, I guess even though our charter says that, once it goes to the legislature, I guess the concern is there that they may take that as a yes vote, meaning that primary, then it's over. And the biggest concern I have is with the low turnout primaries that we have, that the top two do go on to the general election.
And I don't know why that couldn't be written into the language.
I think we should. That's just
I
my
do too.
personal
Even
opinion,
though it's in our
Mr. Mayor.
charter, when we go forward with the language, it needs to be in there so the legislature sees that.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify, would you want that clarified in a bill draft request that went to the legislature, or do you want that clarified in the question that's posed to the voters?
Well, I think the Charter Review Committee worked hard on the question, but in the explanation, we still have to write, there's got to be the
Pros and the cons.
Pros and the cons. I think in the explanation, and maybe Lynn, I'm not sure, that we could put it in the explanation on what it truly means.
And the Charter Review Committee had actually, along with the actual question language, had forwarded to you, it's in the staff report, language for the explanation, and certainly if it's the direction of the council and you're comfortable with staff modifying that explanation language to have a clarifying provision that says that it shall not change the provision that the two candidates who get the highest number of votes continue to the general election, we'd be pleased to do that at your direction.
I would make that motion, Mr. Mayor, and approve the resolution.
Can I add one more thing that hopefully will be in that motion?
Sure.
In the meeting that we held, the joint meeting that we held with the Charter Committee, and again, thank them for their work, I thought we had included the word only in the explanation for the no vote, where we say that only allow each voter to vote for council members in only their respective wards. I think the word only is missing. Each voter to vote for council members in only their respective wards.
And if that was an oversight on our part, I didn't understand that there were to be two onlys in there. I thought that the clarifying only was before the word allow each voter to only allow each voter. But again, if it's the desire of the council to have that additional modifier, we can certainly place that in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or just move the only from where it would say the city charter to allow each voter to vote for council members only in their respective wards.
I think that's better. I do.
It's more explanatory of what's
That
going
would
on.
work as well.
Okay?
So
Motion.
I'll go ahead and make that motion, and with the change, Mr. Mayor, that Councilwoman Zadra suggested, take out only, allow, and put in for council members only in their respective wards in the general election. And also, if staff could bring us back the explanations at the next meeting, that would be great, to add those provisions in there, clarification that it does move on to the general.
Okay, so you want to see, just so that I understand, you want to see this item come back to you at your next agenda, at your next meeting?
I think we're approving it, but I think we want to see the
We want
language.
to see what it reads.
Be happy
Yes.
to provide that to you as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, why don't we just, just add on there, under a no vote, a no vote would not change, let's just put it in now that in any event, the top two candidates in the primary would proceed on to the general. I mean, we can, might as well hash this out in 30 seconds now that have to come back. Is that all we need to say, Councilwoman, is that after a no vote after that, that the top two, because it wouldn't change, a yes vote keeps the existing charter. So under a no vote, it would just say the top two vote getters in the primary would be advancing to the general.
That would be great.
Right,
Under
we'll continue to
clarification.
advance to the general.
Correct. Does that sound okay to you?
Certainly, Councilman, I don't know if the vote getters. is
Well,
a-
we're going to go ahead and vote for it, but you bring it back to us to look at.
Okay.
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 I still
So-
like to see it when it comes back.
Mr. Mayor, John
Yes.
Cadlick, City Attorney. So what you're doing is you're adopting the resolution with the modifications that you're requesting of Ms. Matijevich, basically. But you're adopting the resolution with modifications to put the advisory question on the ballot.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
Mr. Mayor, so it would read, didn't like that language, the two candidates with the most votes in the primary election would advance to the general. Does that sound better than vote getters?
Yes.
Yeah.
better. A lot.
All right. I have a
Thank you.
motion. I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance introductions, I-1.
This is Bill number 6800, and it is an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 8, entitled Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, Article 1, in General Section 8.10.040, petty larceny, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Motion?
Move to refer.
Have a motion, second. Second, all in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item I-2.
This is Bill number 6801, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 8, entitled Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, Chapter 8.10, entitled Offenses Against Property, General Section 8.10.070, obtaining property services under false pretenses, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Have a motion,
Second.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item I-3.
Which is Bill number 6802, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code in Title 8, entitled Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, Chapter 8.20, entitled Obscene Material, in General Section 8.20.010 through 8.0. That has to be changed for next time. One has 8.20.010, and the other one has 8.02.110. I assume it's 8.20.110, and we'll change that before the next reading, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Have a motion,
Second.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J2. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. Do we have it? Where in the hell? There it is. Yes, I see it. This time, we're going to go to item L9. Senior citizens. Discussion, potential direct staff regarding options to fund services for the growing population of senior citizens in Washoe County. Request of Washoe County Board of Commissioners to adopt a resolution placing an advisory ballot question on November 12, 2012 election ballot. Mr. Ashef, you want to, excuse me, we have public
No,
comment?
we should have
card?
public comment, Mr. Mayor.
I don't.
None?
Marcy Coopersmith? Apologize butchering that, but if you can help me out a little bit, I appreciate it.
I married it. I had a nice, simple name. 34 years, but. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Marcy Coopersmith. I'm a volunteer at the Senior Law Project, which is located at 9th and Sutro. And I would just like to say that the Senior Law Project is a wonderful, exclusive legal provider, free of service to seniors. It helps them with wills, guardianships, evictions, and unfortunately something which is coming up a lot, financial senior elder abuse. I see firsthand how troubled and upset the seniors are when they come into the Senior Law Project, and I also see how wonderful the staff is with them, whether it be the attorney, the legal secretary, or the housing counselor. They sit down with the seniors and they make them feel comfortable, they give them guidance, and they give them answers. Imagine they also do follow-up phone calls and visits. So you can imagine as a senior how it must feel to not be neglected, how wonderful that is, because this is a group that is all too often neglected. Please see if you can find a way to continue the senior law project. It is crucial. Please remember, seniors are people too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to address you this afternoon.
Thank you. Stephen Jacobs.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Jacobs. I'm the chair of the Reno Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm also a SHIP Medicare counselor. I've been working at the Senior Center for 7 years. I've been here before many times discussing the problems that face seniors, so I won't repeat myself. I just want to thank you and encourage you for this measure that you're putting forward. It is desperately needed. If we don't do something, seniors are going to be in dire straits. Day by day, the problem is growing. Seniors are the fastest growing segment of our population, not just in Reno, of course, but all over, and something needs to be done. So I want to thank you for putting this forward, and want you to know that we will support it to the fullest extent that we can. Thank you.
You know, Mr. Attorney, I didn't ask the question earlier. Should I recuse myself since I'm the only senior citizen sitting up here? Huh? I'm in favor of everything they want to do, so what the hell? Oh, no, Mr. Guston's ahead of me, too, so. Anita Ritter, Ritter? Yes. Okay, I didn't know if it was an R and S. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Anita Ritter, and I am a resident in Sparks. I'd like to discuss the pressing need for increasing the ad valorem tax. Nevada has, over the past 15 years, had the fastest growing aging population in the United States. Those 65 plus has grown 56%, where those 85 plus, those most in need, has grown by 78%. Over the same time, we have had a decline in federal resources made available to the state for aging services. Over the last 2 years, the state has lost $500,000 in resources. So what we have now is a rapidly growing population with declining resources. We have a crash coming ahead of us. Yesterday, or the day before, the Federal Reserve released a report on personal wealth. It indicated that in the United States, personal wealth had dropped by 40%, and it was far greater among those who were Black, Hispanic, or Asian. I'd like to use myself as an example. I was a highly paid professional in Washington, D.C. My house was paid for. I had hundreds of thousands of dollars invested in my 401k. This sounds great. Over the past 6 years, I have lost 50% of my wealth. Now, I'm not using myself as an example. I'm just saying I am not poor. I am middle class. With this drop in wealth, which is probably far greater in Washoe County, because of the high unemployment rate and the high foreclosure rate, there are many of those who were middle class who are now dropping down into the lower rungs. So had we not had this vast recession, people would have been fine. There wouldn't be a great need to provide resources to the middle class. So you can't say that people are lazy, they're not working, they're not saving. They took risks. It is the vast middle class that is now slipping down into poverty level. So when you think about the ad valorem tax, We're not talking about those who are systemically in poverty. We're talking about a growing population of older persons who will be needing services. We can no longer count on the federal government to provide us these resources. We're going to have to dig deeper. We're going to have to find local resources that will help this growing population in Washoe County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you very much. Donna Clontz?
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Clontz, live in Reno, and I'm vice chair of the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. We met yesterday and we discussed the ad valorem tax question that is being talked about by all of the leaders of the city of Reno, the city of Sparks, and the county commissioners about how we can meet that need of the growing population of seniors here in Washoe County. We're just seeing the beginning of the wave. In 2011, the first baby boomers born in 46 turned 65, and we're just the beginning, the front of that wave. So the numbers of seniors that are going to be needing services here in Washoe County is barely being met today. We saved the budget at the county level a few months ago to kind of keep services level, but they had already been severely cut back. So in pulling all of the good minds together of all of those of you who do serve us in our cities, counties, our school district, and so on at your joint committee meetings, the discussion came to whether or not there was a way to raise the property tax, the ad valorem tax. Right now, there's a 1, 2, 3 formula going on with services that we care about. 1 cent goes to seniors right now. 2 cents goes to children's services. 3 cents of the $3.66 or 64 cents, depending, 3 of those cents go to animal services. And so the discussion was, what can we do to bring that 1 cent that is now currently paying for the senior services that we're all talking about up to a place where it can actually at least start meeting the needs, and if we're really being planning and being efficient, what can we do to make it meet the need for a longer period of time? And so the thought was, add 2 cents to the 1 cent and bring it up to the equal 3 cents that animal services now get from our property tax. We, the members of the Senior Advisory Committee, put together a letter that you received on the platform today, and I know that you are going to be discussing some options that you, as the Reno City Council, could come up with to meet this need. And we all unanimously are urging that you consider joining in what Sparks City Council did the other day to urge the county to put the 2 cent ad valorem tax increase for senior services on an advisory question for the ballot in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie McMullen?
For the record, Connie McMullen, Chairman, Washoe County Senior Services Board. I'm not going to go through much of what has already been said, other than to say that for lack of anything else, because we really haven't gotten down as a body of 4 different entities to sit down and talk about these issues and kind of hash them out. This was one body, the City of Sparks' idea of moving the issue forward. I want to thank all of you, though, for helping. You've had a great understanding of these issues and helping us put focus on a very sensitive and crucial need at this time as we've moved forward. We're at a very important time. We waste no time. 2 years down the road is going to be a slow start. So we have this population growing. 55 plus is currently 25% of Washoe County senior population, with the fastest growing at 85 plus. Those people most in need, and those people who put most of a drain on our resources. So I thank you for all you've done for us in advancing this on the agenda at such short notice, and I thank you for all you do.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important that we correct some misinformation that you all received yesterday at the County Commission meeting. The joint meeting that was scheduled to have occurred on Monday, May 4th, involving both the cities of Reno and Sparks and Washoe County and the school district, was in truth scheduled on February 21st. And despite what you were told, the June 4th meeting was a regular meeting of this group, and it was approved as the procedure calls for. The regularly scheduled meetings with these 4 policy boards, the agendas and the dates and times that we will meet are approved by the mayors and their managers, the respective managers, do indeed identify the dates and times of the meetings. Again, it was approved on the 21st of February. It was a regular meeting scheduled to have occurred on June 4th, and every member of the elected board was advised in writing of the date and time on February 22nd. So I think the lack of the quorum that the county commission had for this meeting, and therefore the cancellation, was at best a misleading response to the legitimate concerns that you guys have expressed, and we certainly have endorsed through our policies and our priorities for the year. You've been promised a meeting, and local officials need to address that, and it indeed was a regular meeting that they chose coincidentally to schedule other meetings that conflicted with it.
Everybody had at least 3 months' notice of when the meeting was going to be and everything. So it wasn't any surprise somebody came up on Monday and said, we're going to have a meeting on Tuesday. It was scheduled by myself, Mayor Martini, and I think it was Chairman Larkin, and all of our staffs were there to approve those meetings for the whole year. So it's not like somebody didn't call them up and say, oh, what do you have scheduled? It was already scheduled, and everybody knew that. When one group wasn't going to, I took it upon myself because I thought it was a waste of time not having everybody there. Why get everybody together when you can't do anything? So that's the reason I suggested to my manager, and I know that Mayor Martini suggested his manager, it would be a waste of time. So when they came up at the last minute and sent us notices that those meetings were canceled because 3 people weren't going to be there, they knew about it 2-3 months ahead of time. So it's nothing like it was scheduled that afternoon and somebody didn't check their schedule. And I heard they made contradicting statements, and I'd really like to clear that up, and thank you for doing it. All right. Mr. Azzi.
Just on that piece, Mr. Mayor, I think it's also our responsibility and Sparks' responsibility. There's no reason we should have canceled our attendance. You know, we could have been there. We could have been discussing with Sparks and the 2 county commissioners, at least to have the joint discussion. Just because they can't be there doesn't mean that we still can't be there and talk to Sparks.
And we could have. It just seemed like it was a waste of time not having everybody there.
I understand, but I think that that's where the public might see that they are just wasting our time.
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking here at an animal control study we had in December, where we had requested them in December to have a joint meeting. And the answer was, we'll discuss it at our next meeting of the county commission about whether we want to have a joint meeting with you or not.
Right.
For a year, they have not had a joint meeting with us.
But, Mr. Iazzi, you make a good point. We similarly had this same kind of response from the county several years ago about flood meetings, and we finally just decided we're going to meet regardless if you're here or not. And all of a sudden, their schedule cleared up, and they were able to be here.
And I take it what you're saying, and we will not do that again. Anybody, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I know I had met with Connie before on this. One concern that I do have is based on the county's previous actions. We've seen it with animal control, is basically raiding that fund of money for other purposes. And so I want to make sure that as we're moving forward, and I don't know who's going to craft that ballot language, that we make sure that it does go for seniors and where it's meant to be, that it doesn't get diverted for other purposes, which was tried with animal control and I believe done with buyouts and everything else, Mr. Mayor. So hopefully we'll get the audit of that fund back fairly soon. But I want to make sure as we're moving forward, in fact, Connie, you had talked about a regional board similar to regional planning governing board for seniors. And I think we've got to start moving towards that route for our senior population. And I just want to make sure that if this does go to the voters, Mr. Mayor, that the money goes to seniors where it's intended to go.
Well, then that's something that's going to be requested after a while, that some of these taxes that are earmarked, I think we need to get an accounting of them, of what's happening with them, so we know where we are. But we can set that. Mr. Hashef.
Yes, I understand, and again, thanks to the Senior Advisory Board for being advocates in this area. It's similar to what Sparks did, Mr. Mayor. All we're requesting the county to do is put it on the ballot and let the voters decide whether they would agree to a 2% increase. We're not mandating anything other than letting the voters have their opportunity to weigh in on this. And ultimately, as indicated by Steve, I think what's important is unless we continue to fund, you're going to have a lot of seniors that are going to be on public assistance. So right now, there's not enough money to go around to provide the need in the services, because that population is rapidly growing and extremely vulnerable. So at the end of the day, we're going to prevent millions of dollars in cost to nursing homes and hospitals, provided we fund senior services adequately and eliminate waiting lists, additional counseling for seniors who desperately need it. So that the 2% is going to be, or 2 cents is going to be extremely well spent.
Any other discussion? Mr. Hashef, why don't you give me a motion?
So as I understand it from staff, can we just move forward with a resolution along those lines? Because that's the way the agenda item was structured, as well as the staff report.
Thank you, Councilman. For the records, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. Yes, certainly you could direct staff to bring back a resolution for you at your next council meeting, and we would seek your direction on what you would like that resolution to say, if it would be a resolution urging the county commission to place a countywide ballot question on the November 2012 general election, and what the specifics, if you specifically want to ask them 2 cents or just a funding mechanism. Certainly that's at your discretion as the policymakers.
Okay. I would go ahead and make that motion. I know that that the county actually did an analysis with a 1 cent increase and a 2 cent increase, but it's obvious that the 2 cents will go a lot farther than 1 cent for the comments I made earlier. So I'll make that motion that we request the county to support a 2 cent increase on the ballot to let the voters decide.
Second.
On the motion, Cadence, what's the latest to get something on the ballot?
July 15th.
As an alternate to that, or in addition to that, Pierre, I'm curious what would happen if Reno and Sparks both passed our own, if they choose not to do it. That we could do one for Reno residents, Sparks could do one for Sparks residents, and we could take, if it passes both of those two, we could take that to the legislature perhaps and say, look, we did vote as much as we could, in case they choose not to put it on the ballot. But we're running out of time on our end to do that also.
Well, and Mr. Iazzi, I visited with Cadence and some other staff members about this very topic yesterday, and I think we came up with another alternative that could work as well that I'll describe to you. I'm just not, yeah.
Well, just, I mean, if we have time, maybe we have to put that on our next agenda. Well, I don't know when the county commission's even going to agendize it. If not, whether we'd have to, and you can talk perhaps with the mayor of Sparks, and just to see if there's a secondary mechanism we can get to be able to ask the voters what they want to do.
And I could suggest, I believe you're having a special meeting next week to canvass the vote. We could put this on that agenda so that you could adopt it and forward it to them as quickly as possible, so that they would have opportunity to consider it and put it on one of their agendas with adequate time to take action.
Talking with Sparks. Let's make sure we get comments from Sparks. And
certainly, Mr. Mayor, and I have, and we just received from the city of Sparks a copy of the letter that the Mayor Martini had forwarded to County Commission Chairman Larkin, based on the action that their council took on Monday afternoon to request They did not do it in the form of a resolution, but they wrote a letter to the county commission requesting that they place a ballot question on the November 2012 ballot.
Mr. Mayor, had we met on June 4th at the regularly scheduled meeting, it was not special, I'll say that again, we would have received a report from Grady, who obviously heads up the senior services for the county's operations, that would have given us extensive information, some of which we heard reference to in some of the public speakers today. Would it behoove us to have a clearer understanding to help with citizen responses, to have Grady make that presentation to us? Or is there some confidence that there will be another regular meeting scheduled very soon that all of the entities can hear the report at the same time?
Well, there's been rumor that they've tried to contact me, the city manager, about scheduling another joint meeting. I've not received anything. I don't think the city manager has, but I won't speak for him. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I did speak to the county manager a couple days after this meeting was canceled to see if we could schedule another joint meeting. And the information that I was given from the county manager at that time was she did not believe that we could have a meeting before July 15th, which is the deadline to get an item on the ballot.
So can we move forward quickly to the agenda item for, just so that the people who are here now can hear it, for future agenda items?
Should we vote on this one first?
We need to vote on this one.
And Councilwoman, if I may, and I certainly don't want to complicate the question at hand here, but I do want to be sure that when we craft this resolution for you to pass, that we do it correctly. Do you want us to include in that resolution any discussion of approaching the legislature for an exemption outside of the 366 tax cap, the statutory tax cap? Because the overlapping rates countywide, as this council knows, we at the city are at our maximum. And so if the voters would support the additional 2 cents, we would still need to go to the legislature to seek an exemption from that tax cap. And is that something that you wish for us to include in that resolution that you send to the county commission, or do you simply want to send it with the 2 cents and let them consider the ways that could be funded? Because I think the alternative would be something similar to what we had done previously with animal control, where the different entities would have to give up a portion of our existing operating, which may be a challenge for us. We just had to raise it to support current operations. So do you want us to get into that level of detail in the resolution, or do you want it to be fairly simple?
Well, though I think keeping it simple makes sense, at least in this direction to the county, consistent with what Sparks has done. And then I think that subject would be one that we would be discussing when it comes back to us, if we want to do something on our own, assuming the county doesn't want to put anything on the ballot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank y'all for being here. We really appreciate it, and let's keep plowing, and we'll make it.
And Grady, just for your information, when we hit L5 on our agenda today, future agenda items, I will put on there your presentation to come to this council, to this board.
Dave, take over a minute.
Which agenda item are we on now?
Now we're going to go to
L5? Okay. L5. Discussion regarding the property located for the Washoe County Regional Animal Services.
We, as you all may remember, when we were going through the consolidation of animal services, we deeded property to the Humane Society. That property that we used to function our services on for their potential future use as a dog park.
Right.
And I've learned from the Humane Society that, of course, with the Hidden Valley Dog Park now servicing the community, that a dog park in that location is probably not the best use of that property, but that they would still very much are very much in need of that facility and that property. They use it for storage and overflow. And so they would like the restriction.
Change the deed restrictions?
Correct.
So you want to have it get permission to bring that back?
Exactly.
To us?
Yep.
Okay.
That is my motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So now we're going to move on to, I'm sorry, were we J2? J2. Discussion to authorize the city attorney to take appropriate action against Double Diamond Ranch Master Association.
Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. This is just before you today for official authorization by City Council to proceed with taking action, appropriate action, including but not limited to filing a lawsuit. And we will request that authorization.
Any questions?
Move to approve.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. J4, Virginia Street Bridge aesthetic treatments.
Thank you. For the record, Brian Gant, Project Manager with Jacobs Engineering. We get the presentation pulled up?
Yep.
That bridge looks a lot like our pin.
That was our model.
Okay, this one.
Okay. So we're here today to continue the advancement of the Virginia Street Bridge project. The focus today is primarily on aesthetics. So our goal is to select a preferred aesthetic package for us to move forward into final design and permitting. So to do that, I'll give you a quick overview of the process we've used, the aesthetic options that are out there, and then the public input we've received. And then hopefully at that point we'll be in a position that we can select an aesthetic package to move forward with. There are some differences with dimensioning the aesthetic package, so it is important that we, it will affect our ability to move forward in design. That's one of the reasons why we're bringing that forward today. So where are we in the overall process? Determining a bridge type and an aesthetic package makes up what we call the partnership envisioning process. And we're nearing the end of that with a selection of an aesthetic package. We'll have defined the project, if you will, and be able to move forward into final design and permitting. That contract has already been approved, and we're pretty much ready to go and get this thing construction ready moving forward. So the process we've used for the aesthetic selection or looking at the package is the same one we used for the bridge type, which was brought before council last November. And that is to develop different alternatives through architecture and engineering, bring those before what we call the Design Review Committee. That's a historic consulting group who's charged with applying the Secretary of Interior standards since this bridge is on the National Register. The results of that process gets carried forward to the public, and I'll be giving you a synopsis of what that public input looks like. In terms of different aesthetic alternatives, they're comprised of two different pony truss types. So if you recall, it was a pony truss that was selected last November. There's a couple different configurations as to what that vertical truss element can look like. So we have a couple alternatives there. We have some alternatives with respect to rail both on and off the bridge, as well as a couple different color schemes. But before I get into those alternatives, I did want to touch on some of the elements that we've talked about, and that will be consistent for any alternative or anything we do moving forward, because there's a couple important ones in that list. First and foremost is reuse of the existing decorative lights, the historic lights that are out there today. Those will be reused no matter what moving forward. There's been quite a bit of support for that idea, and we'll also be continuing the use of some of the lights around in that area, such as the candy cane lights and acorn. So we're trying to match what's already there, not trying to reinvent the wheel. Hand railing, which you'll see in a moment, will have bronze atop that. That's for all the alternatives. And then approach sidewalks. Again, if you recall, with this bridge type, we have to raise Virginia Street a few feet So that affects some of the adjoining sidewalks, which will need to be reconstructed. So we'll match what's out there today with that ashlar concrete and the brick header. Once you get on the bridge, there's gray paving to kind of match that ashlar section along with brick header. So that pattern continues. In addition, we'll be relocating some of the plaques that are out there. There's several on the bridge and close by. Those will need to be relocated. And the last point I wanted to touch on was there's been a lot of discussion about public art on the bridge. And so in actually incorporating it into the structure, so in a lot of these renderings, you'll see some locations on the sidewalk and a space in the railing, which is reserved for a future public art opportunity incorporated into the bridge. That would follow the city's normal public art process during the final design. So we're just kind of showing a placeholder for that in our renderings. So the first alternative selection would be the truss type. And there's a couple different that we can choose from here. The one on the top is what's known as a Warren truss. So that has a top chord that maxes out at about 9 feet overhead in the center, and then it has different diagonals going down through the middle of it to support it. Those diagonals are around a foot square. That compares to the one below it, which is called a bowstring truss. In comparison, it's actually taller. It's about 12 feet high at mid-span, and the top chord, the piece along the top there, is a little bit bigger. It ranges from around just over 4 feet at the ends to just over 2 feet in the center, so it actually kind of tapers, if you will. Now, the flip side of that top chord being a little bit larger and it being a little bit taller is the diagonals are much smaller. We're talking a couple inch rods in there versus the 1 foot square diagonals on the Warren truss. So there's a trade-off there because a lot of people, with the feedback we've gotten, some folks think that the Warren truss diagonals may impede that visual view shed a little bit, and you'll see what I'm talking about in the renderings. So taking a look at a few renderings here. This is the Warren truss looking upstream from Center Street, and that compares to the bowstring. And this is a really good angle to see that tapering in the bowstring from the outside to the center. Here's a bird's eye view, Warren truss, and then the bowstring. And so that tapering does only occur in that horizontal direction. So if you look directly down, it doesn't taper in that direction as well. And this shows that well. You bet. Here's a pedestrian view of the Warren truss and the bowstring.
Can't we just ask her?
Well, she likes this one because she's being shaded by it on a hot day. And then here's a night view of the Warren truss with some uplighting, and then another version with the bowstring. So that gives you a sense of the two different truss types that we've looked at. Next item on our menu, if you will, is railing. And this is both on the bridge and then on the approaches. So those areas that get reconstructed as the sidewalk comes up, you end up with a split sidewalk as the road raises, and those areas in front of the buildings around it. So that's where you would have approach railing. The first option is what we call the historic railing option. And if you look at the picture of the existing rail on the top there, you can see it's meant to pretty much give a nod to the historic rail that's out there today. The top drawing is of the bridge rail. The bottom is the approach rail, which takes some of those elements, particularly those circular elements, and uses that to kind of blend the bridge and approach rail together. So looking at a few renderings, this would be on the bridge. This would be if you're jumping off the bridge. And then here's the approach rail looking from, say, the Riverside building. And this gives you a good feel for what those split sidewalks would potentially look like. The other rail option that was developed is what's called an arch rail. And really the impetus for this one is almost circles in the water, maybe in a still section of the Truckee River, if you will. And the bridge and approach rail here are very similar. The only difference is the distance between posts on the approach rail is a little bit smaller. One other difference from the historic rail that I forgot to mention is you'll notice there's no secondary pylons on the bridge here. But if I back up, you'll notice we have secondary pylons on the historic option. So here's the view on the bridge again. The jumping off the bridge. And then the approach by the Riverside building. And then our third part of the menu here is color. And color is an interesting animal because there's a lot you can do with it. What the team tried to do was pull colors from the general project area and use those as a starting point. And also avoiding very dark colors for particularly the bridge elements and the truss for maintenance reasons and also because of the visual weight that that creates. And working through that with the design review committee, we ended up with two different color palettes, if you will. One is known as a pewter, and that has a pewter color on the truss, the bridge truss, and the railings are painted kind of a dark gray. Conversely, there's the silver scheme. That has obviously silver for the truss, but then uses a light gray on the railings. And I'll walk through a couple of those. On the left is pewter in both the bowstring and the Warren truss, and to the right is the silver. And we're talking pretty muted difference between the two, but there is some difference. And then the railing. And this is also a good shot of the difference between the secondary pylons on the historic and the arch. So with those options, we brought those options before the public. On May 10th, we had a public open house over at McKinley Arts Center. And it was pretty well advertised in both the Reno Gazette-Journal and had some good news coverage. And we did some efforts to get the word out downtown, particularly with those folks affected mostly by the project in the footprint area. And also sent out email blasts, a lot of interested and affected parties. These are groups we contacted in the first round for the bridge type selection. We also gave presentations and notifications to all the neighborhood advisory boards. And then to support the selection, we developed what we called the Build Your Bridge application. I'm not sure if anybody had a chance to look at it, but it was put on the website, on the vsbreno.com, where people could literally play with the different options and build the version of the bridge that they liked. And at the meeting, we had a couple different stations with that application set up and some flat screen TVs for people to really see the different options up close. In addition, we also had a display at City Hall here to try to get some comments back. And before you is the result of that outreach process and the input that we got. And the approach we took was similar to the bridge type selection in not doing one person, one vote, but just getting an overall feedback from people on what they like and what they don't like to get an overall picture of acceptability. And starting from the left, you'll see that the Warren truss was getting about a 50-50 response, whereas the bowstring was pretty well received by most people. Then the two in the center there are the different rail types, the historic, which was favorable, and then the arch was a little bit more favorable. And part of that, I believe, has to do with, I'll mention this in a moment, but with the acceptability of the bowstring, the arch rail kind of goes along with it. And so that's part of the reason why it maybe scored a little bit better. And then looking at the color schemes, the silver, a little bit over 50%. But the pewter was actually pretty well received by most people. There was definitely a little bit of a preference there. So some of the other things we heard pulling out of the comments, although not presented that way, we got a lot of feedback that the Warren truss and the historic rail really go well together, and the bowstring truss and the arch rail really go well together. So people thought those kind of packaged together. A lot of the, mentioned this earlier, although taller, the bowstring truss being a little bit taller and the overall top chord being larger, the fact that you had smaller members below that at eye level, a lot of people felt that the bowstring truss was visually less impactful looking up and down the river. And overall, a lot of folks felt that the pewter just blended better with the surroundings and with the buildings around it. So really quick moving forward, I did mention that after aesthetic selection, we're going to move forward into final design and permitting. We're currently working towards the goal of a 2014 construction date. The construction of the bridge is not funded at this time, but the City of Reno and others are actively working on that. So we're certainly going to do our best not to make design or permitting hold any of that up. And then with that, I would open it for input.
Any questions? Mr. Guston?
Are you going to give public comment, or?
I don't have any in front
Okay.
of me. Is there any public
Okay,
comment?
I guess my
Anyone? Okay.
Thank you. A nice presentation, well put together. My questions are, what fixtures are moving or elements are moving from the current bridge to the new bridge, whichever bridge that is?
The existing decorative lights out there, the globe lights, are a must-do. So we'll be putting those on the ends of the bridge. As a matter of fact, you can, on the left here, you can see those represented in the night shot. So those will be on the end. We did get input from the State Historic Preservation Office that is one mitigation that they're going to require, is the reuse of those lights. So that'll be one, and then the other, of course, is the monumentation and plaques that are out there will have to be perpetuated as well.
With those light fixtures, I don't know what I've been taking a look, the base or the color, what is the color of those? And how will they affect it? I guess that's what I'm looking at when I look at silver and pewter. The elements are going to be added to it. I see what you've got here, but the elements that are going to be added to it, how do they affect whatever we do? Because can they be spray painted or changed?
Oh, sure.
Either way?
Sure. The existing lights that are out there now are going to have to be completely refurbished. As part of that, they could be colored to match or surfaced to match the pewter color or the approach rail color, or since it's a pretty neutral color they are right now with it's kind of a dark black or almost a black, if you will, as I recall.
Yeah, and the other lighting that we have around on Virginia Street and around town used to be purple. Now it's been converted to black, and it's pretty standard that the lighting is all black now. So I don't know if that's in your deep thought about whatever those fixtures are. The structure would be black too. I have no idea where you're going on that.
Yeah, we haven't really talked specifics about recoloring the existing lights or if we wanted to just maintain the black and match the other street lighting. I think we're open to any of those possibilities.
Okay. I really don't have too many other questions. I have some comments, and Mr. Mayor, it depends on where you want to go from this.
Any other questions before comments? I have one. Can you go back to your chart on the, notes, just back one, about the NEPA and the USACE, that right there?
Okay.
I'm guessing that from the We Are Here arrow to the star is about a year and a half. Is that what you're looking at there?
Between a year and a half and 2 years. So we should be ready to move forward with awarded construction contract around the beginning of 2014, if construction funding were available.
And I'm looking at the permit side, because I was told by the Army Corps that it could take as long as 2 years to do permits.
Now, originally, we were required to do what's called a 408 permitting process. We've been released from that process, and now we're down to what's called a 208, as well as a standard 404 permit. So the permitting has gotten less rigorous.
And I was also told from them that we have to tell them soon whether they're going to be the one we have to get permits for or from FWHA.
So we've been working with actually both agencies. The plan is to have, currently is to have co-lead agencies as part of the NEPA process, both FHWA and Army Corps of Engineer. We know we have a federal action on behalf of the Army Corps of Engineer right now with their permitting. If federal funds were to come down, we're going to need to satisfy FHWA requirements. So by having the co-leads, we can check the box for both of them. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineer is actually investigating and confirming that they can do a co-lead scenario, but that's the approach right now.
And how much, what's the design of this bridge now? What percentage are we at?
As part of the partnership envisioning, that contract includes 30% design. So after we select a truss type, we'll finish up the 30%. If we select that today, we'll have 30% done in July.
And that's when we can start doing the permitting, correct? At 30%?
Well, we've actually already initiated some of the permitting. We've already had a pre-application meeting with the Corps, so it's really going to be a continuous process. It doesn't really fire up hot and heavy until we're closer to the 60% level of design. So that would be more around early October.
Okay. And do we know yet who's going to build the bridge? I mean, under whose jurisdiction? City of Reno? NDOT?
Well, I believe those conversations have been ongoing a little bit. My understanding is the current thinking is it will be the city still.
And I guess I'll ask our guys later, but I don't want to labor this one, but I think we ought to talk about that too, get those agreements in place right now. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if anyone has comments. Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, when you look at the two designs, and I think a long time ago, when we decided the Virginia Street Bridge would be built, it would not be a replica or duplication of what we have there. That would just defeat the purpose of the historical nature of the bridge, et cetera. So we're going to move some of those elements as we talked about, so there is some continuation from the past to the future. Neither of these designs are obviously historic in nature. They're more contemporary than what is there now, obviously. I think I probably don't even need to say that. So I think when we approved the Pony Trust, we approved that the direction that we would be heading towards with the new bridge and whatever it is. And you've come back with two alternatives. When I look at these, and certainly other council people have their input also, but when I look at these, the bowstring trust, for reasons you talked about, the sight line, the height, when you just look at the presentation you put together, when you look at it at nighttime, you can see the building framed in the background with the lights on it. You can see there is a considerable difference between the height of the two, and I think that helps the sight line. So when I look at the bowstring, I think that answers some of the questions that people from different organizations have had over this process about not putting a bridge up there that just kind of blocks downtown. I think it also, in the design, the design helps with other icons in the community, and that being the arch, if you will. There's also, when you look at the flow of the river, I know it wasn't highly thought of when we looked at the cement designs or the walking path designs. They may have been a little too contemporary because they didn't get much support, but they also were expressed flowing river or movement of water, et cetera, but we're beyond that. That's gone now. Personally, just from my standpoint, I like the historic rail, but again, that's my bent since I've been on this council for as long as I have. When in 2004, historic preservation, adaptive reuse, et cetera, is always primary when I'm looking at things for me from my perspective. Even though that the historic rail is something that I like, I think when you look at it, and your survey confirms that the people, when looking at the bowstring and also looking at the arch rail, I think they're also a better match for one another. They're more complementary. The other thing, which you touched on very briefly, and the reason that the arch rail to me would make more sense with the bowstring if that's what's adopted, is when you look at the rail on the bridge and then the arch approach. With the arch rail, or the approaches, when you look at the arch rail, there's a great deal of similarity. When you look at the historic, there's the similarity. I mean, it's a stretch to say that they're one and the same when you look at the bridge and then you look at the approach rails. So those two things seem to me are very complementary to one another and go together in the bowstring and then the arch rail. And then I was totally open and listened to what would be said, and I still will do that with the color. I just wonder with the darker color, if it was pewter, you always have to be concerned about what some other supposed artist would think that it would look better if they painted something on it, and that's part of the reason that the Warren Trust is less favorable to me, other than the sight lines. But I'm wondering, is the pewter, how does that hold up, and how does that avoid any enhancement by somebody who thinks it should be enhanced? Is it make any more sense one way or the other, simply because it's a darker color, that it's more attractive than the silver color?
When you refer to enhancements, you're talking about...
I mean, somebody going by with a spray can and trying to enhance it.
Yeah. Be honest with you, well, I'm not sure what would be more favorable to an artist, that type of artist.
I don't call them artists, they just call them somebody to enhance it, but, okay.
Right. Yeah,
all right.
Any flat surface.
So anyway, Mr. Mayor, when you ask for comments, my comments are, I think that what has been commissioned to this point with Jacobson going out and what they were doing, I think they have gotten out. The community outreach was paramount. When we interviewed the 13 companies initially that were set up and then the 5 that were selected in the final selection, there's heavy emphasis on community outreach and talking to people and finding out what they want. And I think they've done a good job bringing that information back without being judgmental either way, just saying, here's what was voted on. And again, I would put forward that the bowstring with the arch rail and the pewter color seems to be a good combination of 3 elements that would work well in this stage. So those are my comments.
Yeah, and Dan and I actually visited before the meeting today, and that's exactly what my selection had been. I absolutely prefer the bowstring to the Warren. I really do believe that it invites you to enjoy the view from there. The Warren is just much too imposing, I think. And I'm fearful that those wider columns would just invite graffiti. You were being very nice calling it other artists' expressions. And again, the color I'm not, I guess I would lean toward the pewter just because it seems to match more with the darker colors that we're going with. But you could also argue that, we're the Silver State and the silvery reels in our state song. So I would leave that to somebody who, can argue not just the aesthetics of it, but the maintenance and function. If there is an argument there, then that's the way we should go.
One item of note, if I may. I mentioned earlier, color is a funny thing. There's multiple different versions of pewter. There's multiple different versions of dark gray, and we'll be working on a final selection, final design.
So there's no way to have like one trust the Warren and the other one the bowstring?
Only if you want to give our structural engineer a heart attack.
So you want to make that a motion, Mr. Gustin?
I will, Mr. Mayor. I move that the following selections go forward for the final design and environmental permitting, that we select the bowstring truss along with the arch design and the pewter color.
A motion? I have a second. On the existing railing then, what happens to that?
Well, there's been some different discussions about that. Obviously, no decisions at this point, but there's been talk of putting it in different locations. I believe somebody asked if a piece could be put in one of the museums or different galleries around here. So I think there's going to be a lot of talk of what we do with some of the salvage material.
Is the rail structurally sound? I know this concrete isn't, but the rail? Because what I'm thinking about is we've got this railing that overlooks the river right here by our ice rink. It could just be moved over and replace some of that that aluminum railing.
Well, like anything else, it could be refurbished. That's part of the construction contract.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor, the sheriff's here, so we can go to item J12 if you'd like.
I was Well, I'm going to present what the item's about, and then the sheriff can give his comments on it as well. For the record, Daniel Johnson, Manager of Communications and Technology. What this is before you is an interlocal agreement between the Sheriff's Department and Reno Emergency Communications to be able to provide transitional services to transition the dispatch of the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection from the Reno ECOM to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office dispatch. What it includes is, because of the transition that they'll be taking over the dispatch come July 1st, staffing requirements at the sheriff's dispatch, they need to be able to staff up. They need to be able to train and to be able to provide those good dispatch services to the community for Truckee Meadows. And so what we would be doing here is we would be assisting, our dispatchers would be assisting the sheriff dispatchers in the training of the policies and procedures, since we have been doing the dispatch for the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, so that their dispatchers can come up to speed on those policies and procedures to move forward on July 1st. We would also continue to answer the incoming calls, because the calls will be coming into our PSAP anyway, and work on the transition by January 1st of 2013 to change the ESNs, which those are just the areas so that when a call comes in from that area, it tells which PSAP that it goes to. And the challenge that we have with ESNs are the cell providers. Where are the cell towers? What are their orientations? So that would give us the time to be able to map those out and make sure that those are going to the proper location. Also give the sheriff's office time to train those dispatchers that they just hired up to be able to answer those calls. We would do that for the emergency lines and the non-emergency lines. The non-emergency lines would transition over at a much faster rate. We would maintain our fire radio configurations with the Truckee Meadows stuff to be able to assist in an emergency should anything happen during that period of time. Then we can actually jump in and take over if need be. And then we would also maintain all the run cards and the FRES patterns. That's basically the systems within the dispatch system that tells what the response is going to be. We would do the changes on those initially and then continue to do the changes for the 6 month while training them. The majority of the run cards and FRES patterns within the dispatch system are the City of Reno ones. And so this would allow adequate training for their personnel to be able to make run card changes and have less of a risk of impact on the ones that we have to do for ourselves. And that's what this agreement is. It ensures a smooth transition. We do have in this agreement a payment of not to exceed $96,000. We would do it in 2 payment points of $48,000 each. And then at the end, after January 1st, when the sheriff has taken over the entire operation, by the end of January, we would basically do a settlement and find out what the actual costs are, because we would do the payment based off actual costs.
Mr. Mayor, how are you doing?
Thank you, sir.
Council persons, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I did reach out to the mayor. We're fortunate that even in the environment that we have in the county and city, that the mayor and I get along exceedingly well. And I reached out to the mayor and asked him for help. Dispatch is one issue. Call taking is a totally other issue. The technology behind the call taking and behind the pointing of our 911 services take time. And it can't be achieved because someone says we want something done at a particular day. So working with the mayor, working with Manager Klinger and Robert Chisel, we were able to, and staff, we were able to come up with we believe, a very viable method of allowing Reno and asking Reno to do call taking for the dispatchers while they train, while they learn, while they integrate, while they learn from your dispatch personnel, so that we are not in the unfortunate circumstance of a emergency call coming into that center and being pointed nowhere, and not having somebody to pick up that line and to respond to the call. I hope and I trust all of you appreciate that the dispatch situation is not of my making. It's a consequence that I have to bear. I really appreciate the mayor and Councilwoman Zadra in their earlier efforts on the Shared Services Committee to allow for the sheriff and allow for Reno staff and representatives to co-locate our services, because I truly believe that co-location, it has already done a lot to bring all those staff together. I believe, just like fire, and I'm not sure we want to talk about fire, but I think we'll come full circle on this issue and on fire and other things. So I would hope and trust that you will vote positively to allow us to contract with you for call taking and some other areas for a duration of time necessary to ensure the public is safe, and that no one, for God's sakes, makes a call for a fireman or a police officer or an ambulance and can't get it. So I would appreciate your indulgence on that, and we'll work very rapidly to make it happen. And again, Mayor, I appreciate your willingness to listen to me.
Well, thank you. Now, we will do not just call taking, we're going to do dispatching during this first 6 months or so, and everything, aren't we?
Well,
because you don't have the trained people.
What'll happen, Mayor, is that we have hired people, but obviously when they're off the line getting training, call taking is the first priority, dispatching is the second priority. They can't do both efficiently and effectively at the same time. And this is Mike Haley talking to the Reno City Council, and it's not my Board of County Commissioners talking to the council. And with all due respect to their position on this, I have a different position. I need your help.
Yes, sir.
And I thank you.
I thought when we met the other day, though, we were going to continue to do dispatch for a while until you got your people trained up to do dispatch, just not answering the phones and then shoveling over.
It'll be a combination of both, Mayor.
Okay.
We can't expect these brand-new dispatchers, some of them have training, to be able to do that dispatch.
Right.
And we are paying incrementally, as we had discussed, in order to kind of assess who's doing what as that transition goes forward. We need a dispatcher in the seat, and if it's a Reno dispatcher, obviously that's what we need to do that.
Yeah. Any questions, anybody? I want to thank you, Sheriff. This could have been handled way before now, but I appreciate you reaching out. I know that they put you under, not anything that you chose, but somebody put you under a gun, told you to do something July 1. I'm glad you were smart enough to realize that you and your staff couldn't do it all at that time, and you raised the red flag, and I think this council is going to step up and help you, sir.
Well, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and we've arm wrestled before, and you always won, so
I've never beat you yet.
Yes,
Mr. Guston.
No, I fully concur, and Sheriff, and I applaud you for reaching out and asking for the help. And we know when we had the Collin Ranch fire, you were up at the school, you were there, you talked to people. Every time that it seems like we need your help, you're there. You need our help, we need to be there for you. And I think this is the kind of communication that all of us up here wish we had on a daily basis with our counterparts in the county. And I'm all too pleased to go ahead and support the mayor's attempt to go forward with this to help you, because I think it's genuine. I think, again, it's not your doing that you're in the predicament you're in, but your sheriff's department needs that help. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm not too willing to help out, because I know you're doing the right thing.
Councilman, if I may respond to that, not only has this body in different capacities been very helpful to me, your staff, from the city manager all the way down to the dispatchers at the Public Safety Training Center, the dispatch center, have bent over backwards to help. And I applaud them for their willingness to do that and put other things aside in the process.
Mr. Isaac.
Yes, Sheriff, I'll ditto that, because you're not just their sheriff, you're our sheriff too. We all vote for you, so you're the county sheriff, and I appreciate you putting the public's safety first rather than anything else. And I know that you were volunteered into this. We've been asking for a year to have some meetings to settle some of these issues, and I don't think you've ever been asked what your opinion was on at least not that I know of. And I'm more than happy to help with this.
Thank you.
The issue that I've always had is publicly they've been saying everything's going to work, and then in an email I got from Mr. Brudinitz, they realized that it's not going to work. But even then, they didn't come forward and say, let's make it work, but you did. And I really applaud you for doing that. I really do. It's amazing.
Thank you, Councilman Ayazi. I very much appreciate that. And I think we had a conversation some time ago about the dilemma that I am in sometimes with respect to this relationship.
Ms. Edra.
I will ditto that. It's nice to see you reaching out and absolutely displaying that with communication you can work through issues and get to the point that we all need to be. This puts you, I would presume, in somewhat of a precarious situation with the county. I clearly recognize that you are elected to your seat and you run your operation. However, your funding resource approval comes from the county. Will there be any kind of detriment? What ramifications could potentially come from this as it relates not only to the payment, but to the rest of your ability to be able to perform?
Well, Councilwoman Zadra, after our meeting in the mayor's office, I spent some time with the manager, city manager, and Robert Chisel, and we talked about that very issue. Since that time, I have met with our council and told them that this is something I want done, that I need done. That's prudent. That's a safe and sound way to transition. Yesterday, I was at council, and it was an enlightening experience. But they have given me assurances that whatever I need to do to make this happen, that they will approve that. I wanted to do it outside of the board. I looked at the law, and even stretching it, I wasn't able to do that on my own accord, so I need them to bless that. But I believe that if that does not happen, then I'll find another funding source. The mayor and I'll flip for it. So.
We'll make it happen. Anybody got anything else you want to bring up?
Move to approve staff's recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
Yeah, just to add something real quick, and that's, I mean, the original proposal we had from the county to provide dispatch services for the year was a little over $500,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And now for 6 months, we're doing it for $96,000?
Yes, we're not doing a full dispatch service. We're doing a transition starting July 1st. And the plan, we've been meeting with members of the sheriff's office, and we're already developing that transition plan. And for the actual dispatch, for that dispatcher in the seat to dispatch the fire units, they will be taking that over July 1st. They're combining that with their North Lake Tahoe channel, so they're not incurring any more people on that channel to be able to do the dispatch. But until they get their members trained up, the increased call volume, if we change those ESNs over, they're not able to staff that at this moment, and that's what the transition plan is for. And so by doing that, it lessens the cost that we have to do to be able to provide the full dispatch services. And so that's
at the
where
end of
the
the day,
cost
it's whatever the actual cost is what they're paying anyway.
Yeah, at the end of the day, by the end of January, we'll have basically a settlement that says what was the actual cost that it took us to do the transition, and it's going to be based off actual cost.
Yes, ma'am.
Gabrielle Carr, Deputy City Attorney. I just wanted to clarify with you, you have in front of you a modification to this agreement. So staff is recommending that you approve the agreement with modification. And just to be clear, I met by phone with Mary Canderas for the county and also coordinated with the risk manager, Jim Jepson, for the county. They have approved the agreement with that modification to the paragraphs 9, 10, and 11. So we're requesting that you approve the agreement with the modification.
I include the motion. I'll include in the motion the modifications, Mr. Mayor, that we received.
Okay. Have motion seconds with seconds. Okay with that discussion? Yes.
Just a couple questions and a comment. Just want to thank the sheriff for bringing this forward. I think even when the city and the county, I mean, bottom line is we need a dispatch system that works. But just, I'm not sure if this question for you or maybe for the fire chief, but how's this going to work now? For example, yesterday we had a fire there. What happens now on July 1st when a call comes in and it's in the unincorporated county? How is that going to work? Are volunteers going to respond? I just need, I guess, the process of what's going to happen when the call gets put through the dispatch system, because that is going to change. And how are you guys going to do that transition?
Correct. That transition and what the call response is based off where the call comes in, there's jurisdictional boundaries within the CAD system, and based off those, it associates with a run card within the system. And so depending on where the call comes in from, that run card comes up, and that determines what the response string is. For the City of Reno, they're adjusting the run cards to have it, just City of Reno apparatus, and the same thing for the Truckee Meadows. They're giving us the adjustments to their run cards to have it for their apparatus and what their run strings are. So depending on where a call comes in, if it comes in an unincorporated area on July 1st, we'll still be taking it at the Reno Ecom Center. We'll input it into the system. It'll come up with the response, and the sheriff's dispatcher will take that response and send out the appropriate units for that call.
And a lot of their plan, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, relied on volunteers responding because on the structure fire, obviously you wouldn't be able to go in without a four-man crew. What happens when the call comes in and let's say volunteers aren't available? They're at their jobs, they're doing other things. What would happen then in Hidden Valley or Verdi or any of the other locations calling where there's holes right now?
For the record, Mike Hernandez, Fire Chief. That has been one of the concerns that I've brought forward and expressed both to the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District Chief as well as this council. That is a concern. However, there's two options. If a call comes into an area where the TM system isn't adequately prepared to respond, we are working on a mutual aid contract that should there be a need for our assistance to provide help to the Truckee Meadows system, it's a radio call away. Their battalion chief would contact
Chief,
us.
when is that coming back to us? Because we're, at June 13th? We've got...
Ma'am, we submitted the mutual aid contract to the county 4 weeks ago. We received a mutual aid contract back from the county that was completely different than what we had submitted.
What happens, I guess what I'm trying to say, what happens if they don't sign our agreement for mutual aid and that call comes in?
Somebody's house is going to burn.
Legal has advised us that we have no authority to enter into another jurisdiction. Okay. Likewise, they have no authority to enter into our jurisdiction for assistance. In fact, I've been emailing the county as we speak with respect to what is the status of our mutual aid contract. That is, yesterday's Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District Board meeting, I spoke offline with the chief. Chief Moore, and I told him that it was imperative that we get that immediately so that we can get this before this council for the meeting on the 26th. He assured me that they were working through that. I also advised him that the contract that they had submitted to us last week that staff met and discussed was not what we had originally submitted to the county. And there were some concerns with that contract that they had submitted to us with respect to voluntarily dispatching themselves into the city of Reno proper. So
yeah, I just
Chief,
think this is
you
scary.
told them, you sent them the same mutual aid agreement you sent Sparks, Carson City, Fernley, everybody else, and they want to change it.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. That it is the same document that this council directed me to produce with respect to the 12-hour rule. It is a standard mutual aid contract that has been before this board, or I'm sorry, this council on many occasions, with the exception that we changed the 12-hour billing rate rule down to 12 hours. That mirrors the city of Sparks. Carson, as you ratified today, Carson and North Lime both have agreed. Next council meeting, you'll have state and federal contracts that will be presented to this council. I am waiting for some type of response back from the county with respect to that mutual aid agreement. So it is no different than what we have sent our other partners.
Kurt Latipa has that all taken care of, doesn't he?
Kurt, he no longer works for the
that's
county.
right, that's right, he's gone.
He took a 20-man fire station over down in some California town.
It's typical, I think, I'm sorry, but what they're going to do is wait for the last minute for us so that if we don't act on that last minute and do what they want, then it's all our fault.
Well, I don't think people see it that way, and I'm hoping they don't, and I think we're going to have to do some educations with some of it. But this isn't anything that we have here with the sheriff, and I really appreciate the sheriff because we couldn't get any conversation going with them about dispatch. And the sheriff called me, and we had a great, honest talk with each other that they wanted him to do something July 1. He couldn't. He told the chairman and other people over there he couldn't, so he said, could you help me a little bit? And I think this council's voiced its opinion that we want to do that.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that, we've had multiple disasters that we've responded to, and the sheriff's office and both the sheriff himself and I have worked face to face, and it has been an honor and pleasure to work with him. He's easy to work with. We've made requests with respect to evacuations and certain traffic movement, and we've never heard the word no from the sheriff. So with that, I'd like to thank him for his cooperation when we've had large fire events.
I have a motion, a second, further discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I do think we probably need to have some kind of press conference, how this is going to work, and an example of how it's going to work when these calls come in now. And what happens when, there's a couple calls in Reno and then there's a fire in the unincorporated county. I think that needs to be put out there before July 1st.
Yep.
This is very troubling. I think the fire department put out that this is one of the worst fire seasons of our time, and I'm very concerned about what's going to happen and relying on the volunteers to fill those holes. So, but I appreciate the sheriff moving forward and making sure that we're going to have a dispatch system that is going to work.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strauss, I will commit to you to work with my staff, work with Reno staff. These folks are fabulous. They haven't looked up, they've looked across, and they've worked with each other exceedingly well. They're the ones that understand how this will work very well, and I think your point is well taken. The public needs to know when they pick up the phone how this is going to roll out, and that they'll have response. And also commit to reaching out to council or to Board of County Commissioners on this interlocal agreement and try to push that forward.
Good. Appreciate it very much. I have a motion, second. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Dorchhead. Oh. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Sheriff, very much. Mr. Azzi, take over a minute.
Yes, sir. J11 is at 3 o'clock. Are we at 3 o'clock yet? So let's move on to J11.
I'm not sure.
We were going to, did we postpone J7? Did we continue that one already? As part of the agenda? The 27th, okay. So J11.
So I'm making the motion at J11 of the past drive to move that until January 27th. J7, sorry.
Be continued until the 23rd?
27th, isn't it?
27th? Yeah. I have a second for the move the 23rd to the 27th. I have a motion to a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. J11. Do we need a staff report or do we want to go to questions? Questions? Okay. Who's got questions? Okay. Ms. Fraza?
Just a couple on the agreement for Mr. Shipman. On the, I just want to make sure, what happens, the fluctuate, we're committing 75% of the funds from the sales tax to the stadium.
Room tax.
The rooms, the surcharge. And I notice in the agreement, I just want to make sure, that's my main question, that the city is not, the city general fund or the redevelopment agency is not on the hook to cover if there's a difference or a shortfall with the actual construction.
Correct. The remedy in the event that there is a shortage and the amenities cannot be completed on time is that the Bowling Congress has the ability to terminate the agreement or elect to levy a $250,000 liquidated damages provision that would be levied against the RSCVA, not against the city.
Okay,
So-
can you just take me to that portion of the contract?
That says that
Jonathan.
the general fund is not on the hook?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it reverts back to the RSCBA and not us.
Yes. I believe that's in section 2.36. Yes, so in lieu of terminating this agreement, and I'm about 4 lines down, and in its sole discretion, upon each separate termination event, which would be the failure to complete an amenity on time, USBC may request the RSCVA to pay USBC the sum of $250,000.
Okay.
So, and then there's no reference beyond that relative to the city. So that's their covenant, that is not the city's covenant.
And then one more question on the portion of the agreement, 2.2, right of first opportunity. When does that end for Nevada Land LLC?
That, as we talked about in the past, that's kind of an open question. There's maybe a factual dispute going on right now. What I have done is gone back, reviewed those documents, and if we could turn on the... What we have there in this first provision talks about one of the provisions in the retail agreement with baseball. It talks about that the developer's lease of the bowling stadium will be subject to the rights of any existing tenant. The United States Bowling Congress is an existing tenant. And as you can see, then we have an amendment with the Downtown Events Center that was consummated in 2008, and that again reinforces the fact that that the rights and the interests of the Bowling Congress are going to be superior to the developer's interest in that space. So I think we've got that taken care of at this point in time.
So it would then, the RSCBA would have the rights over Nevada land then?
The whatever improvements went in there would have to be subordinate to the United States Bowling Congress's agreement that it's not going to interfere with their tenancy. So that's what this says. So if something was to go in there and it would impact the Bowling Congress, they would have the right to say, no, you can't do that. Now, with that said, the developer has an incentive to put something in there that if he were to ever even exercise the option, he would have an incentive to put something in there that the bowlers would want to use, that the bowlers, because that's his market at that point in time. So,
I guess but take us back for a minute. What does the DDA say with Nevada land regarding that? I thought that the option expired after a period of time. I mean, we're not just holding that option open for 40 years.
No, well, what factually what has happened and what we've talked about in the past is that this council has approved the sublease agreement between the redevelopment, not this council, but the agency has approved an agreement between baseball and the agency for this space in the NBS.
Correct.
Baseball has not signed those agreements. We've done everything on our end to get those agreements ready, but they have not signed those agreements. So there's a factual dispute from baseball.
Okay, what is their dispute? I guess I want it out in the open. What is the dispute?
Well, the dispute is, under the existing development documents they have, for every day that they don't have control of that site, they get an extra day to exercise their options. So the question is, at this point in time, legally, where are we relative to that development right? Has that been extinguished because of the timing, or is that something that's still out there? If it is still out there, I would suggest, and based upon what I'm showing you up on the overhead today, that it would be subordinate to the existing bowling agreement, so it wouldn't impact that agreement at this point in time.
But Jonathan, you've taken the position that their right expired April 15th.
I think the city's position at this point in time is that the right has expired. However,
You wanted this language in there in case they dispute that.
Yeah, we wanted the language in the bowling agreement just so that if that were for whatever reason to happen, it wouldn't let the bowlers give them a right to leave. So,
But our position is that their right expired April 15th.
our position, at least at this point in time, is that that would be our position in court, I think.
So yeah, and that follows up on it, based on the DDA, Jonathan. So this amendment in 2.1 would be the same. We would be protecting the city. So when these things get done, essentially they can't come back and have litigation against the city or the agency.
Let me be clear. We're talking about the, if you look at the top one, that is in the DDA between Nevada Land and the redevelopment agency. Okay, so that says developers' lease of the bowling stadium will be subject to the rights of any existing tenants. The Bowling Congress currently is a tenant, and will, under this amendment, remain being a tenant. And then we have a lease agreement, or well, a change in the existing downtown event center operating agreement between the city and the RSCVA that makes that clear that baseball's right, or that the right of the sublease is going to be subordinate to the existing tenancy, namely the Bowling Congress. Baseball disputes that. That's their position at this point in time. I can't say that there won't be any litigation resolving this. I can just tell you that at least the city's position at this time is that, that right has expired. But I can't say that they're not going to take issue with that, and they're not going to have a problem with with that as being a position. I'm just telling you
Well,
that
well,
that.
Jonathan, how do we actually get resolved to that?
Yeah, that's
And
right.
if
Ultimately-
indeed it is our position that it has expired on April 9th, then why wouldn't we just enact this agreement with full confidence that we have fulfilled our portion and obligation within that contract? Why do we need to wait on baseball?
Nobody's saying wait on baseball, I guess.
Well, in theory, we are.
I guess what I'm saying is that baseball's right. Whatever they have, if they have anything. A, potentially they don't have anything. B, if they have anything, it's going to be subordinate to the existing agreement that we're looking at here today. So it can impact that. Now, again, baseball might have a different position on that, but that, and based upon what I'm showing here today, is the basis of that reasoning.
Councilman Sbraza?
And then for Mr. Kelly, just a question on the schedule right now, and I get this question quite a bit. What is the schedule right now with bowling? Is it every other year? I mean, by approving this agreement, what would that do for us here locally and with the bowling stadium?
Well, when we, Joe Kelly, Vice President of Facilities for the Convention and Visitors Authority, if we approve the agreement today, we will have 3 years where we won't have a bowling tournament between now and 2030. That would be 2017, and then potentially 2 years, to be determined at a later date. One of them they're looking at is 2021, and we haven't looked beyond that. But there's nothing. We will get a minimum of 10 tournaments between 19 and 30. That's a minimum.
What are we guaranteed before this agreement?
Before this agreement, we have both the Open Championships in the ladies in 13 and 14. We have the ladies back in 15. We have the Open Championships in 16. We have no tournament in 17, and we have the ladies back in 18.
So this would extend it till 2030 then?
Yes,
Quite a
ma'am.
few more tournaments.
Yes, ma'am. Part of our position is that if the city of Reno was going to expend these funds to improve the facility, we wanted a long-term agreement. And so that's where we went back to USBC, and that was how the agreement came to be. We wanted the improvements to the facility. They wanted the improvements to the facilities. And so they've committed to a long-term agreement with us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Kelly, if I get this right, I might as well ask you. So the city of Reno owns the bowling stadium. The downtown casino's got a surcharge passed so that they could make adjustments to our bowling stadium and put this in so that the bowlers will come here. So it doesn't cost us anything, but you're sort of redoing our facility.
Well, it doesn't cost the city of
Correct, Reno.
The city of Reno any general fund dollars.
Right.
It is a city of Reno tax, but
It's coming out of the surcharge that was added on by the property owners downtown who said
absolutely 100%.
to the tourists. Right, right. Okay.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Any other questions or comments?
Just comments.
Mr. Dortch?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a long time coming. We've been working on this for quite a while, and I just want to thank everyone that's been working on it, including Joe and all the staff with the RSCVA, and especially Stu and Brian that are here today from USBC. We thought we had this thing locked up in January, and here we are now in June, just kind of finally getting it finalized. But it's a great thing to get to this point, and to reiterate kind of what Dave was saying is we got here because the downtown property stepped up and said, look, we need to lock the bowlers in for a long-term contract. They wanted to see the improvements to the bowling stadium and see some things change. It's been the way it is since it was built in '95, and they wanted to see some changes and renew it and make it, add a little more life to it. So the downtown property stepped up and said, look, we want to get these guys here and keep them here. And we got, with their efforts at the legislature, we've got a 12-year extension on this contract, and we only have 3 dark years at a minimum. At a maximum, 3 dark years between now and 2030 because of the efforts of the downtown property owners and working with USBC on this. I just want to thank everyone that really came together and worked hard to get this done, especially Joe and the staff of the RCVA.
And when are the lanes going underneath the arch?
Oh, the bowling under the arch, when is the?
Oh, that will be Wednesday, June 27th.
Okay.
That's actually the Bowling Proprietors Annual Convention that will be hosting that event. with the assistance of USBC. Pardon? The bowling actually will start at 7. Actually, the festivities kind of begin at 5, but the bowling will actually begin at 7, and then it will be taped and will be shown live. Will be taped and then shown Saturday morning on ESPN. Mr. Mayor, if we could, I would like to recognize the fact that Stu Upson, who is the executive director of USBC, is with us. And Dwight mentioned it earlier, and then Brian Lewis is director of tournaments. Are both here from Arlington, Texas, here today for our contract.
And one group that we've kind of overlooked thanking, I want to thank our legislators for working with us and helping us and doing the things, because I'll tell you that there was texting and calls going on at, let's see, they adjourned at midnight, or was it 1? But whatever hour it was, up until about 10 minutes before, all the proprietors, myself and a bunch of others, and we're all on there, and the legislators, and somebody put an amendment on for some walkway, and $10 too at the last hour, and I'm screaming, take off, give it to him, whatever. But thank y'all, and thanks to the bowling proprietors and everybody for working with us. And Stu, thank you very much for helping us and work with us and everything, because it's a great deal for the city of Reno. And thanks to the proprietors, and really thank you to the legislators working with us and taking the chances. All right.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Instead of adjourning
We've got a
right now.
resolution too, don't we, Mr. Mayor?
Huh?
We've got a resolution, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we have to read that? Come on, you guys, you're testing me today. Go ahead and read it.
Okay, this is resolution number 7723, and it's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Reno approving an agreement by and between the City of Reno and the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority and the United States Bowling Congress, and authorizing the mayor, city manager, and members, officers, and agents of the city to take all other actions necessary to implement this resolution.
Move to adopt.
Second.
A motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now, there'd been a request for a press conference right now, but instead of adjourning, unless y'all want to.
Recess, not adjourning.
No, a recess, that's right. Instead of recessing right now, you all want to keep the meeting going, and just Sharon and I and Dwight step out just for a minute? Or do y'all want to be out there?
Perfectly fine.
Huh?
Just for a second.
You want to take a recess for a minute?
Okay, let's recess.
Let's take a recess for 10-minute recess.
Go play a recess.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Did you want to discuss anything? I saw you cheering there. I thought you, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item J10, change order for the interlocal reimbursement agreement with RTC.
I don't think we have to do that.
That's moot, no actions
That was,
needed.
we had put that on
Okay.
there, Dave, for in
So that's
case.
not necessary.
Yep.
Item K1, Boards and Commission, the Downtown Maintenance District Advisory Committee. That's Dan Guston, correct? He's with Recreation. Access Advisory Committee?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and reappoint Angela McCabe.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. D, Senior Citizen Advisory Committee.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to reappoint Donna Klontz.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Donna Klontz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Guston, you have some, okay.
Yes, that's what I thought, but Councilman, there's no action necessary at this time.
At the Downtown Maintenance District?
Oh, Downtown Maintenance District. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I will move to appoint Cindy Carano, Jim Calloway, Nancy King, Jim Trayton, and Dennis Tupper.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item B, Recreation and Parks, that going to be continued?
Yes.
Okay. Any identification for future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, as we talked earlier, at our next meeting on the 27th, that we receive a presentation for regarding the senior services and the operation demands and challenges that they're currently experiencing, the report that we did not receive because of the canceled joint meeting.
Okay. Anything else?
Just one question for the manager. Do we need anything else on Moana? Because I just want to make sure before the recess, does anything need to go on the agenda for next week? But the action we just took authorizes the manager to move forward, correct? Okay. Thank you.
And I thought it was going to be on this agenda, but is it on the next one for the nonprofit business license fees? Is that next agenda? Next agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right now, we have one item, and we'll bringing that forward.
Okay, any liaison reports? Oh, you want?
One agenda item, presentation from Downtown Makeover on their website. And they've got a whole interactive website there, and they've done a new app. So I'd like to invite them to come make the presentation, either Mike or Larry, Andrew, next meeting if we could.
Any liaison reports? Any reports from conferences or professional meetings?
One, League of Cities had their board retreat, and what was determined at that meeting is that they wanted to do an interview for North and South with the board members, and obviously we're all board members, with the candidates who made it through the primary, legislative candidates, with the mayors and council members conducting those interviews to see how they feel about city issues. And what their feelings are towards local government. So there'll be 2 dates picked, and I'll let you guys know when those are if you want to participate and ask questions. But those are being set up for northern and southern Nevada. So.
Great. Anything else? Okay, we'll move to item L. Where'd it go? Oh, L4, resolution granting $1,500 to various special arts.
Yep, L4, this is resolution number 7724, resolution granting $1,500 to various special arts of Nevada, 501c3 nonprofit organization, offset costs associated with their Summit Music Program and Street Festival.
Move to approve.
It's the mayor's. I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L6, yearly parking permits.
This was brought to me as a request, a suggestion from a couple of different residents. Clearly, we have sort of a limited permit already for contractors and kind of limited business. And they would like to see us extend this to a year, kind of a permit that anyone can actually secure. An example, one of the people that recommended it to me was actually here receiving an award, I think from the Citizens Institute, just a couple of weeks ago, and we ran over, as we typically do on our agenda items, and he went back to a huge ticket because he tried renewing his payment, and it did not work, so the system wasn't working, and he just said, and he had actually recommended this long before that incident where he got a huge ticket for parking violation. That it's something that we should consider and kind of expand. So as we negotiate with our contract with the existing people, if we could also consider allowing residents, anyone who's interested in purchasing an annual parking ticket, to have that ability.
How much would that be?
We would need to kind of make a determination. What do we think?
I mean, if we're going to do that, allow people to buy yearly, then we should rethink and not why have a meter at all? I mean, the purpose of meters is so that people with small businesses downtown can move the traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And if people can just buy one, if I work downtown and I'd rather just buy a bag or something like that, then I wouldn't have to move that over. So what are you requesting here?
That could be part of the consideration, but I mean, for somebody who maybe thinks they come downtown a lot, and in reality it may only be 30 or 40 times a year, we would be ahead. So I think that's what we would ask staff to kind of have to balance that demand.
So when do you want to do this? I mean, is it, we send a letter to the current parking guys, and they have 120 days, now it's maybe 100 days to come back and fix their problems. Do you want to wait for them to either try to solve their problem? So that staff knows?
We need to.
So it's like 3 months away when we have this discussion, or after they fix it, one of the two?
Once we have a plan from them how
Okay.
they're going to fix it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a motion on that?
That is the motion.
I have a motion to second. Is that clear? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. L7.
L7, resolution number 7725, resolution granting $1,000 to Historic Reno Preservation Society to offset costs associated with their children's historic architecture tours.
Move to approve.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item L8.
L8, resolution 7726, resolution granting $3,000 to the Historic Reno Preservation Society to offset construction costs associated with the Pounding District Pillar of History Monument for Lunsford Park.
Move to approve. And a comment, that, remember when we a few years ago, established the first conservation district here in the city of Reno and the 17th in the country, and this is a continuation of that, the Pounding District. We have an estimate right now, and I talked to the gentleman who provided the estimate of $15,000. We have, with this $3,000, been able to raise $9,000 towards that, so we're still $6,000 short. And this donation is contingent on the fact that the rest of the money is raised. It can be used for nothing else other than this pillar, or history of monument pillar at Lunsford Park. But I bring this up because if there's any other council person who's looking for something to put some money into, we are about $6,000 short, and anything would greatly be appreciated.
Okay.
Yes, we've got it's a $15,000 bill, and I'm trying to get it down a little bit, and we've currently, with this $3,000 allotment, we'll have $9,000 earmarked for this project.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. L9, we did that one, did we? Yes. Well, let's do the update, M1. If they're not here, we're going to plow through both those ones.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Manager. Chris Good, Director of Neighborhood Services. I have some good news to report. A few items for you. In just a moment, the first slide will come up on the screen, but in the meantime, I'll start telling you about it. Microsoft Licensing and IQ Technology have provided $30,000 to 6 Northern Nevada nonprofits to help with technology issues. The 6 nonprofits include the Committee to Aid Abused Women, Friends of the Washoe County Library, Ridge House, Casa de Vida, Good Shepherd's Clothes Closet, Tahoe Youth and Family Services. The money will be put to buy hardware, software, consulting services, technical expertise, and other things having to do with high-tech issues that these small nonprofits are dealing with. The rewards were granted based on essays that the nonprofits wrote themselves about how they would best put these resources to use. The next item is the Adopt a Pool event, which it took place over the course of a number of days, but Saturday, June 2nd was really the main day where over 100 volunteers came out and worked for over 3 hours cleaning Idlewild Pool and the area around it. They cleaned the pool tile, they replanted flower beds, they improved several sites around the pool area in Idlewild Park. I want to specifically note Joe Wilson, our recreation supervisor in Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. He put this event together, planned it, executed the event, and you can see these are the before pictures. This is what it looked after all those hours of work. The Building Maintenance Division and Public Works also contributed a whole lot to this effort, Parks Maintenance as well, and Sierra Aquatics provided many of those 100 volunteers. We have a free fitness series coming up starting Monday, June 25th. This is what sets this apart from other programs that we have done is that it's free and you don't have to register ahead of time. You can decide at the last minute to get involved in this. These are programs that last an hour starting at noon on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Starting at noon just across the street from where we are at the City Plaza. And then on Saturdays at 9 a.m. at Wingfield Park. Monday is boot camp. Wednesdays is Zumba dancing, Fridays is kickboxing, and then Saturday morning at 9 o'clock at Wingfield Park is yoga. So this is an opportunity for people, as I say, to decide even at the last minute to come down and participate in Shape Up Reno starting June 25th.
Are we providing the sunscreen for that? I mean,
No, that's up to the participants themselves. It's our partner in this effort is 24-Hour Fitness. UNR students, we've talked about this kind of event in the past, but the UNR students are hosting the National Concrete Canoe Competition this weekend. There's a whole lot of things going on this weekend, and this is one of them. This is the 7th consecutive year that UNR advanced to the Nationals. They won it all in 2008. But that success back in 2008 is part of why UNR was awarded as the host location for this, the 25th anniversary of the event. So it's the silver anniversary in the Silver State. That's going to be happening this weekend. The races start Saturday, June 16th at the Sparks Marina. They start at 8 o'clock and they'll run all day. It's free and open to the public. Another big thing happening this weekend. This is the 93rd Reno Rodeo. Begins tomorrow. $550,000 purse. It's the wildest, richest rodeo in the West, of course. It's a nonprofit organization, and the reason I really want to emphasize this today is it takes over 400 volunteers to make this thing happen every year, and it's been a grand success. People are very excited, of course, in the community. Over 140,000 fans will be in attendance, and it has a $42 million economic impact in the area. The cattle drive is tomorrow. Look for it, noon tomorrow, but at Audi and Sutro.
That guy was lucky that cow was there when he fell off his horse.
I have 3 items that are related to wildfires that are all good news that I just like to mention. First, last night's Huffaker Hills fire between the apartments and the IGT building out in Huffaker Hills. I should note this photograph was taken by Marilyn Newton of the Reno Gazette-Journal. There were structures threatened last night, but the Reno Fire Department got on it very quickly, kept it to the minimum of 6 acres. It could have gone the other way because the wind was blowing last evening. It started at about 5:30. They quickly put an end to it, keeping the residents in that area safe. I also want to point out that the Reno Fire Department is helping neighboring states and jurisdictions. We had firefighters in the Gardner, Minden, and Topaz area in the last few weeks, and right now we have Reno firefighters at the Colorado fire, which is one of the largest fires that state has ever had. So they're working on that. The national news media report that the firefighters are getting that under control and in hand. But I want to point out that the Reno firefighters are part of that effort. The Reno Fire Department is respected across the West, and we do reach out to help our neighbors and jurisdictions. We also have firefighters coming back from Utah from the Lost Lake fire. So we have been participating and helping our neighbors. Finally, just again related to wildfire, this weekend another event is the Reno River Festival. But our fire prevention staff is going to be staffing the booth there all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, to provide information about wildfire safety, about defensible space, and promoting the Living with Fire program so that people can live safely in urban wildfire interface areas. So we're getting the word out there. We're doing what we can, putting those prevention pieces in place. And that's your good news for June 13th.
Thank you. I don't think we need anything on M2. Does anybody want anything else on fire? So we skipped 2 things, Mr. Mayor, when you were out. J6 was the discussion and direction regarding the alcohol license fees, and L10, the evaluation of the city manager. Let's chop him up last, then we can just adjourn and be done with him.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is David Silverman. I'm here representing the Silver Peak, and I don't know a lot about it. I know there's some discussion to increase the liquor license fees, and that's going to affect all of us that have those licenses, and I'm not opposed to discussions on having increases, but I'd like to make sure that there's enough thought put to how much they're going to be increased and where those funds from the increases are going to go. That was my intention today, was to ask for the consideration of that.
We appreciate what you've done to help us downtown.
Thank you.
In the community, you opened up a couple of great restaurants down here, and we really appreciate it. So
thank you.
You're an individual we'll listen to.
Thank you very much.
Make sure staff meets with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Reno. Staff's going to provide you with a presentation. I believe I have control from here. Is that correct, Lynette? Yes, Your Honor. What you have before you is a presentation. Staff is going to request direction from council with regards to the liquor license fees. And this primarily came about because several months ago, the City Council had some interest in creating a special assessment district, an alcohol overlay district, to mirror with the police downtown special assessment district for the coverage down there. There's also been in the past concerns and requests for increasing our alcohol license fees for the city as a whole, some concerns with the value of our license fees and in comparison to our sister cities down south and how much we charge and the feasibility and how easy it is to get a license and how difficult it is to revoke a license. So we would like to bring before you is some information with regards to the license fees, primarily the information that we have not increased alcohol license fees since 1997, not even CPI increases, and I'll give you some more of that information in future slides. Also, we intend to bring forward, once we get through the process, if indeed the council gives us direction to move forward with increase in fees, to make changes to the code to address issues such as violations with licensees with regards to minor sales to minors and other types of violations with their businesses, and specifically maybe requirements to acquire and obtain certain devices that we've seen has been successful in the past to assist in identifying individuals of proper age, legal to buy alcohol legally. And please keep in mind that this presentation is only a proposal seeking your direction, and we will pursue the public input process, 60 to 90 days, to include a business impact statement, and we'll be bringing that forward to you in the near future. With regards to the special assessment district area, as the initial request, as I stated previously, was to look at increasing their particular fees to help cover the costs of the police coverage and public safety coverage that we have in the downtown area. Staff looked at the specific licenses that are within that police district, and there are 77 licenses. And we believe, and per our calculations, as you can see here on the slide, a 30%, 50%, and 100% increases. This is the revenue that it would generate. My understanding is that typically whenever we have a boundary of any type with regards to fees or restrictions, what typically happens is right outside of the boundary, new businesses tend to pop up. And staff is of the opinion that it may create an unfair advantage to certain new businesses in comparison to those that are within the boundary. So in other words, if you have, I'll use a perfect example, Right Way Market, we had the issue of when they were previously inside the boundary of Sayscape, they were not allowed to sell 40-ounce malt liquor bottles, but once they moved outside right across the street where the new bus station was, they did have the ability to sell those 40-ounce liquor bottles, beer bottles, and the other businesses were complaining to us about that. Fortunately for us, they are good participants, and they chose not to sell those 40-ounce liquor bottles downtown, so that was a good thing. But that's just an example of what can occur when we create these districts, and staff is well aware of it. Here, I know there's a lot of numbers here, a lot of information, but I wanted to provide you an idea of what businesses we have within that district, the 77 businesses. So what we did here was put them all in groups as far as multi, as you can imagine, that's the casinos, because they have multiple types of alcohol licenses. Then we have the bar licenses, and as you can see there, the different types of liquor licenses we have. If you look to the third row, those are the current quarterly fees of each of these businesses for the type of license that they have. Right next to it, the fourth row shows you the annual fee. So all we did was take that and multiply it by 4. And then further to the right, you'll notice the fee increases. So you have the 30 in green, the 50 in blue, and the 100% in red. And those are the totals. At the very bottom, you'll notice the last column the last row, it states what the three different type of increases revenue would we have. This is specifically just for those 77 businesses in the police district. So we have 70,000, 116,000, or 233,000. So the options are 30%, 60, 50%, and 100%. Now, this is a picture of the entire city and liquor license fees. That same percentage increase, if you look at the bottom left corner, you'll notice that currently the revenue for liquor license fees right now are $919,000, close to $1 million. So the 30%, the 50%, and the 100% increase are demonstrated in that bottom box, which is $275,000, $459,000, and $919,000. So those would be the difference in revenue generated. Now, what staff did was we wanted to see what would the fees have been today if we had increased it just by CPI on automatic, because many fees, many charges out there sometimes get increased automatically by the CPI, it's Consumer Price Index. And we got this information from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics on their websites. And just on that, based on that, not creating any extra required new fees or increases, based on that, we took the average of 10 years or 3%, considering the fact that the last 5 years we've been dealing with a recession. I went specifically and researched each individual year. As you can see here, 2008 was a negative, which typically what would happen is there would be no increase in fees at that point that year. But then the subsequent years after that, we had a 2.9, 1.5, 3.0. So the approximate annual cost per CPI for the last 15 years would have been, and what I did was I used, if I can step back, on the second line of that slide, you'll notice that we used the example of a packaged liquor license. A packaged liquor license fee is $412 per quarter. It's $412.50, approximately $413 per quarter. So if we took that exact license and we multiplied it per the CPI, each year we multiplied it, that license would right now be worth $610.12 per quarter for an annual total of $2,440.48. That would be the annual fee for a packaged liquor license today, had we increased it just based on CPI. In the next line below that, you'll notice the three proposals for that same specific license. You'll notice that the 30% increase would put us at $2,100. The 50% increase would put us at $2,400, $75 or $35 within where we would have been if we just had CPI increase. And then the 100% increase would have us at $3,300 a year. So that's just based on CPI. Just wanted to give you an idea of where we would have been when you consider which route. Then staff wanted to give you an idea of what the fees are, because I know we've discussed here in the past, council members, citizens have came up here and on the record stated how we are so much cheaper than down south with regards to our liquor license fees. And what I did here was I put in bold the origination fee, which they use a lot down south. And you'll notice here, packaged liquor, for example, the $40,000 is the origination fee. So you go in for a packaged liquor license, it's $40,000, and then it's $1,500 a year. That's the second to last row on this slide, just to give you an idea. And then North Las Vegas, their origination fees, for example, off-sale liquor is $20,000 origination fee, plus the $750 for every 6 months. North Las Vegas is more comparable to us, obviously, with the population, and so is Henderson. As you'll see here, their off-sale is a $10,000 origination fee plus the $1,500. Now, keep in mind, ours currently is $1,600, approximately $1,600 a year, but we don't have that origination fee. So what I did with that was I figured, well, what would be the cost of 5 years a license today, as it is today? 5 years for a license, considering the origination fee. I have a business, I'm open for 5 years, packaged liquor license, for example. Here, Reno, after 5 years, the cost of that license is $8,200 currently. Henderson is $16,000, $26,000 for North Las Vegas, and $46,000 for Las Vegas. Considering the increases, the possible increases, that exact license for Reno, those would be the prices, either $10,000 over the 5-year period, $12,000, or $16,000, considering those three different percentage increases. Just wanted to give you an idea of where we are and where we could be with those increases. Considering that, staff would like to make some suggestions. This is primarily based on concerns and some interaction we've had with business owners that would be impacted by this. Once again, I'd like to reiterate, this is just the beginning. We do have a public process. We will have public meetings and meet with business owners and interested parties. But some of the concerns out there was the use of the money, and primarily because of the fact that initially what the request was for the Reno Police Special Assessment District downtown, we figured that initially, since we have the ability to kill two birds with one stone, is to remove that funding that's generated by those businesses within the SAD. For example, if we went with the 50% increase, that would create $116,000 in revenue from the downtown businesses and increased fees. So the idea is to take that money and dedicate it towards what we originally thought of as the alcohol overlay district. It would still be dedicated to that area for the services provided in the police district. And then with the remaining funds, and this is just a suggestion once again, is to break it down with a 40, 40, and then a 10 and a 10. The 10% at the bottom with regards to business-related proactive projects, as you are aware, we have the CSAS, we have social host ordinance, which is alcohol-related. We have the Special Investigative Group from the Police Department. We have the SET, which conduct the sting operations for sales to minors. And we also would like to take that opportunity, as you see the other 10%, for administrative enforcement, which will be part of our amendments to the code to provide stiffer penalties for businesses. Because currently what we have for administrative process is the 100, 250, and 500 citations, but rather start at the 500 citations for these businesses. And then also, one of the ideas that came out of the DAC, those of you can remember, was if we had the ability to create pamphlets and information to send out there, and we think we could use that 10% of that revenue towards that, whether it's pamphlets that we give to actual business owners, or when we have certain special events that would come about, maybe do a public service announcement, get the word out with regards to issues that we've seen in the past related to alcohol. And that is pretty much and at the bottom, once again, I delineated what the three possible revenue generating situations could be. Thank you.
Okay. Questions, anybody? I personally, I like the allocation to the police, especially some of it allocated to the downtown area where we're talking about. Because we could look at our reserve officers, we could look at expanding the officers and things. That's where we have the calls, that's where the people are. Now, is this going citywide, or is this going just in this redevelopment districts down here?
It's citywide, Your Honor.
Citywide.
Yes, sir.
So I like I don't like the general fund at all. I like 70–80% into the police department, so we can continue to hire more officers and take care of the things we have, with some of it allocated for the downtown community. And I like the 100% myself. Yes, Mr. Isaac.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of the 100% also. I was told by current bar owners when I brought this forward a while ago that they think it's too easy to get in. So there's anybody who can scrape to get a couple $1,000s can open a bar. Now, in this allocation, I think we should put some out for special events.
Yep.
Maybe that would be 20% so that we could keep that special events fund going and help out the crawls, or whatever we got to do to help that work it out. Probably the 10% allocated is a little high for pamphlets. That'd be $90,000 a year.
Yeah.
So if we drop that down to even put that in the special events maybe and make that happen. I don't know if you need to have where this is allocated as part of this presentation for the business, when it comes back to us, or we decide later. Because we haven't decided on a percentage, because it would be different if we're only going to go for a 25% increase. I need more for that pamphlet. But
right.
If I'm in favor of the 100%, I think we should put 20% aside for special events. And wouldn't have to be just downtown. It could be anywhere, because this is going to be funded citywide. And then I also think
Andrew balance his budget on this
exactly
thing right now.
And I also think, I don't know if it would be part of this one, but maybe there should be the yearly escalator in there, or does that just come back to us every year anyway as part of the budget process? Do we have to do a business impact fee every year if we raised it? Let's say we did do it by the CPI every year.
No, sir, we wouldn't have to do a business impact statement for that. If I understand correctly, no, we wouldn't. No, sir, not based on CPI.
Okay. So we wouldn't have to do that. Yeah, I think that this would be a very good thing to do.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Alex, I don't necessarily see that you were making a recommendation, but I'd certainly like to hear conversation from the council for that one-time initiation, startup, whatever you called it, that 20 or 30,000 that we see down south. But what would your recommendation?
That's in here, I think.
How did I miss
Well,
that?
it wasn't part of the suggestions, but that is
Yeah.
that is displayed in there. And I will tell you, after further research, the downside of the origination fee is initially, because of the fact that we will have those individuals that already have the license currently. When you have the origination fee, what goes with it is the ability to transfer that license. So right now, what we have is that when you come in for a liquor license, you come in and you apply brand new. You have to come and get it through us. Through that process, they have the ability to buy it from someone. And then what happens there is you have the free market. If I have a defunct club or defunct bar, I may have paid $40,000 for it, but if I'm hurting, I'm going to go on eBay and sell it for $10,000. So now it no longer has that value of the $45,000. So that's the only downside about it.
Well,
so then you have the ability to have 10 new businesses.
Because we also initiated a moratorium that we've just softened so that it doesn't even exist anymore for the proliferation, both within the downtown core and Wells. So I think that's something that we should take a look at. I'm not necessarily recognizing right now that it would work, but it's because I haven't heard that you've put some thought to, yeah, I understand those who are already in, you get the benefit of it. And if you're a multiple location, do you pay it one time or do you pay it per location? Those are some of the, kinds of issues that you would need to look at. But I would like for us to have the information to at least consider. I'm not sure that I would support it, but I'd certainly like us to have the information to consider it. If it's a common practice, and of course you looked at just Las Vegas, I'm certain that it exists in other locales as well. I think we should look at a full picture when making a decision.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Guston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And working backwards, that certainly could be a non-transferable license. I mean, that's pretty easy to take care of. I mean, because they do it down there and they can sell it, we could still initiate that if we were looking for that and be a non-transferable license. So I don't look at that being a huge stumbling block. But let me go back to what I was going to say earlier.
The attorney's having a heart attack over here, so come
No,
on
that's
up
okay.
here.
It's okay. There's Remsa, we'll call him.
I thought he
Anyway,
wanted to
no,
address.
we were just looking at that. I don't think when this was originally brought up, and I think Councilman Azzi might have been the one, the initiator of this, that we were looking for general fund revenue. I don't think that's the intention. I certainly don't look at it as being something that it would be a generator of revenue for general fund. I think it's more, as we talked about, the enforcement, police, the alcohol district, et cetera. I also believe that what you said and was in the staff report, and I'm glad you highlighted the fact that people moving just outside the zone, so it has to be broad-based, as opposed to some geographical area downtown, and those people get nailed and somebody 2 blocks later doesn't. So the geographic area has to certainly be expanded. But I think the money, and I'm assuming that 10% is talking code enforcement, is that
Yes,
part
sir.
of that? Okay. Code enforcement, police department, the activities they have, I agree with the suggestion of special events. That's the lifeblood of the community for the revenue coming in, so putting money towards that, and if it's an enforcement way or somehow in building that, the crawls are, everybody's excited about them, but for certain people they're a problem. For certain people, they need to be controlled a little bit better or regulated or financed to make them more successful, and I think that's where that money would most benefit, as opposed to going to the general fund. I think I look at that as being a negative to just trying to generate money for the general fund. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Hashef.
So the process would be, Alex, is to basically take this out to the stakeholders and through the public process, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. Sir, right after once the council as a whole has identified the percentage increase. In the staff report, we requested 90 days to come back to you after conducting the public process.
Well, why would we designate a percentage increase now until we hear from the stakeholders as to, where they're at in their business?
Personally, in my anticipation, I would think that the level of disagreement or emotional response would be dependent upon the increase, I would expect, and involvement.
Okay, so one option would be if we do the 100% increase, that we could phase that in over a period of time, correct? Like 3 years, for example.
Yes,
That could be an option.
as you wish, as the council, yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Woodley, you're wanting another 90 days. I'm, because of my council, will be changing in 120 days maybe, or whatever it is. I'd like you to expedite that and move this as a priority, and let's hit this thing, get it done in 60 days, then let's get back here together and do something.
Yes,
Because
sir.
this council is studying it now as we go. Put it off too long, then we got to start all over again, so I'm not for that. Mr. Isaac?
It's because people pay for their license fees. Do they pay them on July 1st, or does it depend on when they got the license? So it's intermittent throughout the year?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so some people might get hit depending on the time, the day
Yes, sir.
that it's enacted. Well, they're going to no matter what. It's,
On a court, excuse me, Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager, on a quarterly license that we're talking about, it's based on calendar year quarter.
okay, so it always
And it'd
goes,
be prorated, so if you started in the middle of the quarter, it would be prorated
okay, so
accordingly.
everybody's
but
going to get hit the same? 'Cause it's just prorated?
Correct.
Not if I just paid the
And
day before I get
Council
out
could
of it for a
decide to
year?
implement in a certain, the third quarter, the beginning of the third or fourth, or whatever quarter we're close
Okay,
to.
and if we could impose fees on the CPI without doing the business impact statement, can't we just do that? Before 90 days?
We could have, well, now we can't without the business impact because the regular budget cycle has passed. And that's the only time you can do it without a business impact statement.
Okay, so I guess I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. Let's bring it back as quick as possible. And I think the one thing I would change, well, I had another question on what Sharon and Dan were saying. Couldn't the origination fee be in there if it's just not transferable? So if we said it's $5,000 to get the license, one time only.
It brings council right out of his chair. Come on up, council, and talk to us, because it's done elsewhere, so why can't we do it?
Craig Scott, business, not business, City Attorney's Office. Thank you. And that is something we haven't had a look at yet. I know when we've done the moratorium, there have been a lot of questions on transfers because of divorces, deaths, those kinds of things. So there would be issues associated with it, and we simply have to look at that, is all I want to point out.
Well,
Can you do it in the next 30, 60 days?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think maybe it wouldn't be, maybe the transfer, you still have to pay the fee.
Yeah.
Okay, you can still transfer it, but to keep your business open, but you're a new licensee, and you're going to have to pay the origination fee like a new owner.
Who knows, that might keep a couple of marriages together.
It might. So I think we should look at that as part of this business impact statement, so it doesn't have to be done again.
Yep.
And the last thing I'll say is, I think that we should exempt any business who rolls their prices back to 1997. If they have 1997 Pabst, that's okay.
29 cents a can? Jesus. Mr. President.
Yeah, Alex, what would this apply to? I guess I do have a concern with it. It just seems like a huge increase all of a sudden. But the packaged liquor, so for instance, a restaurant who had a bar within a restaurant, would that be subject to this, a new fee?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. It would be all liquor license fees, and dependent on what their fee is, typically a beer, wine, and dining permit is cheaper, is a lot less expensive, but they also would see that increase. So whatever increase it is, it would be for cabaret and beer. Actually, I have it here. I can show you the previous. Sorry. Let me see. Go to slide. Which one? This one?
No, here.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so here are the different types and the fees. As you can see there, $413 for packaged liquor. Bar is $413. Dining room is $165. And then as you go across, you'll see what the increase is for each in the green and the blue and the red.
Yeah, and I
So-
guess what my concern, you got people who are trying to open small businesses here in our community. We're trying to promote that, and I think that to me, a restaurant, for example, I think that would be a huge fee increase. The packaged liquor, I think, is another story as far as we saw the proliferation of them, and I think Wells, and we're starting to see some in other areas. But that's, I guess, Alex, how do we differentiate between the two when we're looking at these fees?
Right now, the way it is, the way it's established with the fees itself as it's created, that's why their fees are, as you can see there, is a lot higher because there is that difference. So the packaged liquor currently pays more than double than that of a typical restaurant with just wine and beer. As you can see in there, I couldn't, unless council.
Is there a way to maybe create categories, different categories than what we already have existing?
To provide for different fees?
Correct.
Can I jump in? Because I think another thing that they're doing, I thought, Mike, is you guys are also looking at getting rid of some of these. Like, what's a cabaret and an add-on cabaret? You know, what's the purpose of a packaged wine and beer and a packaged beer? Why are we making all these distinctions so people have to keep applying for something new? It should be a lot easier. There should be maybe 7 categories up there.
And that is something else that we're working on.
We've got fraternal
Yes, sir.
beer and fraternal liquor.
Yeah,
I think that gives
Just
those
reading them.
categories down what you're talking about.
yeah, I would like to see those categories nailed down before we just arbitrarily pick a figure and say we're going to raise the rates
Right.
this much, this much, this much. I think we've got to go out and get some input on that.
I think you've got your instructions of what you need to do and how fast you need to get back, but you don't need to take off every Saturday and Sunday, so you ought to be able to get this done.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
Just call the mayor on Saturday, he'll help you.
yeah, I work the graveyard for you.
Hey, Bob, can I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excuse
Just
me,
quickly,
Mr.
staff,
Chair.
can somebody, even though it's paid quarterly, can somebody pay a year in advance? Like your property taxes?
Not currently.
Okay.
And would there be a discount if they paid a year in advance?
Concerned about if somebody could pay in advance, then I'd come in and pay my fee right now
Yeah.
before it went up.
All right. Yeah, let me have a motion so we can give Mr. Woodley a little. I think you've gotten your instructions and the way to go.
Let's make a motion to authorize staff to go into the business impact fee, take any comments from
6 days? 6 days.
Six. Oh, you're, okay. 2 weeks.
No.
No.
60 days is what you said, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think in 60 days you ought to be able to put this. And if the city manager needs to give you somebody to help you, then ask him for it.
Yes, sir.
How does that 60 days work into our schedule? It's going to be, you're going to be.
That's very good.
Yeah, you're going to have to bring it back late August.
Our first meeting in August, how's that?
Okay.
That's not until the end of August.
Well, that's the point. That's what I was trying to bring up is.
It'll be about 2 months from now.
Okay,
Maybe
that's
a little
right.
over.
That's right. We'll give you a little extra.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's like we need to, if we say 60 days, we're not going to have a meeting.
First
No.
meeting in August.
First meeting in August. That sounds good.
Your Honor, if we can get clarification, is it 100% increase that?
That's my.
I'll say 100% increase.
All right, well, I'm going to go on the record, so I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not.
So, I want,
Here's what's up here, it's just if they went for 100, they come back, and then we can lower it, is what,
Well, we can always do that. Yes, sir.
but we can't go out and look at 50 and go up to 100.
Right.
That's the issue. If we go and do a business impact statement.
And then when they do their study, they can bring it back.
We want it to be 100. If we go out to 100, we can come back and say 75 or 22 or whatever we
right.
wanted to.
well, I thought this was a two-pronged process. I mean, what we're going to do is go out to the stakeholder community, tell them this is what we want to do, get input from them. Once we enact an ordinance, whatever that may be, then the business impact statement is due, not before. What I'm concerned is we're sending a message to people, we're going to do a 100% increase, when I haven't even heard from the stakeholders yet.
But I think the thing is, when they meet with the stakeholders, they can put their point in of maybe 75 or 50 or something, instead of us having to go back afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Well,
don't see it that
if
way.
I remember
Sorry.
correctly, Your Honor, you stated that you wanted to be implemented with the council that's here today. And if we come back in 60 days without which percentage we're going, and then at that time, you determine a percentage, and we have to go back out and do a business impact and an ordinance, that easily will put us past November. So then you won't have.
So we have to do a business impact statement before and say we're going to raise the fees by 100% before we even hear from the stakeholders?
Well, no, the business impact fee is the process that we use. The business impact statement is the process that we use to get input from the stakeholders. If that makes sense.
It's all one thing, I think.
It's all at the same time. And
So,
then when they
but I
come-
want to make sure, because I understand the problem, but we're not enacting, usually the business impact statement
No.
follows an ordinance with the
Well,
ordinance.
usually what we do is we bring them both together, but before, you'll see in the agenda, you'll see the business impact statement first, and then you'll see the ordinance.
Right.
So, and that's how we
Together.
would do it.
Well, that was, we
Together.
did, I mean, we even did that today, but it was on the final reading. We didn't have it for the first reading when we did that. On the one we had the business impact on increase in the fees. We didn't have the business impact statement when we had the first reading. We had the business impact statement today and the final reading of the ordinance.
Well, because you don't know what the ordinance is going to look like until you have a final reading with the business impact statement. That's how you communicate.
That's what I'm saying is,
I know, I agree. I'm not going to, turn on a small distinction, but I'm just going to go on the record. I'm going to support the motion, but I'm not going to support 100% until I hear this from the stakeholders.
Right, I think that.
I'm in the same position.
I just have one question. If it's 50 or 100, will you be, well, if it's 50, put it that way, will you be able to determine if the 50% increase will move the needle? I mean, that's what you got to take a look at, too. If we're talking about police services, we're talking about special events, we're talking about code enforcement, will a 50% increase move the needle? Is that enough? I mean,
My
there's got to be a
personal
line,
opinion-
diminishing
Yes,
return
sir.
somewhere where it doesn't going to
Yes,
make
sir.
any sense.
From my research and my personal opinion and in contact and seeing what we need and what we've done, I do feel comfortable with the 50%. I think it would move the needle significantly. Yes, sir.
Once you get the input from the stakeholders, you're going to know 50, 75, 60, whatever we can live with or whatever is not going to put them out of business.
Yes, sir.
Got a motion.
Same motion? I have a second on that?
I want to make sure can we clarify the motion again? What is
The
the
motion is to have staff go out with the business impact survey, meet with the stakeholders, part of the survey. I've originally proposed 100% tax, 100% increase, I'm sorry. Because when they come back to us, we can do anything up to what they've talked about. We can't do more, so we couldn't
Right.
come back and do 110.
Nope.
So we could go, I think that leaves all the council open to pick a
Pick a number.
number less than that when it comes back to us.
Yeah, and I guess what my issue is that we're saying that, I think we're saying that 100% increase would be okay to us, and I'm just, that's why I'm uncomfortable
Well,
moving forward with
I
it
don't
today.
think we're saying that at all. I think we're just saying, here's the guidelines, and then when they come back, we can pick 75, we can pick 6. But like Dave says, you can't, if you pick 50 now, you can't go over 50.
I mean, you could go to another example, maybe a hair salon or something serves a couple glasses of wine. Now all of a sudden it's going to cost them. What?
Well, I mean, if we want to get into it, part of it is they haven't had an increase in fees in 15 years. So these people, I think, have been getting sort of off easy on the city, where we haven't been escalating the fees in a long time.
Yeah, but at the same time, Dave, we've had the discussion at this table that is this the time to really, even your comments have been with people who want to use our parks and our other facilities, is this the time you really want to do a 100% increase?
But the other side I look at, Pierre, is who causes a lot of the grief in this community? It comes from alcohol. There's just no two ways about it. That's why we need extra police services and we need this stuff.
And we're not picking a number today. We're just telling them to use that number and then have the stakeholders come back and have him come back.
No, I
with
understand.
it.
That's why I said I'm not going to turn on that distinction, but I'm going on the record to say I'm not close to supporting 100%, so until I hear from the stakeholders.
I guess the point, if you say that the fact that well, we can always come back if it's 100% and come to 70 or 60. If I'm a stakeholder, I'm going to say, what is it? I'm not going to vote on something that I don't really know or give you the impact or the information you need. But maybe if we go out and say, here's how it would affect you if it's 50%, here's how if it's 100%, and get your input as a stakeholder, then I can make a decision. But if you just go back and say it's going to be 100%, or it could be 50, it could be 75, we don't know yet. Doesn't give me any reassurance that I would make a comment that would be viable enough to move the needle in terms of making that decision, yes or no.
Why can't we just say council's looking at increasing its fees not to exceed 100% of what we're currently charging?
That's fine.
That works.
That works good. We're just saying it a different way. That's
works.
fine.
I'll
So
amend
that's
the
your
wording of
motion?
the motion, yes.
Is that okay for the second?
And does it require a reference point to the origination fee as well, or is that necessary?
That Fred Chenier, Community and Development Director, based on the discussion today, that is something we will consider as part of the business impact statement process. And just to be clear for staff, that we're hearing that public process, reaching out to the stakeholders, will be included in the business impact statement process.
Sure.
Up to 100%.
Or up to whatever, yeah. Okay, the motion second, okay with that? Okay?
And I think, Mr. Mayor, if staff needs more time, I mean, let's be real here. Some of these issues are going to start coming back after November,
Well, then let's
Mr. Mayor.
postpone it until after the election.
I mean, I think that you've got to go out and have a public process when you're looking at in doing a fee schedule. So I understand, what you're trying to do, but it may take past November for staff to go
But
out
if it
and
does,
have
we're
the public
wasting our
input.
time. We should just wait until after the election and do it.
Well, I'm prepared to proceed personally, so I just need to hear from the stakeholders.
That's
At
what
the
I
end of
want
the
to
day,
do.
it may be zero.
Yeah.
So,
It's hard for me to fathom what the stakeholders are going to say.
yeah, but Dave, we've always had that stakeholder
Oh,
process.
I know. That's why I
With
think we
food
gotta-
No, we
trucks,
need to have
food
that.
trucks,
You're right.
everything else, we
We
got to
need to
hear
have
from the
that.
businesses that are going to
Okay,
impede.
let's go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right. All right, now, let's go to item L10. I asked for this to be put on the agenda today because personally, I think the city manager has done an outstanding job of putting the staff together and working, and I would like to see his contract extended for another 2 years. And I think that he's working very well with staff. He's meeting with staff all the time. He's not bullying them. Staff's bragging about how he works with them and seeks their input, and he lets them do their job. So I personally hope that we will extend his contract for another 2 years. Anybody got a comment?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I would agree with you that we've had just some major accomplishments. We're finally bringing some, what I've considered to be more traditional and responsible business planning together, not just an annual plan. The very first conversation I had with him was that we worked just 1 year out, and now we're going to be at least looking 3, if not more, finally, and the transparency, the checkbook and some of those things online, and the strides that you've made with bringing some correction to the bonding and the missteps with the taxation. Yeah, I think we need to have you here for a while.
Yeah, and I would agree with the comments. I think Mr. Klinger and his staff has done an excellent job, particularly in, coming on and given these financial difficult times. And at the end of the day, somebody might say, well, 4 of you are leaving by November. Why don't you leave? Let the new council help in that process and make that decision. But like all our agreements, there's a 90-day termination clause.
Right.
So, but I agree. I think in an effort of good faith, we should extend his contract.
Mr. Fraser?
Yeah, Andrew, I think you've done a fabulous job. I think the new team that's been put in place, just to echo what Councilwoman Zadra said, just the financing piece and getting, I think there's still a little ways to go on getting the information, but it's certainly improved. I think the a transparent Reno website, I think is incredible in getting that out there, but also getting information to council. Big change from what has happened in the past. So I'm grateful you're on board and think you've done a great job.
Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I bring up one point. I concur with what everybody else has said, but I think the thing that we, as a council, and this has been a great council in the last 8 years in terms of agreeing and working, negotiating with one another. The most difficult thing that I have experienced is the budget. And I thought it was as painless this year as it has ever been in the previous years we have done. And I think it was because of the city manager, the organization, the staff, they put it together. We had the required meetings, but we didn't have the prolonged and agonizing parts of the budget that somebody wanted. One council person wanted something, another wanted something else, and where was that money going to come from? I thought it was very, very well orchestrated, and the lifeblood of this organization is certainly the budget and being able to stay on budget and be able to finance and do the things we need to do, and I thought that was exemplary, and so I applaud Mr. Klinger and his staff for doing that.
Mr. Dortch. Mr. Isaac.
Yeah, Andrew, I've told you this privately, and I'll say it publicly. I'm very happy you came over to us from the state, bringing your fiscal background, and the first department you worked on was that, and bringing in the people you need to bring in. So people remember, is we did have some problems with state taxation, and we had to pay $6 million, I think, last year, and we were able to do that, and much more to my amazement, we didn't do any layoffs this year, which I think improved the morale of this city incredibly. And we made that decision early. It wasn't drawn out till June 30th, would there be any. How you and the rest of the staff went after the SAFER grants helped a lot also. A tremendous amount to lead to the morale and the well-being of the city. But I think I can leave this city knowing it's in good hands. And I thank you very much.
And what I would like to do, and I'm not recommending a pay raise for him, but I would like to give him a $10,000 bonus, saying thank you for everything he's done. No pay raise, but I think we could give him a little bonus.
Is that part of the agenda? I guess we can do that the way the agenda is, right? Or can we not?
Yeah, we're approving this contract.
Yeah, I believe, for the record, John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney, I believe you're approving an amended contract, and that could be made a term of the contract, correct?
But I think he deserves some reward for everything he's been doing. He's done a great job, and he's controlled everything, and I know we're in tight times.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't disagree with you, and you know, I kind of rushed through my comments. And I think, I mean, clearly Andrew's done a fabulous job. He really has. But I think it's sending the wrong message to give a bonus right now, Andrew. I apologize if that offends you at all, but I just think it sends the wrong message right now.
Well, I think if we were giving him a pay increase, it would send the wrong message, but give him a bonus, I don't, personally. But we can agree to disagree, can't we? Any other comments? Chair's looking for a motion.
Well, this came a little bit of a surprise, so.
I'll help break the ice, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna agree with Councilman Dortch on this one. I think that a lot of people in the city worked hard this last year, and everybody rode together on this, and I think it's.
I don't disagree.
I know. So I think I would go with just the existing contract as it sits in front of us today.
That's fine with me. In fact, if you'll take the chair, I'll second it.
So the existing contract.
What's in front of us right now?
Just has
extending it for 2 years.
Extending it for 2 years without the bonus, correct?
Correct.
Right.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Any further discussion?
And the only other comment I would have is I agree 100% with you, Mr. Mayor. I think it deserves a little bit more thought. So we've got a lot of time between now and November. So let me just give it some more thought. But right now, let's just move ahead with the contract.
No, I agree. I don't disagree with you at all.
And my feelings on that, Mr. Mayor, is I wouldn't approve a raise today, but I would put that as a stipulation that this council or the next council for the fiscal year of, 12-13 would have the option to provide a bonus. And again, it depends on a lot of things, financial.
Raise or bonus.
But not approve it today, but realizing that he meritoriously would deserve that, but it could be at a future date. I think that's what Councilman Haschef was talking about, that we have the option to look at doing that.
I agree. Well, he didn't even know I was gonna throw that in there, so he just was wanting the contract, but I thought I'd throw it in there anyway, to hell with him. Anybody got anything else to discuss? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Congratulations, my friend. All right.
Public comment, Mr. Mayor?
No, I've got to get a report. Did the chief leave? Get a report. We got a little problem going up north of town, I think it is, so want him to update us where we are.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to interrupt the meeting. For the record, Mike Hernandez, Fire Chief. We just received a report that in the Stead area off of Lemon Valley, we had a medium-sized wildfire. We believe it is in the Sierra Fire Protection District. It did involve one structure, and it threatened several others. Sierra responded, and we augmented their response. And we, at this point, the reports I'm getting is that we've contained the fire, and we're protecting the structures, and that the fire is no longer spreading. However, there was damage to one structure, and as soon as I get some more information, I'll pass that on to the managers so they can disseminate it to the council.
Okay.
But under that example, I think this is what we got to know, Mr. Mayor. How would it be different come July 1st?
Come July 1st, those calls with respect to those districts will be dispatched to the TM Sierra system. They would respond. Should they require mutual aid or assistance, their battalion chief would contact us, and we would respond to augment their request, provided that we have the adequate resources to send.
Chief, is that even if we don't have a mutual aid agreement in place?
We would have to have I'm going to defer to legal, but I would strongly suspect that we would have to have a mutual aid contract in place to protect both our interests and our liability concerns, and to give us the authority to enter into a separate jurisdiction. We simply can't go into other jurisdictions and provide protection.
But under their new arrangement with a three-man crew, they couldn't enter the structure.
That's correct.
So if there's no mutual aid agreement with us, then that's my point, Chief. What would have happened?
They're going to have to augment their service model either with volunteers or wait until that second engine arrives, that they have the adequate number, a minimum adequate number of 4 people on the fire ground to begin fire ground operations.
I heard they're going to put Dalmatians in the truck. That's the goal.
That'd be their 4th person.
Yeah. Rumors of blow-up dolls have been widely spread.
But they, so they'd have to wait, out at Stead, they'd have to wait until the one came from Mount Rose, maybe.
Well, Spanish Springs or Cold Springs.
What would be the closest one, Chief?
Verdi would be.
No, they have their station instead.
They have a station instead, Cold Springs, Spanish Springs. They're fairly
And
wide.
they have one in Cold Springs.
Correct.
And they have a volunteer group.
Yeah.
So this one, they probably, south is their
Worst part.
more troublesome.
Correct.
Than north.
Okay.
Just wanted to update the council. Thank you, sir.
Thank you a lot. Appreciate it, Chief. Public comment? We have any public comment? No public
Move to
comments?
adjourn.
Second, my favorite motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Now we will go into the redevelopment agency. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Hastjeff? Guston? Zadra? Sferaza? Dorch? Ayazi?
Here.
Cashel?
Here.
Dick Scott?
He was here.
Been here all day.
All day.
He's in the back. He'll be out here.
All right. Public comment card, you have any? Okay. Approval of the agenda?
Move to approve.
Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Approval of the minutes for March 28th.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item B1, let me see if I have any.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Okay, yeah. Have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Yes, one question.
I noticed in the staff report, it talks about 650 spaces and blah, blah, blah. There are currently 230 reserved. Let me get to the point where, anyway, it talked about, there 2 sentences later, the agency will ask North tenants to park on floors 4 through above. You're going to ask them, you're not going to require them to do that? And if you require them, how would you determine that their cars are parked up there, not on floor 2, for example?
Pete Wallish, for the record, City Manager's Office. Right now, we don't have the mechanism that would be able to gauge where they're parking and on what floor they're parking. So right now, the requirement would be 4 and above, because the current agreements we have in place, or the patrons that use our current tenants on the first floor, typically go between second and third floor. We can put stickers in the windows and have our security do rounds if that's the direction of council.
The reason I recommend this, and you have to have some authority to do that, is historically in parking garages, the higher you go up, the less likely women are to go in a garage and shop. And there's a security issue here, and I think if we can at least address that and talk about the fact that the people who are customers would be on floors 1, 2, and 3, as opposed to the people that are working there, and the agreement that you have here, I think it will benefit those businesses downtown, which is the ultimate reason for doing this kind of thing. And I would suggest that we strongly move towards something without being restrictive or onerous about it, but understanding and making people understand why the parking at the lower levels will benefit them ultimately.
Absolutely. And for clarification, the agreement is broken out into 2 sections. One, if it is a retail tenant for the facility, they'll have free access to park throughout the parking gallery. If it is an office tenant, the employees would be required to park on floors 4 and above. So just for clarification on that piece.
I also think you need to look at having 24 hours security over there, going up and down. We don't want to we don't want excuse me, we don't want to happen what happened at one of our hotel casinos years ago, where a patron was attacked. But they have now security officers that go up and down each floor. They ride around on a cart or do something. But I think it's very important that if we're going to expect women to be in the parking garage, that we have 24 security. So you need to look at that in your budget in the future and see what we can do.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
But again, the motion's been made and seconded, but looking at something that benefits everybody, but is restrictive about who can park where.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Ashoff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to leave this point, so, because I saw that restriction in the staff report, is that in the agreement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is that on the
For office
second
tenants.
one on Exhibit B?
I'm sorry?
Which one? On Exhibit B? Or is it in the?
Correct. Exhibit A is actual agreement.
Correct.
And if it were to go into an office tenant scenario, where that 4th floor and above would come into play, it would mirror the agreement that we have with Latitude, which is agreement that was approved last fall for the former Woolworth building.
Right. So where would we drop that provision in the agreement?
Staff can review the agreement to make sure that, I believe it is in there because it's referenced within the Latitude agreement, and Exhibit A references the Latitude agreement. I think we are covered, but I'll make sure that before the agreement is executed, that is clearly stated within the agreement.
So is that, what I'm hearing from staff is that addresses the issue. So if you're a retail customer, you can park wherever. If you're an employee, you got to be on 4 and above.
For the record, Garrett Gordon with the law firm of Lewis and Roca, today representing Sierra First Partners. Councilman Hastreff, so as Pete mentioned, it's broken up in 2 pieces. So piece 1 is if it's a parking for customers. So right now there's Core Fitness in the building. They have 2-hour parking validation. It would make sense for those customers to be able to park for the reasons that Councilman Gustin mentioned on floors, 1 through 4. They go work out for 2 hours, come back. There's also a mechanism in there if we ever go to an office use for any tenant, or that would mirror the Latitude agreement or the Montgomery building, or the old Montgomery building here, where in that case there would be a permanent parking pass for tenants, and that would be at floors 4 and above. So I think we have both issues covered to address both your concerns.
Okay.
So I guess I second the motion, so the motion could, I don't know,
Are you guys comfortable with the?
Just
it's
make sure
covered?
staff, I guess direct staff, make sure you check it to make sure that's correct.
Absolutely, we will.
Do you want, I'll amend the motion to accept staff recommendation, assuming that what they say is correct. Is that what you want to do?
Second, no, I'm all right. All right.
That's something we've got to do internally.
I just think that can be addressed differently and separately.
Raising alcohol fees.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll go to item B2. Now, they marked B2-1 on these. Do you want to talk on the resolution, or do you want to talk on the item?
Mayor, because it seems like they're all interrelated, B2 and C1 and C1 and C2 and C21.
Okay, well, we have people that wish to speak, and I'm going to call them up now.
Yeah, let's treat it all as one, because it's all about the post office.
Yeah,
It's all about the post office, so we'll start. Tony Harsh?
Actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, she left me some comments that I'll read into the record. We might as well get to the other public comment.
Okay. Kelly Ray?
Good afternoon, Kelly Ray. In opposition to the sale of the post office, or postpone the sale of the post office. Libby C. Booth Elementary, Stead Elementary, Archie Clayton Junior High, Proctor Hug High School. As a child, these are the schools I attended here in Reno, Nevada. In my schools, teacher taught us our government was one that was open, fair, and mandated by due process, by the people, for the people. As an adult and employed as a federal special agent, I was also taught that when I brought a case to court, I was to have all of my notes, evidence, and any other pertinent items relative to the case made available not only to the defendant, but to the general public as well. Again, an open, fair, due process. How does this relate to the proposed transaction between the City of Reno and Bernie Carter's development company, 50 South Virginia, LLC? At the risk of being idealistic or somewhat naive about politics, I did not realize or expect that people were allowed to make closed-door, million-dollar transactions with our city government without an open, fair, due process that essentially excluded all others who may have been interested in such a deal. Or, what about the historic preservationists and citizens who certainly have a vested interest in this registered National Historic Landmark? Where was their voice in this process? With respect to the above, may we ponder these questions. Why were there no public meetings, announcements, or requests for other developers' proposals? Why wasn't the Historical Preservation Society of Reno or the Historical Resources Commission for the state of Nevada consulted prior to the selection of this developer? This nationally registered historic landmark is far too important of a project not to have consulted with these entities. Why would the Reno City government select a developer that, after his own admission, had 29 months, still had no clear, concise, and complete concept last week for the property, nor any experience in historic preservation or large-scale adaptive use public property redevelopment? Why would this developer be so confident of this approval that he named the LLC the exact address of the subject property, 50 South Virginia, LLC, prior to any final votes from City Council or Reno Redevelopment Agency? Without an open, fair due process, the delivery of a building and property, such as the downtown Reno Post Office, to the person or group who has the most cash in their pocket or friends in city government, reflects poorly on you as our elected officials of this city, and reflects poorly on the city of Reno in general. In conclusion, I am proud that I also learned in the Washoe County School District to ask why, to question my government leaders with respect to decisions they make that affect all citizens, not just a privileged few. So today, I am compelled to ask why would you unilaterally, without an open, fair, due process, agree to this transaction. I urge City Council to postpone the sale of the downtown post office until an open, fair, due process is available to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kimberly Roberts?
Good afternoon, members of the City Council Redevelopment Agency and Mayor Cashel. My name is Kimberly Roberts, and I am making this statement on behalf of the board of the Historic Reno Preservation Society, a local nonprofit with over 700 members. Our primary concern with the historic downtown post office is maintaining the integrity of the building in an adaptive reuse environment. In order to ensure that the best redevelopment plan is implemented, we feel it is critical to establish a fair, open, and competitive environment to designate the developer for the building. There has been a lack of transparency about how the City of Reno will select the developer for the post office building. We believe it should be required that a full public request for proposals or similar processes be written and that it be widely distributed within the region in order to achieve the best adaptive reuse of this important building. There should be public meetings, including a review by the Historic Resources Commission to openly view and comment on the plans and ideas represented by the developers prior to approving the sale agreement and prior to the close of escrow. We are concerned with the preservation of key architectural elements, but there are other issues, including financing, timeliness, and the developer's intention for the building that all deserve full public comment. At this time, the developer, 50 South Virginia LLC, has made no plans, drawings, budgets, project feasibility studies, or projected timelines available to the public. Two separate representatives of the United States Postal Service have stated within the last week that there is no firm deadline or requirement on the close of escrow by June 29th. We have an opportunity to initiate an open process so that we can make sure the community has a full picture of the changes to our much beloved post office and that all those who are affected by the decision are fully informed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jim Galloway?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jim Galloway and members of the Redevelopment Agency. I had two cards in here because they're two different issues. I'll see if I can get them both covered in the 3 minutes.
Appreciate it.
Other individuals will talk about the building. I'm going to talk about the lot, the plot. The economy is going to improve. The Whitewater Park, hopefully, will be expanded down to the Auto Museum as has been planned. In the previous plans and redevelopment, we've always talked about a plaza going down to the river. I want to make sure that the developer, whoever is selected, is required to have a plaza go down to the river. Moves the parking to the south side of the facility. But I have not heard any discussion on how we're going to integrate the kayak facility, which has been great for the city, with the post office. And I think we have to make sure they get integrated. I don't know, and the dollars to put the plaza together, how it had been planned before. If some money was coming out of Whitewater funds, some money was coming out of post office funds. I don't think 50 South Virginia may have to bear all of the costs, but we want to make sure that we get a plaza down to the river. My second item is the relocation of the post office services to Sierra Street parking garage. You've already talked about your concern for security over in the parking garage. I'm going to give you more thought for that. Before taking any action, I request that you ask the post office security department provide a detailed analysis on the expected customer volume, including general delivery activities. Often, on certain days of the month, there are long lines that can be handled in the post office as it exists now, but I don't believe that they'll be able to fit into that smaller facility. So we're going to have people standing out in the streets. I'm concerned that it's going to be intimidating to the people who live there, people who are tourists, people who are employed down there. It's not a good situation. Once this security report from the post office is received, this should be given to the Reno PD so they can provide an impact analysis. I want to see what costs are going to be incurred by the police to monitor this facility, and also to see if there's going to be a change in the requirements for the downtown special tax district for the police. We have two different elements there. Also, someone had mentioned at the meeting last week that there was a full post office over at Record Street. There's not. There is an intake facility over at Record Street for some general delivery, but there are no monetary services. No one can buy postage over there or anything that's concerned with money.
Okay.
So if it takes
You
more
need
than
to wrap
30,
up.
yeah, if it takes more than 30 days, okay, I would hope that we would also have the post office not have free rent if there's an additional need for security, that be charged to the post office. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Tellander?
Good afternoon. I'm Maggie Teelander.
Teelander, sorry about that.
Yes, I object to the location, the new proposed location of the post office in the parking gallery. That location is not adequate to help to, not adequate to contain the public traffic that currently uses the post office in its current location. It's too small, doesn't afford the ability to drive by and drop off mail. The location is not central, it's not convenient. And I would also ask what would be the impact of the loading zone on the current Sierra Street traffic. I was wondering why the post office cannot move back into its location that it's in once the building has been renovated, maybe in a smaller venue, but it seems to be a better location for the post office, yet still go on with the renovations and still have shops and other items co-located with them. I don't understand why we can't just move it back there as a with a smaller footprint. That's it.
Thank you very much. We have two people, we have three people, there are four people that don't wish to speak, but they're in opposition. Mark Texer, their comments will be entered in the record. Marla Musselman, the comments will be Rosemary Silvesco, and then Patricia Patrick Pearson. Their comments will be, they don't wish to speak. Okay, Mr. What was the name? Excuse me, you sure did. It's right here. I'm sorry. Barry Schuster. Apologize.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, and Redevelopment Agency. My name is Barry Schuster, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a Reno resident. The downtown station post office is not only one of the most significant buildings in the state of Nevada, but it is one of a kind in the entire nation. It is so unique that Frederick de Longchamps had to fly to Washington, D.C. in order to get approval for his plans, which deviated from the post office norm. As a public building, its unique craftsmanship and ornamentation have inspired countless Renoites and visitors over the past 78 years. I fell in love with this building when I moved to Reno 14 years ago, and I've had a P.O. box there ever since, just so that I have an excuse to go into that building on a daily basis. For me and for generations before me, the post office is not only an awe-inspiring architectural wonder, but a part of my daily life. When the city announced its intentions to purchase the post office in 2007, There were public meetings held, conceptual drawings were shared, and there was a public input process, much like what was just discussed today at City Council in regards to the visioning process of the Virginia Street Bridge. After the city was no longer able to make the purchase of the post office, no one that I have spoken to knew that these developers were meeting privately with the redevelopment agency until about 6 weeks ago. I am on the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. I'm a past chair of 2 years. I'm a member of the HRC and a PO box holder, and I didn't know about this. None of the other HRC members knew either until I told them at our meeting last month. And this morning I spoke to Ron James, who is the State Historic Preservation Officer of the state of Nevada, and he had no idea that this was coming to the redevelopment agency today. He said that he is usually kept in the loop on these things. The sale of the downtown post office is far too important for the public not to have been adequately informed and been given an opportunity to comment. Here we are, 2 weeks before escrow is scheduled to close, and we have no plans, budgets, timelines, or drawings to give us a sense of the developer's intentions for our beloved post office. They've had 29 months to come up with something, and based on my conversation with Tim Carter yesterday, he revealed that they don't know the history of the building. They haven't reached out to the State Historic Preservation Office to obtain any resources or guidance. They haven't read the Historic Structures Report, which is a public document that is a manual on the required maintenance of the building. And I ask, how can you come up with a good adaptive reuse plan when you haven't done your research? Their lack of research makes me question whether they are the most qualified developer. There should have been and should be an open environment for other developers to come forward with proposals and let the public decide who has the best adaptive reuse plan for the post office and allow the public to give their opinions to the developers. Because once escrow closes, the public has no ability to influence the developer whatsoever. I understand that there are protective covenants attached to the deed and that the SHPO must review any plans before they're approved, and I don't mean to discredit this process in any way, but there are more checks and balances that need to be in place.
Thank you. Mr. Hesha.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, because Ms. Harsh actually put together her comments, which I think would last more than 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor, but I can summarize and say she strongly recommends that the redevelopment agency open the public process, which would include the global historic preservation community. She also indicates that the RDA has made good decisions, but we need accurate information and an excellent process. And the other comments I'll incorporate into my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And that would be respectfully Tony Harsh.
Okay, all right. All right, now I'll close the public comment section, gonna bring it back to the table. Mr. Dortch, you had something?
Yeah, Pete, just a quick question. When we sold the fire station on Morrill to Ms. Ray, what was the process we used for that?
Some history on that property. That property went out for public sale several times through Public Works. There was no interest. On October 8th of 2008, the agency brought that item before the board to recommend that property be transferred to the redevelopment agency. And then on October 22nd of 2008, there was a deal struck between the redevelopment agency and 495 Morrill LLC, which is Kelly Ray, for the sale and also a loan on that property.
Did we go out to RFP on that?
No, there was no RFP.
We didn't do any public solicitation either, did we? We have about 8 projects that we've done in the last year that we didn't go out for public process on. Excuse me. Any other questions, Mr. Dortch, right now? Mr. Guston?
You know, Mr. Mayor, I have a lot of comments, obviously things, and address some of the public comment, but I don't have any questions right now, so I'd like to get everybody's questions out and then go
Let's
through the
have
comments.
staff give us a quick review where we are and what's happening. And
Yeah,
then
let's
we'll-
do that, Mr. Mayor.
Again, Pete Wallace for the record. The item before you is a 3-part process. The first part is the proposal to purchase the downtown facility from the United States Postal Service for $1.25 million. And then also within that agreement, there's a leaseback provision that requires the owner to lease the current retail facility on the first floor back to the United States Postal Service for up to 6 months while they construct their new facility. The second piece of this staff report is a proposed sale to Mr. Carter's group, the developer, for the same dollar amount, the $1.25 million, with under the conditions that he would assume the 6-month lease back, pay for all closing costs on both sides of the transaction, from the post office to the agency and from the agency to the developer. Also, there's a clawback provision within the agreements that require the developer to move forward with the redevelopment process within a 5-year time period. If that process does not take place, the redevelopment agency would have the ability to purchase back the facility for the $1.25 million. Also, any redevelopment plans moving forward through the process would require both the review of the redevelopment agency advisory board, which heard this item last Tuesday, with a recommendation to the board that we move forward pending the condition that any future redevelopment go before the Historic Resources Committee to allow public comment in the redevelopment process. Since this is the first phase of the process and it's just selling the facility to the developer, all future public process would then come through the RAB, the HRC, also this board, and then final approval by SHPO. There are several covenants that come over with the facility that were agreed to by the United States Postal Service and SHPO in 2008. The Section 106 process was completed prior to the previous purchase coming before the board in 2009. On September 9th, 2009, staff was given direction to forego the current MOU on the post office. However, it was also deemed during an update on our budget that the post office would maintain a priority project. In April of 2010, the item was then heard again as far as our budget process, and it was at that point classified as a priority project or an unfunded priority project. In early 2010, the developer approached the redevelopment agency with a plan, a proposal to act on his behalf to negotiate with the Postal Service. That began the 2-year process of staff working with the Postal Service under a different project manager than we had under the previous proposed purchase, and then also they had different protocol. They decided to start that process with an appraisal, which came in at $2.2 million. Approximately last summer, staff started negotiating with them on reducing that dollar amount due to the $4.9 million estimated deferred maintenance on the facility. Just to point out, this proposed sale to the developer does include not only the developer to come up with the funds to purchase the facility, but also to maintain the facility ongoing and also take care of the deferred maintenance items, the $4.9 million, which does not even address the future redevelopment into the proposed high-end retail. Early this spring, in March, the negotiations with the post office started a waiver. The post office gave us a final offer at the appraisal price. At that point, staff stepped up their proposal, which is the third leg of this process, and that is moving the retail facility to the current parking gallery, Suite 1A, which is a former downtown market space. The proposal on that site would offset some of their costs to relocate the retail facility. More importantly, maintain that facility downtown. There has been several talks between post office staff and myself that if the post office were to sell the facility on the open market, there'd be question whether or not the retail facility would remain downtown. The terms of that lease, or the proposed lease, are a 10-year term for zero rent with half CAM charges at $2.88 a square foot. After the first term of 10 years, there'll be 2 5-year options that can be negotiated at the current market price at that time. There's minor requests by the post office for a parking spot on Sierra Street for a loading zone, 5 employee parking passes, and then also unlimited parking validations, very similar to other tenants that we have in the parking gallery. Also, I'm sorry, as one other requirement by the developer, you heard an item earlier this afternoon on the Virginia Street Bridge project. The developer has agreed, and it's within the proposed purchase and sale agreement, the developer will provide any construction easements necessary for that project or property that would be required either for the bridge or the continuation of the Riverwalk. and staff's available for any questions.
Okay. The wall along the river, that's historical too, isn't it?
That is correct, sir. That
That's
is outlined
what I
in the historic structures report.
Right, okay. Mr. Isaac?
On Article 25, the preparation and approval of a project development plan. Take me through that a little bit. It says the buyer will prepare and obtain approval of the project development plan prior to commencement of material construction or alteration.
Yes, that section of the proposed purchase and sale agreement requires the developer to put together a plan and then present that plan to the Historic Resources Commission, the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, SHPO, and this board for final approval prior to any construction on the site.
And it has to have the approval of all those boards, correct?
It would be the approval of SHPO, which is required under the covenants that follow the deed for all future owners, and this board. It would be recommendation by Historic Resources Commission and the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board.
And then that includes, under A, it says it includes the general scope and nature of all the improvements, any material changes that are going to happen. So that part of it, the historic issue, would be addressed at that point, before they can take out any building permits.
Correct. No work can be done on the facility without prior approval.
And then on 27, the right of repurchase. A couple questions on this one. It says that after 5 years, if they don't rent more than 35% of the ground space, or it doesn't happen, that the redevelopment agency retains the right to repurchase for $1.25 million, correct?
That is correct.
And how do they, on the second paragraph, it says the buyer shall execute and deliver to the agency a quitclaim deed. What if they have, what if they can't deliver a quitclaim, if they don't own it, they've mortgaged it, they've done what they're gonna do, how could they do that?
At that point, the developer would have two options. He can resolve any of the encumbrances on the property, pay off the mortgages, and issue it back to the agency free and clear for the $1.25 million. Or the property itself can be taken back by the agency. The agency can then engage into a sale within a third party. Any proceeds above and beyond the $1.25 million would go back to the developer minus any mortgages that would need to be paid off.
How do we get it? Is it gonna be a deed restriction? Is it gonna be, I'm not sure how that works. If they've got, because supposedly if a bank has loaned the money, they've got rights, the first rights to have the property. How would that work?
I'd have to defer to legal on that one, but my understanding is that they would have to free the property prior to, but if it comes over with, then the sale of the proceeds would have to pay it off.
And if they don't, we'd have to sue.
Pardon?
Is that right? If they don't, we'd have to sue?
Absolutely.
And then right before that, it says it's 5 years, but it also gets extended every day that there's, and I agree with this one, for when the Virginia Street Bridge is under construction, that would add on to the 5 years. If it takes 2 years to build the bridge, it's really 7 years.
Correct.
But there's also in here that if there's any litigation or acts or delays caused by the SHPO or the USPS, why would we, under that scenario, I would think that they could just file a lawsuit and then it could go on for years. Why would we put that in there if there's just any litigation, that would be our problem?
That was placed in the agreement at the request of the developer because of all the unknowns moving forward with the approval process. Under NRS, SHPO is required to add comments back within 30 days. However, that process can be extended. And if there are circumstances which the developer feels that he is redeveloping the property under historic preservation laws, and that SHPO is not not giving the permission, it gives him the ability to then enact with a lawsuit with SHPO, but at that point it would delay his development process.
But why would that be? I guess I'm just curious on our end, though. It's sort of an open-ended agreement then. 5 years really doesn't mean much. If it says any litigation, they could file a lawsuit against, somebody could put a mechanics lien on their property, and then there's litigation. I don't know if there'd be an upper limit to how many years that is or something like that.
If you like, staff can work with legal on tightening up that language.
I'm just talking out loud right now, so I'm not sure if that means anything. And the last question I have is on the repurchase part. if the agency shall fail to provide agency notice within 90 days of when we think the 5 years is up, then we lose the ability to repurchase the property.
That is correct.
Under all these scenarios in the first paragraph, how will we know when that time limit is up?
A title transfer, and once the post office leaves the current facility, moves into their proposed relocation site, would start the clock ticking on the 5 years. And there would be the requirements for staff to maintain this process over the next 5-year period to make sure that the developer fulfills all their obligations in the purchase and sale agreement.
We'd have to make sure there's no how would we even know there's litigation on the property? So we can keep track of that, to extend that 5-year period out, or if they're having trouble with the SHPO's office. Again, wouldn't we make them responsible to tell us, and we might have to approve of any delays they might be having, instead of us having to monitor it, that they would sort of have to report to us, say, look, this is what happened, this cost us 30 days, so now it's, 5 years and 30 days. It just seems like it's onerous on the redevelopment agency to try to keep track of these things that are outside of our control.
I agree with you. They should have to report to us.
I think those are my only questions right now, Mr. Mayor, as
Okay.
opposed to comments.
All right. Mr. President?
Yeah, Pete, a few questions. What's the value worth of the post office lease?
It's approximately $71,000 per year
And for 10 years?
for 10 years.
So why not, then we would be providing a subsidy essentially, because we could rent that space, right?
That space could be leased. However, it's been on the market for the past 4 years due to the location. We've had difficulties leasing that site or that piece of the property. Also, by putting the post office back on the tax rolls, it's estimated to bring in approximately $45,000 worth of tax increment, which would narrow the gap on that $71,000 number. That figure does not include additional tax increment that will come in at any redevelopment of the property, a business license, or sales tax, RC tax generated from the site. So the goal or the hope would be on the staff level that although you are supplementing the post office lease to help them maintain a retail facility downtown, on the other side of the sheet, you'd be bringing in taxes that would wash that.
So the $45,000, is that during the duration of the 10 years, or is that per year?
That's an annual figure.
$45,000 in property tax?
Because right now it is not on the tax rolls. So by putting it back on the tax rolls, it's estimated that.
It seems a bit high.
I can have Office of Budget Management look into it.
Okay, on that tax roll. And then on the process, can you explain this to me, Pete? How we went out, why didn't we go out? We did back, I understand, with the $5.2 million. There wasn't something that the city could afford. Why wouldn't we go out on this? And no disrespect to the developer who's interested, but why not find out if other people are interested in doing something with the site?
In this project, we had a developer that stepped forward, like many of our other developers, that show interest in our property or doing a redevelopment project, with the assistance of the city. In 2009, when staff was given direction to discontinue negotiations under the current terms of the MOU, there was no funding source put in place. With the developer stepping forward and it giving us the ability of having a funding source, it gave us the ability to negotiate with the post office in good faith. Otherwise, we've been negotiating on the property without having the ability to possibly complete the transaction.
But
And they
going
came
back
to us.
They did, sir.
They
to
came to
Councilman Dortch's question, though, on the fire station site, we did go through a public process. We just didn't have anyone interested in buying it. So then we did get into negotiations with the developer. So how do we know there's no other interests out there, Pete, in somebody who's interested in developing the post office site?
We would have to go out for an RFP. It's the way the agenda item is worded. You can direct staff to either move forward with the transaction or not, or direct us in another manner. So as far as purchasing, going out for an RFP, directing us to sell to another entity. The option for the developer is being proposed to council very similar to the 495 Morrill deal in 2008. where staff was given direction to come back and sell the property. And at that time, council elected to sell to 495 Firehouse LLC.
We didn't.
Yes, we did go out to a public process, though.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did in the
We
beginning.
did not go out to a public process on waste
We didn't
management.
put that out to a public bid?
No, actually, the public process on that piece was through Public Works.
Yes, and
Staff
no
had-
one was interested in buying the property,
Staff had
correct?
developed that. Once it transferred to the redevelopment agency, there was no RFP or public process.
Okay. And then, Pete, what is the deadline? Because I've read conflicting reports with the post office. What is the deadline for, because the paper had something different than what staff told us, that we had to have this done within a 2-week period of time.
Mhm. There's been some misunderstanding. At the RAB meeting, there was a term used by one of the people speaking under public comment of a drop dead date in a conversation that they had with my contact, Shirley, at the post office. I informed the board at that point, the advisory board at that time, that I was not aware of a drop dead date or the drop dead date term. However, it was a request of the post office to close on the 29th. We believe that will align with the end of their fiscal year, moving out of that facility into the proposed site at the parking gallery. Staff was able to confirm at the request of the RAB. I believe council also received a copy of that memo that told that the actual head of real estate out of Washington is the one that requested the June 29th date. And we believe there must have been some miscommunication between Washington and the person that the paper talked to in Denver.
And then one last question. When was city council made aware of this, the proposal? Because I know there was communications happening for a couple years, Pete. When did council become aware that there was a developer interested in the post office?
To my knowledge, in the staff report. I don't believe there was any correspondence. Until early April, we weren't sure that we'd actually have the ability to buy the property. At that point, the post office started their public process on selling the facility. We worked hand in hand at the request of the post office to fold into their public process, and then also actually not engage because they have obviously their procedures that they need to go to on selling and also relocating to the facility. When we could acknowledge that the agreement had been reached, although not on paper, the actual purchase and sale agreements were not negotiated at that time. We did come forth with a developer or the potential of a developer. But as far as I'm aware of, the correspondence within the staff report is the first time that it listed the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a few, Mr. Mayor. One of Mrs. Harsh's comments were, what assurance do we have if the post office goes into title with the developer that the property will continue to be maintained and it won't depreciate?
The process that was completed by the U.S. Postal Service and SHPO in 2008 drafted a historic resources report, which is also brought up by one of our public comment members. That document gives the overview and outline of both ongoing maintenance requirements for the facility and then also any redevelopment or changes to the facility. With that document are a series of covenants that will follow the deed through all future owners. If that is not maintained, and I'd have to look into the documents, I believe that the property would revert back to possibly us or the United States Postal Service.
Yeah, because I understand it's in the covenants, but what about in the agreement? Is it in the agreement?
On our agreement, the developer is required to maintain the facility to the standards within the covenant and with the historic structures report.
Okay, so you have to actually go to the covenant then, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then with respect to the 5 years, if we don't have the money, then what happens in 5 years?
Staff would have to be directed otherwise to either not buy the property, or the funding source within the 5-year plan has not been part of this process.
Right, but I mean, does it expire? Does our right to repurchase
Yes.
the property expire?
Yes. It's the same procedure that Councilman Azzi was discussing as far as the 90-day notice.
And then it says in the agreement, what if they encumber the property, they're supposed to remove the encumbrance if we exercise the right, correct?
That is correct.
But if they can't, then what happens?
I would have to double check the agreements. It was this similar comment or question by Councilman Ayazi.
Right.
And confirm with legal that we have the mechanisms within the agreement to remedy that situation.
Okay, so maybe staff, maybe legal.
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman. Yeah, the way that the agreement's written, it's similar to what we see in the baseball agreement. They have to pay down the mortgages, the encumbrances. If they don't, then the price is reduced by the amount that we would have to come out of pocket to pay it down. So that 1.25 million would, if they've got $1 million of a mortgage on that, then, and we pay that off, we'd only owe them $250,000.
So what happens if it's more?
Well,
If they have a
I mean,
mortgage?
that becomes a cost of, at least at this point, and again, council can, or the agency board can give direction otherwise, but that becomes another cost of the redevelopment. If we really want that property, we would have to come out of pocket some additional money to make that happen if the developer can't do it. The developer is under a requirement to release those obligations. So financially, we would, if the wherewithal was there, we could sue and get him to do that if the money was there.
Okay. But it would be problematic to convey it back to the city with a mortgage on it, correct? Because that presumably would trigger the due on sale clause or the transfer, and then they would be in default, and then the lender would foreclose.
Right, right. I mean, that could be, yeah, I mean, it becomes another issue. Correct.
And then, what was the reason why it didn't go to the HRC?
Redevelopment agency projects are not required to go to the HRC. It went to the HRC in 2006 and also in 2009. I'm sorry, 2007 and 2009, because the funding sources that were identified for the purchase of the 5.1 million were CDBG funds, city funds that required it to go to that facility. In discussions with the RAB, it was recommended that to maintain the public process, that this project, any future redevelopment, be routed to the HRC after this transaction.
Because I know at my financial advisory board, you made a presentation to them about the post office.
Staff was making a presentation on a general economic development program that we're in process of developing. As part of that, of that process, there was a question on the post office, of which I gave a quick overview. On the post office, the board elected at that point to make the recommendation. However, it was not agendaized as a post office.
Right.
Correct.
If I can, this is Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager, to clarify the HRC review process. The way that it works in the city is that if the property owner selects to put the property on the list, then we implement the HRC review process for development of those parcels. In this case, the post office, being the owner of the property, has not placed this property on the list that would kick in our HRC review. So one of the things that we benefit from by this process we're talking about today is we have a way to place anything that happens on this property into the review process for HRC that we wouldn't normally have. So I just want to make sure it's clear that we selected or we accepted a process where the owners determine whether they want to bring it forward. In this case, the federal government did not put their property on the list. That's why it didn't go through the HRC.
And then my last question is why don't we have a DDA with the developer?
Pardon me. Because the plans have not been developed and the site is already constructed. So typically, say in the Palladio, the baseball stadium, or any large-scale developments where you're going from ground up, and you're required a series of requirements or design standards, although many times are required to return to the board for approval. This facility and the covenants that follow all future owners do not allow for strong exterior changes or interior changes for that matter. Acting under the current covenants and the developer's plan for retail, we figured that within the purchase and sale agreement, it would be strong enough to put in the requirements to come back for review for any future redevelopment.
And what were those timelines?
5 years for redevelopment.
Okay, that's all I'm just going to do.
Ms. Zadra?
Jonathan, this is probably for you. Lots of communication that we've received even prior to the public comment today made reference to the expectation and the demand for a public procedure. Can you describe for me the state law, NRS?
Sure.
And what is required of the redevelopment agency and what is required of the city council as it relates to negotiating land deals, purchase sales, and development proposals?
Sure, just real quick, again, for the record, John Shipman, we've got two governing bodies, two government agencies. We've got a city on one hand, we've got a redevelopment agency on the other hand. The city generally has, under 268, pretty stringent requirements on the ability to sell property to third parties, non-governmental agencies. There's generally what's required is a public process, be it a public auction, be it an appraisal, be it a couple of appraisals. As we talked about earlier with the moral agreement, that's an example of that, where there's certain strictures you have to go through in order to sell that property to a private individual. The redevelopment agency, on the other hand, is, again, the purpose has much more lenient laws relative to being able to sell the property. And specifically under this instance and under some of the instances we've seen this year, it's under NRS 279-470 and under NRS 279-472. And what essentially that says is that if the property is within a redevelopment area and the redevelopment agency owns it, it can be sold. And then for that sale to occur, any lease or sale made pursuant to NRS 279-470 shall be made without public bidding, but only after a public hearing, which shall be given in a newspaper and published for not less than 2 weeks. So and again, I think that's a recognition of the fact that, like in redevelopment areas, you have properties that are historically blighted, that are very difficult to rehabilitate, versus maybe the city would have properties in other parts of the city that people would actually want. I think this is maybe a little of a anomaly in terms of the building with its historical value. That's maybe one of the reasons maybe the redevelopment piece and the city piece don't quite click for people. But anyway, that's generally it. The redevelopment agency is empowered to sell it based upon a public hearing, which you are doing here today.
Under prohibited uses, it talks about no personal services like hair and nail salons. However, spa services, including a barber, are allowed. Can you distinguish between hair salon and barber, please?
Again, Pete Wallace for the record.
My hair salon has many men coming to get their hair done, and I just wonder when you go to a barber and get their hair done.
I'm not sure if I could distinguish between the two personally. However, this language was added to this agreement as standard language that's been in most of the agreements, the Palladio agreement, the Latitude agreement, which unfortunately I do not know the history of why these type of entities were put into most of our agreements. My belief would be is that the majority are not high sales tax generating entities, and if you are giving tax increment to help offset the subsidy of the property tax increment, you'd want to receive back in a level of sales tax increment. But unfortunately, this was standard language that was put in that at the direction of the board we could definitely take out.
Yet with that argument, it would go the other way because salons sell a lot of hair care products and barbershops don't sell. What, a comb every once in a while.
Any other questions, Ms. Edwards? Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask a couple of brief questions, and we can go into comments if you wouldn't mind just reversing that order.
That'd be fine.
Simply because I have been forwarded a couple of emails and some information requests, and I think legitimately so, from the community about the well-being of the building. So let me ask you this. Current condition of the building, how would you characterize it? If you need to give it on a scale of a 1 to 10, or if you wanted to define it some other way, what is the condition of the building right now?
I would hate to personally give an exact number to that. However, in 2009, Public Works had their consultant go out and do a structural report on the facility. At that time, there was $4.9 million worth
Right.
of deferred maintenance. Since that time, the post office has not done any heavy capital maintenance to the facility, such as the roof, HVAC, in anticipation of either selling it to either the city or to a private entity on the open market. So you have 2 years of additional maintenance that has been foregone. If you wanted my personal opinion, it would be much worse than what the original 2009 report showed.
So you think it would be in excess of the 4.9 million figure that was put forth?
Yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned roof. Concern about leaking windows and roof. Does the USPS do that primary maintenance to keep the building in some kind of a respectable condition at this point?
They do. The cost for the roof, I believe, is $150,000.
And that was just, explain that, $150, they had just put that money into it?
I'm sorry. To do a complete new roof replacement, the membrane would cost approximately $150,000. Last year, prior to the winter season, the post office, quote unquote, put a Band-Aid on the process to try to prohibit as much leaking as possible. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the second and third floors are not occupied in that facility. I don't know to the extent that leaking has stopped, but I know that they did not want to put $150,000 in the facility anticipating that they would turn around and have to sell it.
One other question related to something you said earlier. In early 2010, the approach changed because it was a different project manager. I assume that was a USPS project manager?
That's correct.
Okay. Because do you know how many we had been through? Because I go back to 2007, and a gentleman by the name of Gabriel from Colorado was the main contact then. And from whoever was a lady or a gentleman that you started this discussion with, do you know how many interim there were from that 2000 initial contact we had until the 2010?
No, I can research that out. Staff
No,
is
it's
in
not that. I just didn't
negotiations.
know how many, because I want to make a point of that a little bit later. Okay. I really don't have any more questions, Mr.
We
Mayor.
had
But
several prior to Gabe coming, and then we had Gabe, and then we've had one or two others since then.
okay, that sounds. Okay, can I go with some comments? If
Can I ask two more questions?
Sure.
Two more
While we're in
questions
questions.
Absolutely.
Well, let me see if Mr. Dorch has a question first. Okay.
Can the post office sell this building to anyone, or do they have to sell it to a government entity?
If they're going to sell it for below appraised value, they have to sell it to a government entity. If they were to sell it for the $2.2 million, they would list it with their local broker.
So they could, anyone could buy it at that point?
Exactly, and that was a process that we entered. We were going down back in March, and staff felt that putting this proposal together for staff's review would allow it to continue through a public process as opposed to being put on the open market. And this board and the HRC, the RAB, all losing control to have public input.
And we don't own the property now.
No, we do not.
So I don't know how we would put an RFP out on property we don't own.
That would be very difficult. I'm not sure if we could even do that.
That's all my questions then,
Okay.
Mr. Guston.
Now we'll go to comments. Mr. Dorch, you want to start them?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I mean, be brief. I think everyone's worried about the public process. This is the public process. I mean, you're allowed to come, you're allowed to make public comment. We're in that process now. There's obviously going to be more public process involved as this moves forward. The developer came to us with this idea to purchase this building. Aside from that, we couldn't purchase it. We don't have an additional $1.25 million to purchase this building and then go out to an RFP. We just don't have the money available. Without this developer stepping forward and initiating the conversations and bringing this forward to us, we wouldn't be where we're at today. From my standpoint, I think moving forward with this, with what we've got, is a great step for the post office and a great step forward for the downtown.
Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try to be a little bit brief. I do have a lot of things to say, and I will try to do it in some kind of chronological order, which may answer some questions for some people, because I know a lot of the public comment right now is what the most recent process has gone through. But if we go back to 2007 and be involved with that with the mayor and Councilman Ayazi, when we started talking about this, and we did, I think the other two gentlemen remember, we did a tour of Reno on a Saturday morning with the gentleman I mentioned earlier, Gabriel, in looking for alternate locations where if the price were right, and the time the price was $5 million plus, somewhere in that neighborhood. And around the mayor's conference table, after we had done our drive around town, and I'm skipping a little bit, but they asked if we were interested in buying it, the city, and we said yes. And they asked for how much, and the mayor said $1 million. And everybody laughed. But it's interesting how that has fast forwarded. But we looked at mostly the downtown area because the USPS was also interested in maintaining a presence in downtown. The Arlington Towers, the bottom of that half circular building, they were very interested in that. They thought that was quite interesting. We directed them to the Sierra Marketplace. They thought that was feasible, that could work. So we went into negotiations. The mayor, to his credit, led those with people in Washington, D.C., and I won't mention the name, but as it comes up, he might want to mention the name he talked to and so on. So being the liaison to the Historic Resources Commission, we waited for a few months to see how things were going. We're trying to process. We didn't seem to be going anywhere in terms of the dollars and cents and what we could and couldn't afford. But then as a liaison, I brought it in front of the HRC. Now, again, this is back a period of time. I went to the records, went to my files, and took a look at some of the comments. From at least September 2008, and prior to that, I know prior to that, but I didn't pull it out of the records, there was a standing agenda item on the post office on HRC. For example, on September 11th, 2008, item number 7, update and discussion on the acquisition of the Reno Downtown Post Office, 50 South Virginia Street. I won't read this so much. My name is in it, but Councilman Guston commented that City of Reno and the USPS Postal had reached an agreement. Now, you can go back and say, okay, fast forward, you know that this didn't come through, but this was being discussed way back then. Over the next 2 years, the USPS will develop a new site using a $5 to $15 million purchase price. And then they will, the USPS wants to maintain a retail post office services at some site. So there were some comments from a couple commissioners at the time. And moving forward, on April 9th, 2008, again, standard agenda item on the post office. And at that time, Kristen Rossiter, who was an employee at the City of Reno, made a presentation. Economic Development Manager was her title then. And she made a presentation and talked about what was transpiring between USPS and the City of Reno and how we were trying to move forward. And I'm kind of skipping through it, not using a lot of time, or as little time as I can. Move forward to June 11, 2009. Again, this time it's listed under the Planning Commission Liaison Report, which, being the liaison, I made the report, noted that the city had failed to approve directing staff to move forward with bonding for purchase of the historic post office. The intent was to encumber the $475,000 received annually from CBDG funds to offset the bond payment over a 10-year lifetime. We brought it to the council. Council will remember that. We didn't have the time to do that. We didn't have the money to do that. Moving ahead again, on August 13th, again, standard item on the agenda for our HRC. Jillian Pollard, who was an employee at the city, then redevelopment manager, again, went through the explanation about the $5.1 million price, the funding gap, et cetera. Ms. Pollard also noted that upon completion, the city would assume maintenance and operational costs for the building, which could add another $600,000 in annual costs, including the $175,000 for electrical services. So after discussing this, HRC went back and forth. It was moved by Commissioner Ram, seconded by Commissioner Cobb, to direct the Historical Resources Commission Chair, Red Cattell, to write a letter to the Redevelopment Agency Board expressing the Historical Resources Commission's position in favor of preserving the downtown Reno post office. However, it appears the post office will continue operations at this particular location, and there's no current funding for this. Went on, and it lists all the people that voted and the person that was not there. Then in October of that year, again, I referred to the meeting that Councilman Ayazi and the mayor and I had, and we talked about the post office and what we were going to be able to do. And I brought up the point that the Las Vegas main post office had been acquired by the city of Las Vegas for $0. And we wondered why. We checked and found out why could they get it for no money, and they still wanted, post office wanted 5.5 or 5.1 million from us. And the reason was it was transferred to General Services Agency. So the GSA made a deal with Las Vegas to get the post office. We were not that lucky. If we'd been able to make a deal with GSA, maybe we would have been able to secure it for little or no money. So in terms of recently, and the part of the problem is the makeup of HRC, because people serve as volunteers, has changed over the years since 2007 to now. And but this was, I won't say fully vetted, but it was well known. And people who are involved as with historic properties in this community are fairly well connected and network pretty well. And having some experience over the last 28 years in restoring two properties, the only one in the city of Reno that's a national landmark, and another building that is on the National Register of the city of Reno, I do know a little bit about this process and what goes on. Now, what happened recently in HRC, I did not pull those minutes. I cannot talk about that. But I know that the community that's involved and a lot of people that are here today are well aware of the fact that there was an offer and there was an attempt by the city of Reno to acquire the post office for all the good reasons that we talk about. The DeLongchamps building, it's a building you'd never, ever want to lose, adaptive reuse, all those positive things that should have happened in a building like this. Move forward to last week, to last Wednesday. The National Trust for Historic Preservation published their annual, and it's the 25th annual, list of America's 11 most endangered historic places. The 11 most list is perhaps our most popular and effective tool for raising awareness about the serious threats facing the nation's cultural treasures. And this post office is a cultural treasure. Number 2 on that list is historic U.S. post office buildings. From coast to coast, historic American post office buildings are facing uncertain futures due to the U.S. Postal Service's haphazard disposition process. Developers and other interested in purchasing and rehabbing these historic buildings end up walking away after failing to get timely or clear answers from the Postal Service. This was published a week ago. I think that speaks volumes about what this City Council and what this redevelopment agency needs to do and move forward. I refer to one other item of interest. On that same day, June 7th, the City of Reno, in their editorial page, talked about partnership as best hope for preservation or preserving post office. And it talks about the importance of the City Council to ensure that downtown post office doesn't meet the same fate of the Mapes Hotel. It also talks about the U.S. Postal Service. No longer wants the building, which was abandoned by its other federal governments 10 years ago. So it's just limping along. I think it's extremely important for the preservation, the adaptive reuse, right in the middle of our downtown, that this post office be preserved and saved. Now, I think that Councilman Hascheff makes a good point about a DDA. I think there's some things in the contract that probably need to be tightened up a little bit. But if you also go back, and these notes talk about, in 1983, there was talk about the city and the post office affecting a sale. It is now 2012, almost 2013, and it's taken that long to get this done. I think there's no more appropriate time than now to get this done. I go back to the National Trust for Historic Preservation, talking about post offices being on their top 11 of most endangered structures in the country, and we have one of the premier structures right in the middle of our downtown. We can ill afford to miss this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Isaac?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Coming back to you.
I think the first thing we have to know about is this is going to close. Post office is going to close. They've decided it's going to close. So we have two things we have to look at is, A, do we want to try to save the building? And B, do we want to keep some post boxes downtown for the people who want post office boxes downtown? Because I've heard that they could also move it out to the Vassar Street area and be done with it. And I think it's in our best interest to keep those kind of services downtown. Want people to live downtown, we ought to do that. Then I look at what can they do with the building. They can sell it to us, or they can sell it on the open market. And I've been around here long enough, I see who buys open market stuff and what they do with it. And if the post office is just looking for dollars, they're going to sell it to the highest bidder, and they're not going to care what happens to it at the end of the day. And that's what our job is, and I think that's what we're putting into this contract, is how we can deal with it at the end of the day and try to still keep some control on it. And as I talk about this, I understand why people are upset. I'm upset about this deal because I want to buy it. I'd love to have that building. It'd be great. I'd move my house in there if I could afford it. But I think everybody's here just out of a little bit of jealousy. Is I wish I'd have done that. But the fact is, as I listened to all the public testimony, this sounds like we did very similar to what we did with the fire station on Morrill. Is we asked the public to come forward, even though it was $5.2 million, and we did all this public process, and it all sort of fell down. And then here's a group of guys who came forward and said, well, I'll do it, but I want to negotiate for less. Same thing I think Kelly Ray did, is after it was done with the RFP process, she came in and said, well, I'll work on it for some better deal. It has been in the public for years and years, and I've been here all 16 years. I've been dealing with the Postal Service, and the reason why it hasn't come through is much like Councilman Gustin says. There's 3 or 4 different layers of approval at the post office, and you get approval on one layer, and then the next guy approves it, and then by the time they approve it, the guy at the bottom's changed, and he says no, and that's gone on and on and on for at least 16 years that I know of. So everyone's here is involved right now to let's sell the property. I don't own the property. I don't see how I could do an RFP process on it. I would like to change, to tighten up some of the things in this agreement so that the public can be more protected than if they sell it on the open market by saying they have to agree to go to the historic resources and we get to buy it back if we can in 5 years. I think that protects us as well as we can. Is this an absolute perfect way I would like to do it? No, but it's perfect for today, in my mind. And there's also public comment about going down to the river, stepping down to the river. I think I changed my mind when I was talking to our staff about when they construct the Virginia Street Bridge. They're going to have to be digging ramps down to the riverbed. And so we may have the opportunity to make this side, the north side, be the ramp down to the river as part of the construction of the Virginia Street Bridge. So there could be takeout for the kayak course on this side of the river, because on that side we were always sort of concerned it ends there and it doesn't go any further. So I think there's all these moving parts that come into play, but right now we have the Postal Service willing to give it to us, sell it to us, and there's someone willing to give us the money basically to buy the 5-year right of first refusal, the way I look at it, to produce what they want to do. And so I think we should clean up a couple things and move on with this group, who's a local group that we all want local people to do things, and they've got a good track record in my mind.
Ms. Edrum.
I've really struggled with this project for a whole 2 weeks because that's as long as I've known about it. And I've seriously struggled with it. So I actually wrote my comments down because I'm not sure I'd hit them all just trying to free delivery it. I absolutely wholeheartedly understand and appreciate the concerns that have been expressed, that this procedure appears to be less than transparent. But I also understand that every action that was taken by our staff is literally and intentionally in accordance, in accord and compliance with the state law as it relates to redevelopment agency procedures. As a private business owner who for almost 20 years specialized just in economic development, I personally do understand the confidentiality that is required by site selectors when purchasing and making deals. Most of them, if not all of them, require that kind of confidentiality before they'll continue or fulfill their negotiating and making their deal points. But as a public servant, I also seriously respect the public's concern for appearances of some kind of special treatment, especially because I, like you guys, learned about discussions in the newspaper, not once, but twice. I had my first introduction to this by the developer 2 weeks ago on June 1st, and we got our report on Friday. So I can totally understand how there's confusion why we as elected officials wear two different hats. One is the city council and the demands that require an entirely open public process. And then we wear the hat as the redevelopment agency that gives us a whole lot more flexibility that Jonathan described for us. And those are significantly different kinds of requirements for policy making. And again, I've been struggling with this since June 1st, but it's pretty clear that we are absolutely in accord with the public process that is required or demanded by the state. I think that we owe it to our community to still improve on this process for future reference points so that we don't have the perception again at another time. And I know I've talked to you, Bill, a little bit about this, that it may be time for us to put together some kind of bidders lists and project lists so that everyone is familiar with projects that maybe we haven't talked about for 3 or 4 years. And if you still have something that you're interested in or you think you can bring it forward, take the gumption and the opportunity to bring it forward and talk to a city council person about or staff about. That may be one small way in trying to resolve the perception, because I can understand why it exists, because I've been struggling with it too, that it was a restricted process. Again, I recognize that we followed state law as it currently exists.
Mr. Fraser?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I think the developer in this case has done an amazing job with Midtown. I look at that Delmar and I remember all the issues we had with that particular building. So I think the revitalization of Midtown's come a long, long way. And I think, Pete, you did what the council redevelopment agency wanted you to do. You wanted we wanted the post office to be a top priority. And so I think staff went out and worked hard based on that mission. But I also don't see the harm in going out for a month and seeing if anyone else is interested and who truly has the financial backing. There's a difference between, we've all been through this before, a DDA, and we've had several people interested in bidding on a project, and they don't have the resources and the finances. But my personal opinion is that I don't see the harm in allowing 30 days to see if someone truly has the financial resources to put this together, and we go from there. But that being said, I think the developer that we have does have a proven track record of doing great things, Mr. Mayor, but I'd prefer to see us go out for 30 days and see if there's any other interest out there.
Mr. Heshev.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Most of the time, whoever comes to us and wants to develop a parcel, and in this case, we don't even own it, we've been very, very receptive. Anybody can come to us. Post office has been a top priority. And at my financial advisory board, I mean, they were very excited about this proposal. But in part to Dave's point, I think it would help answer a lot of questions if we had some kind of milestones. I know the developer's kind of in a rough spot because he really can't do anything until he sees what happens with the Virginia Street Bridge and what improvements, so that he's kind of at the mercy of that process. But I don't think it would hurt just to basically, like we do in our DDAs, just set forth some simple milestones. I mean, if that's the triggering point, then at what point would we see plans? And the other point, I guess, in Section 25, why wouldn't we say, you know, you can't encumber the property until you have that plan that comes back to us for approval? I mean, then at least I don't have to worry about getting a piece of property back with a mortgage on it. So I think that maybe deserves some consideration. I don't know what the magic bullet is, but I think it wouldn't hurt to have some milestones so we all know, what the process is going to look like. Other than that, that's my comments.
Okay. Well, this project's been on the board for eons, as far as about as long as I've lived here, I think. Nobody has come forward making any offers trying to buy the post office. We have done 8 projects in town, current projects approved without an RFP or a public solicitation. Commercial road property, waste management. There's one here that hadn't finished, IMG Energy. The 495 Morrill Street was not put out for an RFP or public solicitation. Nevin Inn site with Basin Street Properties wasn't. Baseball stadium and retail district wasn't. Sales tax increment district for Tessera and Freight House. And the Reno Sparks Gospel Mission. Current projects that we went within the last 6 years approved with an RFP was 10 North Virginia Street and the retract cover project. I think that, I understand where everybody's coming from. Pete, I think you've done an outstanding job of working with the thing. I know what the post office has done. I know where they've walked away from the table, back with the gentleman you're talking about a while ago. I think that if it hadn't been for Senator Reed and Senator Heller and Amity and the different congressional delegation back there, the post office would have gone away. I toured with Mr. Isaac and Mr. Guston. We showed them the property at the bowling stadium. We showed them a part of that they could build their post office in. We showed them several other sites, and they always came back to this site of what they wanted to do. I think it was just a few months ago that they said that we're not going to talk to you anymore. And we made some phone calls and wrote some people and asked the congressional delegation to ask them to at least extend conversations with us. They wanted more than the 2.2 million. At one time, they wanted, I think, 2.9 million or whatever it was, whatever the appraisal was, and I don't recall right off. You can correct me wherever. I think the developer, yes, I know the developer, and I know a lot of other people in this town too. But they came to us and asked us to work with them and stuff. Nobody else has come forward asking us what to do or made us any offers. And I think that we should go ahead and approve this. I think we should sit down and put some of the conditions and things that Mr. Hashef and Mr. Azzi has talked about so we can have some pullbacks and different things like that. But what they're asking for, I don't think the developer would object to working with us on. And before they place any mortgages on the place, we'd want to know about it. Also, they've agreed to inherit the restrictions that are put on with the post office and the Historical Society and SHPO, and those are all contingent. Those are all tied to the property, so they can't do anything without going to those people and getting it worked out and working on things. And sure, you'd like to do things, but sometimes the cat just doesn't fly that way. And I don't think that I know you haven't, I haven't, done any background deals and with anybody, and anybody that makes that insinuation is full of BS as far as I'm concerned. And when they talk about other things, certain people we've done business with, they came back asking for a reduction in price and reduction of interest, and then they went bankrupt on a deal. So I don't know. But very few people have come. The 10 years I've been here, nobody's come forward trying to buy the post office or help us buy the post office. And I know that these people will do the best job they can. But if we put the conditions on that Mr. Izey and Mr. Hashef have talked about and the other people, then we have a clawback thing so we can work at it. So personally, I approve going ahead with this thing, and I want to see us move forward. Anyway,
Well,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor,
Guston?
with that being said, I would move to accept the staff recommendation and move to adopt the resolutions and then incorporate with Councilman Ayazi and Councilman Hascheff talk about the milestones. And were you talking about a DDA agreement also, Mr. Hascheff?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd leave that up to staff. I think whether you attach it as another exhibit to the purchase agreement, as long as it's binding on the developer, because it seems to me a lot of the questions have been asked come down to that. And I don't know what the triggering points would be, so I would leave that up to staff. But I guess my question is a procedural one. In order for you to timely close, because you have the post office, which is our contracting party, and they're somewhat outside of our control, in order to close by the closing date, could we have something back to us by our next meeting?
We could definitely try to pull something together if you wanted to go the DDA route. Absolutely.
Three months ago, the post office told me that they wanted somebody that wanted to know if the city of Reno could close in 60 days. And that's where, and then they came back and told you the other. And these others have not changed their tune that I know of, have they, Pete?
No, they have not. Again, Pete Wallace for the record. If council would direct staff, it would be easier for us to negotiate with the post office if we can add this to the existing agreements, since they've reviewed the agreements and approved them. So coming back with the DDA would not only affect the timeline, but also could affect the negotiations with the post office. And I'd hate to jeopardize that.
How is the DDA, in your minds, different than the project development plan if it's just not timing? Because the project development time basically is a DDA, isn't it? They've got to come back later on?
Yeah, I guess I'm not stuck on a DDA, whatever you want to call it. And as I mentioned, staff, because you could put it in the purchase agreement. I'm not so sure it has to go in the post office purchase agreement, but it would be in our purchase agreement with the developer. So we'd get some sense of what those milestones are going to be. And then of course, we have a special meeting coming up here, right? Tuesday. I mean, that might be too soon. But I do want to stay with the closing date. I think we have an opportunity now with somebody who wants to, buy the property, give us the money to basically secure it and do a great project. But I don't think it would hurt to put some of those milestones together. Now, again, it doesn't have to be in a DDA. It could be in our purchase agreement, just an exhibit.
Sure.
Just like the city manager earlier this afternoon, right?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor? If I may, this is John Shipman, Deputy City Attorney. I can list the things that I have on my list right now, real quick, that I've heard from council members. A noticing requirement for the delays, to the extent that period, the 5-year redevelopment is going to be extended day for day. There has to be some sort of noticing requirement to let the city know or to let the agency know when it's being extended, and we have to agree to that. Maintenance standards for the time being that it's under development, and then the mortgage issue, the removal of the mortgages, encumbrances, or putting a requirement on that the property cannot be encumbered until the development plan and maybe a financial plan has been approved by the agency board. Is there anything else that?
I heard Councilman Hascheff say something about the timing of when the project development plan would have to happen, but like before encumbrances, or I don't know if that's the right place to put it, but a time for that to happen.
Yeah, if really the Virginia Street Bridge is the triggering event,
Scott?
then it seems to me, staff needs, this is kind of where we're breaking new ground here. I just need to know from you and the developer what is that critical event, and really that should start. He's not going to spend a lot of money, would I expect him to spend a lot of money until he knew what the Virginia Street Bridge plan was going to look like, if in fact that's the triggering event. So that's the sort of thing I'm looking to staff for, to just tell me what that triggering event is, and then ultimately we'd have the plan back to us with what the milestones would start at that point, for example.
And let me, excuse me, let me include in the motion also a couple of items from public comment about the adequate service in that proposed facility over on Sierra Street. if they can, I don't know where this is going to go and how this is going to be handled between your negotiations with the post office, and then there was a mention about if there are police costs, et cetera. I don't know how to establish that either, but that is that other location, and I guess they've agreed to it because you talked about $71,000 a year was what the equivalent would be for the rent, but how we're going to make sure that it's all well and good to say we have a post office downtown, but are the people going to be serviced the way they should be serviced? So I think that needs to be in consideration somewhere in the conversation.
If I may, Pete Walsh again for the record. The post office still has not announced its relocation site to the parking gallery. We anticipated that announcement prior to this meeting. Unfortunately, that has not come through, but we do believe it will, based on the proposed lease that we have here. The process that you describe as far as servicing patrons and the relocation site, the selection, security, are all under the federal process. So we've assisted in that process as far as giving them information. They have worked through their broker to look at 3 other facilities, and the parking gallery, based on its location and parking, was the #1 choice.
I did note that wasn't final. Okay.
And we've given them plans and stuff, and they've laid it out to the way they think it would operate and operate efficiently.
But it is a concern of the community. Okay.
Sure.
That's part of the motion.
Mr. Azzi.
The other part I was thinking about is not an addition, but maybe an alternative is, I understand the construction of the bridge would be anywhere from 14 to 16 months long when they actually start building on it. Maybe it would clean it all up just to say it's 7 years. And then there could, I mean, you could talk with them. I'm not negotiating with them here, but I'm open to something like that where you don't have all this reporting. It's just a number. But then maybe instead of you just lose it, it's you both come to some terms at the end of 7 years, so come back to the council and have that discussion opened again. So I'm willing to talk about that too. So,
Yeah,
and then would the motion be just to continue this till Tuesday and bring this back to us?
It's up to staff.
If council, or I'm sorry, the RDA board chooses, I can discuss this over quickly with the developer. Since the bridge is anticipated to be under construction in 2014, possibly a benchmark might be returning to this board with development plans or initial plans within 24 months, with going through the rest of the approval processes and within 36 months, and then completion within the 7-year time frame. But I would need to discuss that over with the developer.
And the way I look at it, Mr. Mayor, I mean, you're going to have 4 new members here in November, and the developer's going to have to be dealing with maybe 7 in 2 years after that. So I think it just makes sense to make sure everybody's on the same page as to what's expected by both parties.
I don't disagree with that at all. So you want to work with Jonathan and stuff, and y'all come back on the 27th? Tuesday.
And to be clear, I mean, there's currently a council meeting scheduled on Tuesday, right? So
Yes.
not a redevelopment
Right.
meeting.
We'll schedule a redevelopment.
So we're going to
meeting also.
continue this meeting until Tuesday.
Right.
And continue the public hearings until Tuesday.
Right.
Is that the way we want to do it?
If there's time to notice it.
Yeah, there's time.
Excuse me. I know there are items to be sorted out yet, but, I mean, the mayor said 3 months ago the Postal Service wasn't going to do it. When I read a statement from a quasi-government agency criticizing a government agency by saying the haphazard disposition process, you know, I just kind of want to get this nailed down so it doesn't go away. Maybe the developers go away, the Postal Service.
Well, I mean,
We have the,
I'm okay with moving forward with this developer, just consistent with what we've talked about putting a little bit more detail.
let's see
to
what
the
their legal counsel has to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gary Duhan for 50 South Virginia, the developer. What we would request, because of the very tight time frame here and the need to do due diligence in less than 2 weeks from today, is that you give direction to your staff to modify the agreement pursuant to your instructions here, give them the discretion to implement the changes you've requested, but make a full approval of the agreement today and authorize signature as soon as we can get that together. Because right now we're down to the absolute wire. We have not had the opportunity to do title review, structural review. We haven't even been above the first floor. So this is a very, short time frame as it is. Bringing it back on Tuesday makes it almost impossible. I think you've been very eloquent in describing your concerns. We understand your concerns, and I think we can implement that, and we can work with Jonathan and Mr. Wallace.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you're not going to start that until you close.
Pardon me?
You're not going to do any of that until you close, right?
No, we have to perform due diligence between now and closing. We haven't had the opportunity to do that. That's standard procedure in any acquisition.
Right, but I guess if we do this on Tuesday, so the council has a chance to see it, I don't know how that hurts you. We're going to approve the agreement. We'd like to see the milestones by Tuesday.
I understand, but Tuesday is half of the time we have to do the inspection. We have no ability to get onto the property.
But if we approve this today,
Right.
subject to that redevelopment plan coming back to us, why doesn't that allow you to go forward?
We
go ahead
won't
and
be in
approve it
contract.
today.
We have no right to enter the property until the U.S. Postal Service agreement is signed and our agreement is signed.
Is U.S. Postal Service going to sign the agreement before Tuesday?
Again, Pete Wallace for the record. First, if I may clarify, the resolutions were drafted that gives this council, or I'm sorry, the board and staff the ability to make any changes within the agreement if directed by the board at this meeting. Second, referring to your question as far as will they sign it, my conversation with them last week prior to my contact going on vacation, she would like to get this tied up as soon as possible. Going back to Councilman Ayazi's statement of several levels of approval, although we've gone all the way to Washington and all the way to the top real estate person, she did make reference that there are several levels that are wavering because it is such a low purchase price. So staff's recommendation would be if the board could give benchmarks that staff can work into the agreement so we can sign these agreements as quickly as possible, or at least give assurance to the post office first thing in the morning that this board approved the documents and we can move forward with execution as quickly as possible. I think that it would give a comfort level to the post office that we're on board, and that would not give the ability for any of their other levels of approval to start wobbling.
Well, I'm on board with that. I don't think anybody suggests that we don't approve it.
Can I ask a question on that? I'm talking about the agreement that the city or the redevelopment agency will have with the post office. It says, upon the execution and delivery of the agreement, we pay them a deposit of $50,000. That would be, if we approve it today, it's like $50,000 today or tomorrow, right? Then how long is it to close that? When do we have to pay the other $1.2 million?
I believe we'd have to go in escrow by the 27th, which is the closing date for escrow. I'd have to defer to legal, but I believe if the council were to approve the agreement, I think there has to be a funding source in place for the approval of the purchase and sale agreement with the post office.
So if we do that, if we find the $50,000, we can do, at least so we have made the commitment that from the post office that we're going to purchase this. We've made that commitment. Okay. Do we have that anywhere? $50,000 that we could just do it? Because what we need is the commitment to the post office to say we're going to do that. And our commitment with the developer is we're on the hook for $1.2 million. We're going to work this out. I don't know how we sign an agreement.
Well, I'm confident we can get an agreement together in a matter of a few days.
I am too.
With all the points that you described in it, we're amenable to everything you said within some reasonable permutation of it.
Why don't we continue this meeting until tomorrow?
Well, that's true. We don't have to continue until Tuesday. You're right. We can
continue this meeting until tomorrow.
Well, we give them a couple of days and let's do it, continue it until Friday.
I mean, if we can you get it done by tomorrow?
Well, we can at least have an outline.
Well, if they're not done, we can continue it another day.
I mean, to me, that seems.
We have a joint meeting tomorrow at RTC and
At
the
2
board
o'clock.
here at noon, I have.
Oh, I thought it was 2.
I think the RTC meets
They
at
moved
noon.
it to noon.
And then, did they move it to 2?
No, they moved it to noon.
Oh, okay. So we could do it after that one. We could continue it until maybe 5 o'clock tomorrow, or go on, or go Friday morning. Friday we have an RTC meeting, but we could still do it Friday morning. I mean, however soon you guys think you can do it.
Well, I'm certainly willing to do that, and we appreciate that effort. I would like to propose one other alternative so we can have approval of this body today. And that would be that if there is concern that we have somebody from this body approve those final terms and conditions, I would request that you ask one member of the board to work with us and invest in that member of the board responsibility to make sure that these conditions are in there. So this board can approve this contract today we can advance forward, have this thing maybe signed by Friday. With the input of Mr. Ayazi, we welcome your involvement, Mr. Hashaf, any of you. And that, maybe that way we could prove it today. We get this thing done in a couple days.
Well, we can't really identify a certain person because then that becomes a subcommittee and that's an open meeting thing. You can say that you'll work with anybody up here, and then
We'll work with anybody up
we
there.
give the authority
Anybody
to
who
the-
want to vest that
We
responsibility.
give the authority to the mayor to sign it at the end of the day. I don't know, what do you think, John?
What
Yeah.
can I do?
For the record, John Shipman, the resolution gives the authority to the mayor to sign. It gives the executive director essentially the authority to negotiate. So potentially that, it could be the executive director, namely Mr. Klinger, could be the point for that discussion, if that.
So no meeting on Friday then?
If you're gonna, so the
We can
notion
approve
would
it
be
subject to Bob signing it?
subject to the executive director approving the amendments and the mayor signing it, yes, is how I would understand that. So you approve the agreement contingent upon the city manager approval and the mayor's signature, based upon the direction of those 6 or so items that you gave prior. Does that work?
And that would just be attached as an exhibit to to our agreement?
This would probably be, it could be an exhibit and/or we could work the language in to the existing agreement.
As part of the plan?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to be here Tuesday, but I'll be back on Friday.
You'll be here this Friday?
Yeah. So that gives staff some time to work on it, I guess.
Mr. Azza, you going anywhere?
Just have these meetings that we were talking about, but you're gonna be here this Friday?
I can,
Why don't we continue till Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning? We'll see where we are.
and if we've got some others, you can stay here, I'll go sit in a meeting, or I'll go sit, you go sit.
And if we're
and I'll-
still at the same place that we don't have an agreement, we can then do that. 'Cause I
Yeah,
mean,
they
that's
sign
less
it
than-
by Friday.
That's
They
less
sign
than
it by
four-
Friday.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay. Now,
Well, I think now we're just continuing the meeting, the
8
public, in the
8
public
a.m.
hearing.
8 a.m. Friday morning?
Correct, the public hearings.
So we're going to continue this meeting and the public hearing to Friday morning at 8 o'clock.
Would that be okay with everybody?
does that
Because
fit? Fit with you, Mr. Gus?
I just don't want to get any legal troubles with us talking.
Do you get up that
It
early,
does
Mr.
become a
Scott?
backroom deal.
Well, that'll be
Okay.
an open meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mr. Scott said he'd be up at that time, so he can be here. Mr. Frazee, you okay? All right. So
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
we're going to change this motion,
Yeah, I'll just withdraw the motion.
okay, and then we'll make a motion to continue this meeting.
Yeah,
until-
I'll move that we continue this meeting and the public hearing until Friday at 8 o'clock, time
Okay.
certain here.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. And then
Thank
if
you
y'all-
very much, and thank
If
you.
y'all start working on something and stuff, somebody will be, Mr. Wallace, let us know if we're gonna get with legal counsel and everything, start working on the things they did. Somebody will show up to work with you.
Thank you for taking your valuable time and coming
No,
back again
thank
on
you very
Friday.
much. All right.
So we're just in recess until Friday morning.
Yep, we're in recess till Friday morning.
Mr. Mayor, John Cadlick, City Attorney, I assume when you're continuing B2, B2.1, C1, C1.1, C2, and C2.1. And once you do that, you're going to go to D on the agenda to identification of future agenda items, perhaps, and public comment.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Are you going to hold those, continue those till Friday?
Those will all be part of the continuance until Friday morning at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And then we will be in recess now until Friday morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you.